This is a reissue of CB 200.
Science Fiction for People Who Hate Science Fiction. Edited by Terry Carr. Funk and Wagnalls, New York. Copyright 1966 by Terry Carr. Recorded for special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522 with the kind permission of the copyright holder. Read by Phyllis Dorflinger for Taping for the Blind, Houston, Texas.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Contents. Introduction. The Star, Arthur C. Clarke. A Sound of Thunder, Ray Bradbury. The Year of the Jackpot, Robert A. Heinlein. The Man with English, H. L. Gold. In Hiding, Wilmar H. Shiras. Not with a Bang, Damon Knight. Love Called This Thing, Avram Davidson with Laura Goforth. The Weapon, Fredric Brown. What's It Like Out There, Edmond Hamilton. Introduction. This anthology is titled Science Fiction for People Who Hate Science Fiction for a most excellent reason. We want to appeal to a large audience. While it's true that there are hundreds of thousands of people who like science fiction, it's equally true that there are millions who don't, or who at least think they don't. Science fiction has been in disrepute for many, many years. Anyone who ever bought an SF pulp in the 30s or 40s remembers the stares he got from people passing on the street. The slightly raised eyebrows, the barely concealed smiles of amusement, the gazes embarrassedly averted from the gaudy covers which usually featured half-naked girls chased by hideous alien monsters. Those of us who turned the covers inward, showing only the back covers to those we passed, fared little better. Those back covers usually featured ads for athletes' foot cures or rupture easers. The usual line SF readers got from others was, "You mean you read that crazy Buck Rogers stuff?" This attitude was shaken a bit in 1945, when the demonstrations at Hiroshima and Nagasaki proved as dramatically as anything has ever been proven that science fiction was not crazy. In science fiction, after all, the atomic bomb had been taken for granted for many years, and its theoretical essentials spelled out remarkably accurately. Then a little later, as the era of the space race began, people saw that another basic assumption of the science fiction nuts, space travel, was becoming fact. As a result, fewer people today identify SF with crackpot ideas. But it seems that another kind of aversion is growing. Too many of the people who once thought the genre consisted of nothing but juvenile daydreams now seem to have decided that it's all very technical and complicated, that you have to have a degree in physics to understand it. Science fiction? No, I don't know much about science. Too dry and intellectual for me. This is all rather frustrating to people in the science fiction field, whether they're writers who want their work to reach a large audience, or readers who just like to share the experience of an enjoyable story with friends. And it's really unnecessary, which makes it doubly frustrating. Science fiction is not crazy Buck Rogers stuff, except for some of the things you see on television and movie screens, anyway. Nor is science fiction dry and dull, except for the stories which were simply bad stories to start with, and every field has them, alas. Science fiction, like any other form of fiction, is about people. It usually tells of people under extraordinary circumstances, trying to adapt to those circumstances or adapt the circumstances to themselves. This is, after all, the basic stuff of human existence, so that in a very real sense the science fiction story is archetypical of all good fiction. And by the way, that archetypical designation can be applied to SF in its literal sense as well as the figurative one just used. The first novel in recorded history seems to be the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, a godlike superhero who battles mortals and monsters and lives through such adventures as riding out something very much like the biblical flood. As for prehistory, anthropologists tell us that the first tales of primitive man were probably not just brags about the saber-tooth that got away, but rather stories of gods and ghosts and mysterious elemental forces who plagued or rewarded man according to the whims of their natures. These old scarers may not sound very scientific to you, but in their day they represented the best the imagination of man could do in the way of explaining the still strange realities of his world. They were, in short, science fiction, because in those days magic was science, or at least an attempt at it. Later on, imaginative writers told of voyages to the moon by men who harnessed flocks of birds, or flew there in balloons, or shot themselves from huge cannons. Again, not very scientific to modern minds, but in their day these stories, too, seemed within the bounds of possibility. One likes to think that our present conception of what's feasible and what isn't are more reliable, but... So if we accept that the aims of good fiction are to comment on reality and what can be done about it, if anything, then the science fiction genre very definitely falls within these criteria. What's more, the good SF stories fulfill the criteria. Witness The Weapon, as neat a comment on the dilemma of our present and future as has ever been written. Or see Love Called This Thing and Not With a Bang, for satirical swats at the posterior of humanity, where so much of our human nature seems to be lodged. Or, on a more obviously realistic, even grim level, read about the year of the Jackpot, and see if that seems so preposterous to you. Or read What's It Like Out There, and then remember the number of people who complained when television coverage of the Agena Gemini 6 crisis preempted some of their regular television programs. There are others here, too, each with its own point, whether frivolous or serious. Non-U.S. readers shouldn't cudgel their brains trying to figure out the deep significance of the title, The Man with English, by the way. The simple explanation is that in the United States the term English is often used to mean backspin on tennis, ping-pong, and billiard balls. But whatever the nature of the story, my intention has been to choose only those which fulfilled a further criterion beyond those mentioned above: entertainment. For it's been truthfully said that you can talk profoundly all night, but unless you can induce people to listen, you'll just be wasting your breath. I think the writers here represented have some admirable stories to tell you. Terry Carr. The Star, by Arthur C. Clarke. It is 3,000 light-years to the Vatican. Once I believed that space could have no power over faith, just as I believed that the heavens declared the glory of God's handiwork. Now I have seen that handiwork, and my faith is sorely troubled. I stare at the crucifix that hangs on the cabin wall above the Mark VI computer, and for the first time in my life I wonder if it is no more than an empty symbol. I have told no one yet, but the truth cannot be concealed. The data are there for anyone to read, recorded on the countless miles of magnetic tape and the thousands of photographs we are carrying back to Earth. Other scientists can interpret them as easily as I can, more easily in all probability. I am not one who would condone that tampering with the truth which often gave my order a bad name in the olden days. The crew is already sufficiently depressed. I wonder how they will take this ultimate irony. Few of them have any religious faith, yet they will not relish using this final weapon in their campaign against me, that private, good-natured, but fundamentally serious war which lasted all the way from Earth. It amused them to have a Jesuit as chief astrophysicist. Dr. Chandler, for instance, could never get over it. Why are medical men such notorious atheists? Sometimes he would meet me on the observation deck, where the lights are always low, so that the stars shine with undiminished glory. He would come up to me in the gloom and stand staring out of the great oval port, while the heavens crawled slowly round us as the ship turned end over end with the residual spin we had never bothered to correct. "Well, Father," he would say at last, "it goes on forever and ever, and perhaps something made it. But how you can believe that something has a special interest in us, in our miserable little world, that just beats me." Then the argument would start, while the stars and nebulae would swing around us in silent, endless arcs beyond the flawlessly clear plastic of the observation port. It was, I think, the apparent incongruity of my position which, yes, amused the crew. In vain I would point to my 3 papers in the Astrophysical Journal, my 5 in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society. I would remind them that our order has long been famous for its scientific works. We may be few now, but ever since the 18th century we have made contributions to astronomy and geophysics out of all proportion to our numbers. Will my report on the Phoenix Nebula end our 1,000 years of history? It will end, I fear, much more than that. I do not know who gave the nebula its name, which seems to me a very bad one. If it contains a prophecy, it is one which cannot be verified for several 1,000 million years. Even the word nebula is misleading. This is a far smaller object than those stupendous clouds of mist, the stuff of unborn stars, which are scattered throughout the length of the Milky Way. On the cosmic scale, indeed, the Phoenix Nebula is a tiny thing, a tenuous shell of gas surrounding a single star, or what is left of a star. The Rubens engraving of Loyola seems to mock me as it hangs there above the spectrophotometer tracings. What would you, Father, have made of this knowledge that has come into my keeping, so far from the little world that was all the universe you knew? Would your faith have risen to the challenge, as mine has failed to do? You gaze into the distance, Father, but I have traveled a distance beyond any that you could have imagined when you founded our order 1,000 years ago. No other survey ship has been so far from Earth. We are at the very frontiers of the explored universe. We set out to reach the Phoenix Nebula. We succeeded, and we are homeward bound with our burden of knowledge. I wish I could lift that burden from my shoulders, but I call to you in vain across the centuries and the light years that lie between us. On the book you are holding, the words are plain to read. Ad majorem Dei gloriam, the message runs, but it is a message I can no longer believe. Would you still believe it if you could see what we have found? We knew, of course, what the Phoenix Nebula was. Every year in our galaxy alone, more than 100 stars explode, blazing for a few hours or days with thousands of times their normal brilliance before they sink back into death and obscurity. Such are the ordinary novae, the commonplace disasters of the universe. I have recorded the spectrograms and light curves of dozens since I started working at the Lunar Observatory. But 3 or 4 times in every 1,000 years occurs something beside which even a nova pales into total insignificance. When a star becomes a supernova, it may for a little while outshine all the massed suns of the galaxy. The Chinese astronomers watched this happen in AD 1054, not knowing what it was they saw. 5 centuries later, in 1572, a supernova blazed in Cassiopeia so brilliantly that it was visible in the daylight sky. There have been 3 more in the 1,000 years that have passed since then. Our mission was to visit the remnants of such a catastrophe, to reconstruct the events that led up to it, and, if possible, to learn its cause. We came slowly in through the concentric shells of gas that had been blasted out 6,000 years before, yet were expanding still. They were immensely hot, radiating still with a fierce violet light, but far too tenuous to do us any damage. When the star had exploded, its outer layers had been driven upward with such speed that they had escaped completely from its gravitational field. Now they formed a hollow shell, large enough to engulf 1,000 solar systems, and at its center burned the tiny, fantastic object which the star had now become, a white dwarf, smaller than the Earth, yet weighing 1,000,000 times as much. The glowing gas shells were all around us, banishing the normal night of interstellar space. We were flying into the center of a cosmic bomb that had detonated millennia ago and whose incandescent fragments were still hurtling apart. The immense scale of the explosion, and the fact that the debris already covered a volume of space many billions of miles across, robbed the scene of any visible movement. It would take decades before the unaided eye could detect any motion in these tortured wisps and eddies of gas, yet the sense of turbulent expansion was overwhelming. We had checked our primary drive hours before, and were drifting slowly toward the fierce little star ahead. Once it had been a sun like our own, but it had squandered in a few hours the energy that should have kept it shining for 1,000,000 years. Now it was a shrunken miser, hoarding its resources as if trying to make amends for its prodigal youth. No one seriously expected to find planets. If there had been any before the explosion, they would have been boiled into puffs of vapor and their substance lost in the greater wreckage of the star itself. But we made the automatic search, as always when approaching an unknown sun, and presently we found a single small world circling the star at an immense distance. It must have been the Pluto of this vanished solar system, orbiting on the frontiers of the night. Too far from the central sun ever to have known life, its remoteness had saved it from the fate of all its lost companions. The passing fires had seared its rocks and burned away the mantle of frozen gas that must have covered it in the days before the disaster. We landed and we found the vault. Its builders had made sure that we should. The monolithic marker that stood above the entrance was now a fused stump, but even the first long-range photographs told us that here was the work of intelligence. A little later, we detected the continent-wide pattern of radioactivity that had been buried in the rock. Even if the pylon above the vault had been destroyed, this would have remained, an immovable and all but eternal beacon calling to the stars. Our ship fell toward this gigantic bullseye like an arrow into its target. The pylon must have been a mile high when it was built, but now it looked like a candle that had melted down into a puddle of wax. It took us a week to drill through the fused rock, since we did not have the proper tools for a task like this. We were astronomers, not archaeologists, but we could improvise. Our original program was forgotten. This lonely monument, reared at such labor at the greatest possible distance from the doomed sun, could have only one meaning. A civilization which knew it was about to die had made its last bid for immortality. It will take us generations to examine all the treasures that were placed in the vault. They had plenty of time to prepare, for their sun must have given its first warnings many years before the final detonation. Everything that they wished to preserve, all the fruits of their genius, they brought here to this distant world in the days before the end, hoping that some other race would find them, and that they would not be utterly forgotten. If only they had a little more time. They could travel freely enough between the planets of their own sun, but they had not yet learned to cross the interstellar gulfs, and the nearest solar system was 100 light-years away. Even if they had not been so disturbingly human as their sculpture shows, we could not have helped admiring them and grieving for their fate. They left thousands of visual records and the machines for projecting them, together with elaborate pictorial instructions from which it will not be difficult to learn their written language. We have examined many of these records and brought to light for the first time in 6,000 years the warmth and beauty of a civilization which in so many ways must have been superior to our own. Perhaps they only showed us the best, and one can hardly blame them, but their worlds were very lovely, and their cities were built with a grace that matches anything of ours. We have watched them at work and play, and listened to their musical speech sounding across the centuries. One scene is still before my eyes, a group of children on a beach of strange blue sand, playing in the waves as children play on earth. And sinking into the sea, still warm and friendly and life-giving, is the sun that will soon turn traitor and obliterate all this innocent happiness. Perhaps if we had not been so far from home and so vulnerable to loneliness, we should not have been so deeply moved. Many of us had seen the ruins of ancient civilizations on other worlds, but they had never affected us so profoundly. This tragedy was unique. It was one thing for a race to fail and die, as nations and cultures have done on Earth, but to be destroyed so completely in the full flower of its achievement, leaving no survivors. How could that be reconciled with the mercy of God? My colleagues have asked me that, and I have given what answers I can. Perhaps you could have done better, Father Loyola, but I have found nothing in the Exercitia Spiritualia that helps me here. They were not an evil people. I do not know what gods they worshipped, if indeed they worshipped any. But I have looked back at them across the centuries, and have watched while the loveliness they used their last strength to preserve was brought forth again into the light of their shrunken sun. I know the answers that my colleagues will give when they get back to Earth. They will say that the universe has no purpose and no plan, that since 100 suns explode every year in our galaxy, at this very moment some race is dying in the depths of space. Whether that race has done good or evil during its lifetime will make no difference in the end. There is no divine justice, for there is no God. Yet, of course, what we have seen proves nothing of the sort. Anyone who argues thus is being swayed by emotion, not logic. God has no need to justify his actions to man. He who built the universe can destroy it when he chooses. It is arrogance, it is perilously near blasphemy, for us to say what he may or may not do. This I could have accepted, hard though it is to look upon whole worlds and peoples thrown into the furnace. But there comes a point when even the deepest faith must falter. And now, as I look at my calculations, I know I have reached that point at last. We could not tell, before we reached the nebula, how long ago the explosion took place. Now, from the astronomical evidence and the record in the rocks of that one surviving planet, I have been able to date it very exactly. I know in what year the light of this colossal conflagration reached Earth. I know how brilliantly the supernova whose corpse now dwindles behind our speeding ship once shone in terrestrial skies. I know how it must have blazed low in the east before sunrise, like a beacon in that oriental dawn. There can be no reasonable doubt. The ancient mystery is solved at last. Yet, oh God, there were so many stars you could have used. What was the need to give these people to the fire, that the symbol of their passing might shine above Bethlehem? A Sound of Thunder by Ray Bradbury. The sign on the wall seemed to quaver under a film of sliding warm water. Eccles felt his eyelids blink over his stare, and the sign burned in this momentary darkness. Times Safari Incorporated. Safaris to any year in the past. You name the animal. We take you there. You shoot it. A warm phlegm gathered in Eccles' throat. He swallowed and pushed it down. The muscles around his mouth formed a smile as he put his hand slowly out upon the air, and in that hand waved a check for $10,000 to the man behind the desk. Does this safari guarantee I come back alive? We guarantee nothing, said the official, except the dinosaurs. He turned. This is Mr. Travis, your safari guide in the past. He'll tell you what and where to shoot. If he says no shooting, no shooting. If you disobey instructions, there's a stiff penalty of another $10,000 plus possible government action on your return. Eccles glanced across the vast office at a mass and tangle, a snaking and humming of wire and steel boxes, at an aurora that flickered, now orange, now silver, now blue. There was a sound like a gigantic bonfire burning all of time, all the years and all the parchment calendars, all the hours piled high and set aflame. A touch of the hand, and this burning would, on the instant, beautifully reverse itself. Eccles remembered the wording in the advertisements to the letter. Out of chars and ashes, out of dust and coals, like golden salamanders, the old years, the green years might leap. Roses sweeten the air, white hair turn Irish black, wrinkles vanish. All, everything fly back to seed, flee death, rush down to their beginnings. Suns rise in western skies and set in glorious easts. Moons eat themselves opposite to the custom. All and everything cupping one in another like Chinese boxes, rabbits in hats. All and everything returning to the fresh death, the seed death, the green death, to the time before the beginning. A touch of a hand might do it. The merest touch of a hand. Hell and damn, Eccles breathed, the light of the machine on his thin face. A real time machine. He shook his head. Makes you think. If the election had gone badly yesterday, I might be here now running away from the results. Thank God Keith won, He'll make a fine President of the United States." "Yes," said the man behind the desk. "We're lucky. If Deutscher had gotten in, we'd have the worst kind of dictatorship. There's an anti-everything man for you. A militarist, anti-Christ, anti-human, anti-intellectual. People called us up, you know, joking but not joking. Said if Deutscher became president, they wanted to go live in 1492. Of course, it's not our business to conduct escapes, but to form safaris. Anyway, Keith's president now. All you got to worry about is shooting my dinosaur." Eccles finished it for him. "A Tyrannosaurus rex, the thunder lizard, the damnedest monster in history. Sign this release. Anything happens to you, we're not responsible. Those dinosaurs are hungry." Eccles flushed angrily. "Trying to scare me?" "Frankly, yes. We don't want anyone going who will panic at the first shot. 6 safari leaders were killed last year, and a dozen hunters. We're here to give you the damnedest thrill a real hunter ever asked for, traveling you back 60 million years to bag the biggest damn gain in all time. Your personal check's still there. Tear it up." Mr. Eccles looked at the check for a long time. His fingers twitched. "Good luck," said the man behind the desk. "Mr. Travis, he's all yours." They moved silently across the room, taking their guns with them, toward the machine, toward the silver metal and the roaring light. First a day, and then a night, and then a day, and then a night. Then it was day, night, day, night, day. A week, a month, a year, a decade. A.D. 2055. A.D. 2019. 1999. 1957. Gone. The machine roared. They put on their oxygen helmets and tested the intercoms. Eccles swayed on the padded seat, his face pale, his jaws stiff. He felt the trembling in his arms, and he looked down and found his hands tight on the new rifle. There were 4 other men in the machine: Travis, the safari leader, his assistants, L'Esperance, and 2 other hunters, Billings and Kramer. They sat looking at each other, and the years blazed around them. "Can these guns get a dinosaur cold?" Eccles felt his mouth saying. "If you hit them right," said Travis on the helmet radio. "Some dinosaurs have 2 brains, one in the head, another far down the spinal column. We stay away from those. That's stretching luck. Put your first 2 shots into the eyes, if you can, blind them, and go back into the brain." The machine howled. Time was a film run backward. Suns fled, and 10 million moons fled after them. "Good God," said Eccles. "Every hunter that ever lived would envy us today. This makes Africa seem like Illinois." The machine slowed. Its scream fell to a murmur. The machine stopped. The sun stopped in the sky. The fog that had enveloped the machine blew away, and they were in an old time, a very old time indeed. 3 hunters and 2 safari heads with their blue metal guns across their knees. "Christ isn't born yet," said Travis. "Moses has not gone to the mountain to talk with God. The pyramids are still in the earth, waiting to be cut out and put up. Remember that. Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, none of them exists." The men nodded. "That," Mr. Travis pointed, "is the jungle of 60,002,055 years before President Keith." He indicated a metal path that struck off into green wilderness over steaming swamp among giant ferns and palms. "And that," he said, "is the path laid by Time Safari for your use. It floats 6 inches above the earth, doesn't touch so much as 1 grass blade, flower, or tree. It's an anti-gravity metal. Its purpose is to keep you from touching this world of the past in any way. Stay on the path. Don't go off it. I repeat, don't go off, for any reason. If you fall off, there's a penalty. And don't shoot any animal we don't okay." Why? Asked Eccles. They sat in the ancient wilderness. Far birds' cries blew on a wind, and the smell of tar and an old salt sea, moist grasses, and flowers the color of blood. We don't want to change the future. We don't belong here in the past. The government doesn't like us here. We have to pay big graft to keep our franchise. A time machine is damn finicky business. Not knowing it, we might kill an important animal, a small bird, a roach, a flower even, thus destroying an important link in a growing species. Well, that's not clear, said Eccles. All right, Travis continued. Say we accidentally kill one mouse here. That means all the future families of this one particular mouse are destroyed, right? Right. And all the families of that one mouse. With a stamp of your foot, you annihilate first one, then a dozen, then 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000 possible mice. So they're dead, said Eccles. So what? So what? Travis snorted quietly. Well, what about the foxes that'll need those mice to survive? For want of 10 mice, a fox dies. For want of 10 foxes, a lion starves. For want of a lion, all manner of insects, vultures, infinite billions of life forms are thrown into chaos and destruction. Eventually it all boils down to this. 59 million years later, a caveman, one of a dozen on the entire world, goes hunting wild boar or saber-toothed tiger for food. But you, friend, have stepped on all the tigers in that region by stepping on one single mouse. So the caveman starves. And the caveman, please note, is not just any expendable man, no. He is an entire future nation. From his loins would have sprung 10 sons. From their loins 100 sons, and thus onward to a civilization. Destroy this one man, and you destroy a race, a people, an entire history of life. It is comparable to slaying some of Adam's grandchildren. The stomp of your foot on one mouse could start an earthquake, the effects of which could shake our earth and destinies down through time to their very foundations. With the death of that one caveman, 1 billion others yet unborn are throttled in the womb. Perhaps Rome never rises on its 7 hills. Perhaps Europe is forever a dark forest, and only Asia waxes healthy and teeming. Step on a mouse and you crush the pyramids. Step on a mouse and you leave your print like a Grand Canyon across eternity. Queen Elizabeth might never be born. Washington might not cross the Delaware. There might never be a United States at all. So be careful. Stay on the path. Never step off. I see, said Eccles. Then it wouldn't pay for us even to touch the grass? Correct. Crushing certain plants could add up infinitesimally. A little error here would multiply in 60 million years, all out of proportion. Of course, maybe our theory is wrong. Maybe time can't be changed by us. Or maybe it can be changed only in little, subtle ways. A dead mouse here makes an insect imbalance there. A population disproportion later, a bad harvest further on, a depression, mass starvation, and finally a change in social temperament in far-flung countries. Something much more subtle, like that. Perhaps only a soft breath, a whisper, a hair, pollen on the air. Such a slight change that unless you looked close you wouldn't see it. Who knows? Who really can say he knows? We don't know. We're guessing. But until we do know for certain whether our messing around in time can make a big roar or a little rustle in history, we're being damn careful. This machine, this path, your clothing and bodies were sterilized, as you know, before the journey. We wear these oxygen helmets so we can't introduce our bacteria into an ancient atmosphere. How do we know which animals to shoot? They're marked with red paint, said Travis. Today, before our journey, we sent L'Esperance here back with the machine. He came to this particular era and followed certain animals. Studying them? Right, said L'Esperance. I track them through their entire existence, noting which of them lives longest. Very few. How many times they mate? Not often. Life's short. When I find one that's going to die when a tree falls on him, or one that drowns in a tar pit, I note the exact hour, minute, and second. I shoot a paint bomb. It leaves a red patch on his hide. We can't miss it. Then I correlate our arrival in the past, so that we meet the monster not more than 2 minutes before he would have died anyway. This way, we kill only animals with no future, that are never going to mate again. You see how careful we are? But if you came back this morning in time, said Eccles eagerly, you must have bumped into us. Our safari. How'd it turn out? Was it successful? Did all of us get through? Alive? Travis and L'Esperance gave each other a look. That'd be a paradox, said the latter. Time doesn't permit that sort of mess, a man meeting himself. When such occasions threaten, time steps aside, like an airplane hitting an air pocket. You felt the machine jump just before we stopped? That was us passing ourselves on the way back to the future. We saw nothing. There's no way of telling if this expedition was a success, if we got our monster, or whether all of us, meaning you, Mr. Eccles, got out alive. Eccles smiled palely. Cut that, said Travis sharply. Everyone on his feet. They were ready to leave the machine. The jungle was high, and the jungle was broad, and the jungle was the entire world forever and ever. Sounds like music and sounds like flying tents filled the sky. And those were pterodactyls soaring with cavernous gray wings, gigantic bats out of a delirium and a night fever. Eccles, balanced on the narrow path, aimed his rifle playfully. Stop that, said Travis. Don't even aim for fun, damn it. If your gun should go off... Eccles flushed. Where's our Tyrannosaurus? L'Esperance checked his wristwatch. Up ahead. We'll bisect his trail in 60 seconds. Look for the red paint, for Christ's sake. Don't shoot till we give the word. Stay on the path. Stay on the path. They moved forward in the wind of morning. Strange, murmured Eccles. Up ahead, 60 million years. Election day over. Keith made president. Everyone celebrating. And here we are, 1 million years lost, and they don't exist. The things we worried about for months, a lifetime, not even born or thought about yet. Safety catches off, everyone, ordered Travis. You, first shot, Eccles. Second, Billings. Third, Kramer. I've hunted tiger, wild boar, buffalo, elephant, but Jesus, this is it, said Eccles. I'm shaking like a kid. Ah, said Travis. Everyone stopped. Travis raised his hand. Ahead, he whispered. In the mist. There he is. There's his royal majesty now. The jungle was wide and full of twitterings, rustlings, murmurs, and sighs. Suddenly it all ceased, as if someone had shut a door. Silence. A sound of thunder. Out of the mist, 100 yards away, came Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jesus, God, whispered Eccles. Shh. It came on great, oiled, resilient, striding legs. It towered 30 feet above half of the trees, a great evil god folding its delicate watchmaker claws close to its oily reptilian chest. Each lower leg was a piston, 1,000 pounds of white bone, sunk in thick ropes of muscle, sheathed over in a gleam of pebbled skin like the mail of a terrible warrior. Each thigh was a ton of meat, ivory and steel mesh. And from the great breathing cage of the upper body, those 2 delicate arms dangled out front, arms with hands which might pick up and examine men like toys, while the snake neck coiled. And the head itself, a ton of sculptured stone, lifted easily upon the sky. Its mouth gaped, exposing offensive teeth like daggers. Its eyes rolled, ostrich eggs, empty of all expression save hunger. It closed its mouth in a death grin. It ran, its pelvic bones crushing aside trees and bushes, its taloned feet clawing damp earth, leaving prints 6 inches deep wherever it settled its weight. It ran with a gliding ballet step, far too poised and balanced for its 10 tons. It moved into a sunlit arena warily, its beautiful reptile hands feeling the air. My God! Eccles twitched his mouth. He could reach up and grab the moon. Shh! Travis jerked angrily. He hasn't seen us yet. It can't be killed. Eccles pronounced this verdict quietly, as if there could be no argument. He had weighed the evidence, and this was his considered opinion. The rifle in his hand seemed a cap gun. We were fools to come. This is impossible. Shut up, hissed Travis. Nightmare. Turn around, commanded Travis. Walk quietly to the machine. We'll remit 1/2 your fee. I didn't realize it would be this big, said Eccles. I miscalculated, that's all, and now I want out. It sees us. There's the red paint on its chest. The thunder lizard raised itself. Its armored flesh glittered like 1,000 green coins. The coins, crusted with slime, steamed. In the slime, tiny insects wriggled, so that the entire body seemed to twitch and undulate, even while the monster itself did not move. It exhaled. The stink of raw flesh blew down the wilderness. Get me out of here, said Eccles. It was never like this before. I was always sure I'd come through alive. I had good guides, good safaris, and safety. This time I figured wrong. I've met my match and admit it. This is too much for me to get hold of. Don't run, said L'Espérance. Turn around. Hide in the machine. Yes. Eccles seemed to be numb. He looked at his feet as if trying to make them move. He gave a grunt of helplessness. Eccles! He took a few steps, blinking, shuffling. Not that way! The monster, at the first motion, lunged forward with a terrible scream. It covered 100 yards in 4 seconds. The rifles jerked up and blazed fire. A windstorm from the beast's mouth engulfed them in the stench of slime and old blood. The monster roared, teeth glittering with sun. Eccles, not looking back, walked blindly to the edge of the path, his gun limp in his arms, stepped off the path, and walked, not knowing it, in the jungle. His feet sank into green moss. His legs moved him, and he felt alone and remote from the events behind. The rifles cracked again. Their sound was lost in shriek and lizard thunder. The great lever of the reptile's tail swung up, lashed sideways. Trees exploded in clouds of leaf and branch. The monster twitched its jeweler's hands down to fondle at the men, to twist them in half, to crush them like berries, to cram them into its teeth and its screaming throat. Its boulder stone eyes leveled with the men. They saw themselves mirrored. They fired at the metallic eyelids and the blazing black iris. Like a stone idol, like a mountain avalanche, Tyrannosaurus fell. Thundering, it clutched trees, pulled them with it. It wrenched and tore the metal path. The men flung themselves back and away. The body hit, 10 tons of cold flesh and stone. The guns fired. The monster lashed its armored tail, twitched its snake jaws, and lay still. A fount of blood spurted from its throat. Somewhere inside, a sack of fluids burst. Sickening gushes drenched the hunters. They stood, red and glistening. The thunder faded. The jungle was silent. After the avalanche, a green peace. After the nightmare, morning. Billings and Kramer sat on the pathway and threw up. Travis and L'Espérance stood with smoking rifles, cursing steadily. In the time machine, on his face, Eccles lay shivering. He had found his way back to the path, climbed into the machine. Travis came walking, glanced at Eccles, took cotton gauze from a metal box, and returned to the others who were sitting on the path. Clean up. They wiped the blood from their helmets. They began to curse, too. The monster lay, a hill of solid flesh. Within, you could hear the sighs and murmurs as the furthest chambers of it died, the organs malfunctioning, liquids running a final instant from pocket to sac to spleen, everything shutting off, closing up forever. It was like standing by a wrecked locomotive or a steam shovel at quitting time, all valves being released or levered tight. Bones cracked, the tonnage of its own flesh off balance, dead weight, snapped the delicate forearms caught underneath. The meat settled, quivering. Another cracking sound. Overhead a gigantic tree branch broke from its heavy mooring, fell. It crashed upon the dead beast with finality. There. L'Esperance checked his watch. Right on time. That's the giant tree that was scheduled to fall and kill this animal originally. He glanced at the two hunters. You want the trophy picture? What? We can't take a trophy back to the future. The body has to stay right here where it would have died originally, so the insects, birds, and bacteria can get at it as they were intended to. Everything in balance. The body stays. But we can take a picture of you standing near it. The two men tried to think, but gave up, shaking their heads. They let themselves be led along the metal path. They sank wearily into the machine cushions. They gazed back at the ruined monster, the stagnating mound, where already strange reptilian birds and golden insects were busy at the steaming armor. A sound on the floor of the time machine stiffened them. Eccles sat there, shivering. I'm sorry, he said at last. Get up, cried Travis. Eccles got up. Go out on that path alone, said Travis. He had his rifle pointed. You're not coming back in the machine. We're leaving you here. L'Esperance seized Travis' arm. Wait! Stay out of this! Travis shook his hand away. This son of a bitch nearly killed us. But it isn't that so much. Hell no, it's his shoes. Look at them. He ran off the path. My God, that ruins us. Christ knows how much we'll forfeit. Tens of thousands of dollars of insurance. We guarantee no one leaves the path. He left it. Oh, the damn fool. I'll have to report to the government. They might revoke our license to travel. God knows what he's done to time, to history. Take it easy. All he did was kick up some dirt. How do we know? Cried Travis. We don't know anything. It's all a damn mystery. Get out there, Eccles. Eccles fumbled his shirt. I'll pay anything. $100,000. Travis glared at Eccles' checkbook and spat. Go out there. The monster's next to the path. Stick your arms up to your elbows in his mouth. Then you can come back with us. That's unreasonable. The monster's dead, you yellow bastard. The bullets can't be left behind. They don't belong in the past. They might change something. Here's my knife. Dig them out. The jungle was alive again, full of the old tremorings and bird cries. Eccles turned slowly to regard that primeval garbage dump, that hill of nightmares and terror. After a long time, like a sleepwalker, he shuffled out along the path. He returned, shuddering, 5 minutes later, his arms soaked and red to the elbows. He held out his hands. Each held a number of steel bullets. Then he fell. He lay where he fell, not moving. You didn't have to make him do that, said L'Esperance. Didn't I? Too early to tell. Travis nudged the still body. He'll live. Next time he won't go hunting game like this. Okay. He jerked his thumb wearily at L'Esperance. Switch on. Let's go home. 1492. 1776. 1812. They cleaned their hands and faces. They changed their caking shirts and pants. Eccles was up and around again, not speaking. Travis glared at him for a full 10 minutes. Don't look at me, cried Eccles. I haven't done anything. Who can tell? Just ran off the path, that's all. A little mud on my shoes. What do you want me to do? Get down and pray? We might need it. I'm warning you, Eccles. I might kill you yet. I've got my gun ready. I'm innocent. I've done nothing. 1999. 2000. 2055. The machine stopped. "Get out," said Travis. The room was there as they had left it, but not the same as they had left it. The same man sat behind the same desk, but the same man did not quite sit behind the same desk. Travis looked around swiftly. "Everything okay here?" he snapped. "Fine. Welcome home." Travis did not relax. He seemed to be looking at the very atoms of the air itself, at the way the sun poured through the one high window. "Okay, Eccles, get out. Don't ever come back." Eccles could not move. "You heard me," said Travis. "What are you staring at?" Eccles stood smelling of the air, and there was a thing to the air, a chemical taint so subtle, so slight, that only a faint cry of his subliminal senses warned him it was there. The colors, white, gray, blue, orange, in the wall, in the furniture, in the sky beyond the window were, and there was a feel. His flesh twitched. His hands twitched. He stood drinking the oddness with the pores of his body. Somewhere, someone must have been screaming one of those whistles that only a dog can hear. His body screamed silence in return. Beyond this room, beyond this wall, beyond this man who was not quite the same man seated at this desk that was not quite the same desk, lay an entire world of streets and people. What sort of world it was now there was no telling. He could feel them moving there, beyond the walls, almost, like so many chess pieces blown in a dry wind. But the immediate thing was the sign painted on the office wall, the same sign he had read earlier today on first entering. Somehow the sign had changed. Times Safari Incorporated. TYME. SEFARI. INC. Period. Safaris to any year in the past. SEFARIS. TU. ANY. YEER. ENTHEPAST. You name the animal. YU. NAIMTHEANIMALL. We take you there. WEE. TAEK. YOUTHAIR. You shoot it. YU. SHOOTITT. Eccles felt himself fall into a chair. He fumbled crazily at the thick slime on his boots. He held up a clod of dirt, trembling. "No, it can't be. Not a little thing like that. No!" Embedded in the mud, glistening green and gold and black, was a butterfly, very beautiful and very dead. Not a little thing like that. Not a butterfly! Cried Eccles. It fell to the floor, an exquisite thing, a small thing that could upset balances and knock down a line of small dominoes, and then big dominoes, and then gigantic dominoes, all down the years across time. Eccles' mind whirled. It couldn't change things. Killing one butterfly couldn't be that important. Could it? His face was cold. His mouth trembled, asking, Who won the presidential election yesterday?" The man behind the desk laughed. "You joking? You know damn well. Deutscher, of course. Who else? Not that damn weakling Keith. We got an Iron Man now, a man with guts, by God." The official stopped. "What's wrong?" Eccles moaned. He dropped to his knees. He scrabbled at the golden butterfly with shaking fingers. "Can't we?" He pleaded to the world, to himself, to the officials, to the machine. "Can't we take it back? Can't we make it alive again? Can't we start over? Can't we—" He did not move. Eyes shut, he waited, shivering. He heard Travis breathe loud in the room. He heard Travis shift his rifle, click the safety catch, and raise the weapon. There was a sound of thunder. The Year of the Jackpot. Robert A. Heinlein. At first Potiphar Breen did not notice the girl who was undressing. She was standing at a bus stop only 10 feet away. He was indoors, but that would not have kept him from noticing. He was seated in a drugstore booth adjacent to the bus stop. There was nothing between Potiphar and the young lady but plate glass and an occasional pedestrian. Nevertheless, he did not look up when she began to peel. Propped up in front of him was a Los Angeles Times. Beside it, still unopened, were the Herald Express and the Daily News. He was scanning the newspaper carefully, but the headline stories got only a passing glance. He noted the maximum and minimum temperatures in Brownsville, Texas, and entered them in a neat black notebook. He did the same with the closing prices of 3 blue chips and 2 dogs on the New York Exchange, as well as the total number of shares. He then began a rapid sifting of minor news stories, from time to time entering briefs of them in his little book. The items he recorded seemed randomly unrelated. Among them a publicity release in which Miss National Cottage Cheese Week announced that she intended to marry and have 12 children by a man who could prove that he had been a lifelong vegetarian. A circumstantial but wildly unlikely flying saucer report, and a call for prayers for rain throughout Southern California. Potiphar had just written down the names and addresses of 3 residents of Watts, California, who had been miraculously healed at a tent meeting of the God is All First Truth Brethren by the Reverend Dickie Bottomley, the 8-year-old evangelist, and was preparing to tackle the Herald Express, when he glanced over his reading glasses and saw the amateur ecdysiast on the street corner outside. He stood up, placed his glasses in their case, folded the newspapers, and put them carefully in his right coat pocket, counted out the exact amount of his check, and added 25 cents. He then took his raincoat from a hook, placed it over his arm, and went outside. By now the girl was practically down to the buff. It seemed to Potiphar Breen that she had quite a lot of buff. Nevertheless, she had not pulled much of a house. The corner newsboy had stopped hawking his disasters and was grinning at her, and a mixed pair of transvestites who were apparently waiting for the bus had their eyes on her. None of the passers-by stopped. They glanced at her, then with the self-conscious indifference to the unusual of the true Southern Californian, they went on their various ways. The transvestites were frankly staring. The male member of the team wore a frilly feminine blouse, but his skirt was a conservative Scottish kilt. His female companion wore a business suit and Homburg hat. She stared with lively interest. As Breen approached, the girl hung a scrap of nylon on the bus-stop bench, then reached for her shoes. A police officer, looking hot and unhappy, crossed with the lights and came up to them. "Okay," he said in a tired voice. "That'll be all, lady. Get them duds back on and clear out of here." The female transvestite took a cigar out of her mouth. "Just," she said, "what business is it of yours, officer?" The cop turned to her. "Keep out of this." He ran his eyes over her get-up, that of her companion. "I ought to run both of you in, too." The transvestite raised her eyebrows. "Arrest us for being clothed? Arrest her for not being? I think I'm going to like this." She turned to the girl, who was standing still and saying nothing, as if she were puzzled by what was going on. "I'm a lawyer, dear." She pulled a card from her vest pocket. "If this uniformed Neanderthal persists in annoying you, I'd be delighted to handle him." The man in the kilt said, "Grace, please." She shook him off. "Quiet, Norman. This is our business." She went on to the policeman. "Well, call the wagon. In the meantime, my client will answer no questions." The official looked unhappy enough to cry, and his face was getting dangerously red. Breen quietly stepped forward and slipped his raincoat around the shoulders of the girl. She looked startled and spoke for the first time. Thanks." She pulled the coat about her, cape fashion. The female attorney glanced at Breen, then back to the cop. "Well, officer, ready to arrest us?" He shoved his face close to hers. "I ain't going to give you the satisfaction." He sighed and added, "Thanks, Mr. Breen. You know this lady?" "I'll take care of her. You can forget it, Kowalski." "I sure hope so. If she's with you, I'll do just that. But get her out of here, Mr. Breen, please." The lawyer interrupted. "Just a moment. You're interfering with my client." Kowalski said, "Shut up, you. You heard Mr. Breen. She's with him, right, Mr. Breen?" "Well, yes, I'm a friend. I'll take care of her." The transvestite said suspiciously, "I didn't hear her say that." Her companion said, "Grace, please. There's our bus." "And I didn't hear her say she was your client," the cop retorted. "You look like a—" His words were drowned out by the bus's brakes. "And besides that, if you don't climb on that bus and get off my territory, I'll— "You'll what?" "Grace, we'll miss our bus." "Just a moment, Norman. Dear, is this man really a friend of yours? Are you with him?" The girl looked uncertainly at Breen, then said in a low voice, "Yes, that's right." "Well—" The lawyer's companion pulled at her arm. She shoved her card into Breen's hand and got on the bus. It pulled away. Breen pocketed the card. Kowalski wiped his forehead. "Why did you do it, lady?" he said peevishly. The girl looked puzzled. I don't know." "You hear that, Mr. Breen? That's what they all say. And if you pull 'em in, there's 6 more the next day. The chief said—" He sighed. "The chief said, well, if I had arrested her like that female shyster wanted me to, I'd be out at 196th and plowed ground tomorrow morning thinking about retirement. So get her out of here, will you?" The girl said, "But—" "No buts, lady. Just be glad a real gentleman like Mr. Breen is willing to help you." He gathered up her clothes, handed them to her. When she reached for them, she again exposed an uncustomary amount of skin. Kowalski hastily gave them to Breen instead, who crowded them into his coat pockets. She let Breen lead her to where his car was parked, got in and tucked the raincoat around her so that she was rather more dressed than a girl usually is. She looked at him. She saw a medium-sized and undistinguished man who was slipping down the wrong side of 35 and looked older. His eyes had that mild and slightly naked look of the habitual spectacles wearer who is not at the moment with glasses. His hair was gray at the temples and thin on top. His herringbone suit, black shoes, white shirt, and neat tie smacked more of the East than of California. He saw a face which he classified as pretty and wholesome, rather than beautiful and glamorous. It was topped by a healthy mop of light brown hair. He set her age at 25, give or take 18 months. He smiled gently, climbed in without speaking, and started his car. He turned up Doheny Drive and east on Sunset. Near La Cienega, he slowed down. "Feeling better?" "I guess so, Mr. Breen?" "Call me Potiphar. What's your name? Don't tell me if you don't want to." "Me? I'm Meade Barstow." "Thank you, Meade. Where do you want to go? Home?" "I suppose so. Oh, my, no, I can't go home like this." She clutched the coat tightly to her. "Parents?" "No, my landlady. She'd be shocked to death." "Where, then?" She thought. "Maybe we could stop at a filling station and I could sneak into the ladies' room." Maybe. "See here, Meade. My house is 6 blocks from here and has a garage entrance. You could get inside without being seen." He looked at her. She stared back. "Potiphar, you don't look like a wolf." "Oh, but I am. The worst sort." He whistled and gnashed his teeth. "See? But Wednesday's my day off from it." She looked at him and dimpled. "Oh, well, I'd rather wrestle with you than with Mrs. McGeeth. Let's go." He turned up into the hills. His bachelor diggings were one of the many little frame houses clinging like fungus to the brown slopes of the Santa Monica Mountains. The garage was notched into this hill. The house sat on it. He drove in, cut the ignition, and led her up a teetery inside stairway into the living room. "In there," he said, pointing. "Help yourself." He pulled her clothes out of his coat pockets and handed them to her. She blushed and took them, disappeared into his bedroom. He heard her turn the key in the lock. He settled down in his easy chair, took out his notebook, and opened the Herald Express. He was finishing the Daily News and had added several notes to his collection when she came out. Her hair was neatly rolled. Her face was restored. She had brushed most of the wrinkles out of her skirt. Her sweater was neither too tight nor deep cut, but it was pleasantly filled. She reminded him of well water and farm breakfasts. He took his raincoat from her, hung it up, and said, "Sit down, Meade." She said uncertainly, "I had better go." "Go, if you must, but I had hoped to talk with you." "Well." She sat down on the edge of his couch and looked around. The room was small, but as neat as his necktie, clean as his collar. The fireplace was swept, the floor was bare and polished. Books crowded bookshelves in every possible space. One corner was filled by an elderly flat-top desk. The papers on it were neatly in order. Near it, on its own stand, was a small electric calculator. To her right, French windows gave out on a tiny porch over the garage. Beyond it, she could see the sprawling city. A few neon signs were already blinking. She sat back a little. "This is a nice room, Potiphar. It looks like you." "I take that as a compliment. Thank you." She did not answer. He went on. "Would you like a drink?" "Oh, would I?" She shivered. "I guess I've got the jitters." He got up. "Not surprising. What'll it be?" She took scotch and water, no ice. He was a bourbon and ginger ale man. She had soaked up half her highball in silence, then put it down, squared her shoulders, and said, "Potiphar?" "Yes, Meade?" "Look, if you brought me here to make a pass, I wish you'd go ahead and make it. It won't do you a bit of good, but it makes me nervous to wait for it." He said nothing and did not change his expression. She went on uneasily. "Not that I'd blame you for trying, under the circumstances, and I am grateful, but, well, it's just that I don't—" He came over and took both her hands. "My dear, I haven't the slightest thought of making a pass at you, nor need you feel grateful. I butted in because I was interested in your case." "My case? Are you a doctor? A psychiatrist?" He shook his head. "I'm a mathematician, a statistician, to be precise." "Huh? I don't get it." "Don't worry about it, but I would like to ask some questions. May I?" Sure. I owe you that much, and then some." "You owe me nothing. Want your drink sweetened?" She gulped it and handed him her glass, then followed him out into the kitchen. He did an exact job of measuring and gave it back. "Now, tell me why you took your clothes off." She frowned. "I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I just went crazy." She added, round-eyed, "But I don't feel crazy. Could I go off my rocker and not know it?" "You're not crazy. Not more so than the rest of us," he amended. "Tell me, where did you see someone else do this?" "Huh? But I never have." "Where did you read about it?" "But I haven't." "Wait a minute. Those people up in Canada. Duca-somethings. Duca-bores. That's all? No bearskin swimming parties? No strip poker?" She shook her head. "No. You may not believe it, but I was the kind of a little girl who undressed under her nightie." She colored and added, "I still do, unless I remember to tell myself it's silly." "I believe it. No news stories?" "No. Yes, there was, too. About 2 weeks ago, I think it was. Some girl in a theater, in the audience, I mean. But I thought it was just publicity. You know the stunts they pull here." He shook his head. "It wasn't. February 3rd, the Grand Theater, Mrs. Alvin Copley. Charges dismissed." "Huh? How did you know?" "Excuse me." He went to his desk, dialed the City News Bureau. "Alf, this is Pot Breen. They still sitting on that story?" Yes, the Gypsy Rose file. Any new ones today?" He waited. Meade thought that she could make out swearing. "Take it easy, Alf. This hot weather can't last forever." 9, huh? Well, add another. Santa Monica Boulevard late this afternoon. No arrest," he added. "Nope, nobody got her name. A middle-aged woman with a cast in one eye. I happened to see it." "Who, me? Why would I want to get mixed up? But it's rounding up into a very, very interesting picture." He put the phone down. Meade said, "Cast in one eye, indeed. Shall I call him back and give him your name?" Oh, no. Very well. Now, Meade, we seem to have located the point of contagion in your case, Mrs. Copley. What I'd like to know next is how you felt, what you were thinking about when you did it. She was frowning intently. Wait a minute, Potiphar. Do I understand that 9 other girls have pulled the stunt I pulled? Oh, no. 9 others today. You are, he paused briefly, the 319th case in Los Angeles County since the first of the year. I don't have figures on the rest of the country, but the suggestion to clamp down on the stories came from the Eastern news services when the papers here put our first cases on the wire. That proves that it's a problem elsewhere, too. You mean the women all over the country are peeling off their clothes in public? Well, how shocking. He said nothing. She blushed again and insisted. Well, it is shocking, even if it was me, this time. No, Meade. One case is shocking. Over 300 makes it scientifically interesting. That's why I want to know how it felt. Tell me about it. But, all right, I'll try. I told you I don't know why I did it. I still don't. You remember it? Oh, yes, I remember getting up off the bench and pulling up my sweater. I remember unzipping my skirt. I remembered thinking I would have to hurry as I could see my bus stop 2 blocks down the street. I remember how good it felt when I finally, She paused and looked puzzled. But I still don't know why. What were you thinking about just before you stood up? I don't remember. Visualize the street. What was passing by? Where were your hands? Were your legs crossed or uncrossed? Was there anybody near you? What were you thinking about? Nobody was on the bench with me. I had my hands in my lap. Those characters in the mixed-up clothes were standing nearby, but I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't thinking much, except that my feet hurt and I wanted to get home, and how unbearably hot and sultry it was. Then her eyes became distant. Suddenly I knew what I had to do, and it was very urgent that I do it, so I stood up and I... Her voice became shrill. Take it easy, he said. Don't do it again. Huh? Why, Mr. Breen, I wouldn't do anything like that. Of course not. Then what? Why, you put your raincoat around me, and you know the rest. She faced him. Say, Potiphar, what were you doing with a raincoat? It hasn't rained in weeks. This is the driest, hottest rainy season in years. In 68 years, to be exact. Huh? I carry a raincoat anyhow. Just a notion of mine, but I feel that when it does rain, it's going to rain awfully hard, he added. 40 days and 40 nights, maybe. She decided that he was being humorous and laughed. He went on. Can you remember how you got the idea? She swirled her glass and thought, I simply don't know. He nodded. That's what I expected. I don't understand you. Unless you think I'm crazy, do you? No, I think you had to do it, and could not help it, and don't know why, and can't know why. But you know. She said it accusingly. Maybe. At least I have some figures. Ever take any interest in statistics, Meade? She shook her head. Figures confuse me. Never mind statistics. I want to know why I did what I did. He looked at her very soberly. I think we're lemmings, Meade. She looked puzzled, then horrified. You mean those little furry mouse-like creatures? The ones that... Yes, the ones that periodically make a death migration until millions, hundreds of millions of them drown themselves in the sea. Ask a lemming why he does it. If you could get him to slow up his rush toward death, even money says he would rationalize his answer as well as any college graduate. But he does it because he has to. And so do we. That's a horrid idea, Potiphar. Maybe. Come here, Meade. I'll show you figures that confuse me, too. He went to his desk and opened a drawer, took out a packet of cards. Here's one. 2 weeks ago, a man sues an entire state legislature for alienation of his wife's affection, and the judge lets the suit be tried. Or this one, a patent application for a device to lay the globe over on its side and warm up the Arctic regions. Patent denied, but the inventor took in over $300,000 in down payments on South Pole real estate before the postal authorities stepped in. Now he's fighting the case, and it looks as if he might win. And here, prominent bishop proposes applied courses in the so-called facts of life in high schools. He put the card away hastily. Here's a dilly. A bill introduced in the Alabama lower house to repeal the laws of atomic energy. Not the present statutes, but the natural laws concerning nuclear physics. The wording makes that plain. He shrugged. How silly can you get? They're crazy. No, Meade. One such is crazy. A lot of them is a lemming death march. No, don't object. I've plotted them on a curve. The last time we had anything like this was the so-called era of wonderful nonsense. But this one is much worse. He delved into a lower drawer, hauled out a graph. The amplitude is more than twice as great, and we haven't reached peak. What the peak will be, I don't dare guess. 3 separate rhythms, reinforcing. She peered at the curves. You mean that the laddie with the Arctic real estate deal is somewhere on this line? He adds to it, and back here on the last crest are the flagpole sitters and the goldfish swallowers and the Ponzi hoax and the marathon dancers and the man who pushed a peanut up Pike's Peak with his nose. You're on the new crest, or you will be when I add you in. She made a face. I don't like it. Neither do I, but it's as clear as a bank statement. This year the human race is letting down its hair, flipping its lip with a finger and saying, wubba, wubba, wubba. She shivered. Do you suppose I could have another drink? Then I'll go. I have a better idea. I owe you a dinner for answering questions. Pick a place and we'll have a cocktail before. She chewed her lip. You don't owe me anything, and I don't feel up to facing a restaurant crowd. I might... No, you wouldn't, he said sharply. It doesn't hit twice. You're sure? Anyhow, I don't want to face a crowd. She glanced at his kitchen door. Have you anything to eat in there? I can cook. Breakfast things, and there's a pound of ground round in the freezer compartment and some rolls. I sometimes make hamburgers when I don't want to go out. She headed for the kitchen. Drunk or sober, fully dressed or naked, I can cook. You'll see. He did see. Open-faced sandwiches with the meat married to toasted buns, and the flavor garnished rather than suppressed by scraped Bermuda onion and thin-sliced dill, a salad made from things she had scrounged out of his refrigerator, potatoes crisp but not vulcanized. They ate it on the tiny balcony, sopping it down with cold beer. He sighed and wiped his mouth. Yes, Meade, you can cook. Some day I'll arrive with proper materials and pay you back. Then I'll prove it. You've already proved it. Nevertheless, I accept. But I tell you 3 times you owe me nothing. No? If you hadn't been a Boy Scout, I'd be in jail. Breen shook his head. The police have orders to keep it quiet at all costs, to keep it from growing. You saw that. And, my dear, you weren't a person to me at the time. I didn't even see your face. You saw plenty else. Truthfully, I didn't look. You were just a statistic. She toyed with her knife and said slowly, I'm not sure, but I think I've just been insulted. In all the 25 years that I've fought men off, more or less successfully, I've been called a lot of names. But a statistic? Why, I ought to take your slide rule and beat you to death with it. My dear young lady, I'm not a lady, that's for sure. But I'm not a statistic. My dear Meade, then, I wanted to tell you, before you did anything hasty, that in college I wrestled varsity middleweight. She grinned and dimpled. That's more the talk a girl likes to hear. I was beginning to be afraid you had been assembled in an adding machine factory. Potty, you're rather a dear. If that is a diminutive of my given name, I like it. But if it refers to my waistline, I resent it. She reached across and patted his stomach. I like your waistline. Lean and hungry men are difficult. If I were cooking for you regularly, I'd really pad it. Is that a proposal? Let it lie, let it lie. Potty, do you really think the whole country's losing its buttons? He sobered at once. "It's worse than that." "Huh?" "Come inside. I'll show you." They gathered up dishes and dumped them in the sink, Breen talking all the while. "As a kid, I was fascinated by numbers. Numbers are pretty things, and they combine in such interesting configurations. I took my degree in math, of course, and got a job as a junior actuary with Midwestern Mutual, the insurance outfit. That was fun. No way on earth to tell when a particular man is going to die, but an absolute certainty that so many men of a certain age group would die before a certain date. The curves were lovely, and they always worked out. Always. You didn't have to know why. You could predict with dead certainty and never know why. The equations worked. The curves were right. I was interested in astronomy, too. It was the one science where individual figures worked out neatly, completely, and accurately, down to the last decimal point the instruments were good for. Compared with astronomy, the other sciences were mere carpentry and kitchen chemistry. I found there were nooks and crannies in astronomy where individual numbers won't do, where you have to go over to statistics, and I became even more interested. I joined the Variable Star Association, and I might have gone into astronomy professionally instead of what I'm in now, business consultation, if I hadn't gotten interested in something else. "Business consultation?" repeated Meade. "Income tax work?" "Oh, no, that's too elementary. I'm the numbers boy for a firm of industrial engineers. I can tell a rancher exactly how many of his Hereford bull calves will be sterile, or I tell a motion picture producer how much rain insurance to carry on location, or maybe how big a company in a particular line must be to carry its own risk in industrial accidents. And I'm right. I'm always right." "Wait a minute. Seems to me a big company would have to have insurance." "Contrariwise, a really big corporation begins to resemble a statistical universe." "Huh? Never mind. I got interested in something else. Cycles. Cycles are everything, Meade, and everywhere. The tides, the seasons, wars, love. Everybody knows that in the spring the young man's fancy lightly turns to what the girls never stop thinking about. But did you know that it runs in an 18-year-plus cycle as well, and that a girl born at the wrong swing of the curve doesn't stand nearly as good a chance as her older or younger sister?" "What? Is that why I'm a doddering old maid?" "You're 25? He pondered. "Maybe. But your chances are picking up again. The curve is swinging up. Anyhow, remember, you are just one statistic. The curve applies to the group. Some girls get married every year, anyhow." "Don't call me a statistic." "Sorry. And marriages match up with acreage planted to wheat, with wheat cresting ahead. You could almost say that planting wheat makes people get married." "Sounds silly." "It is silly. The whole notion of cause and effect is probably superstition. But the same cycle shows a peak in house building right after a peak in marriages. Every time." "Well, now that makes sense." "Does it? How many newlyweds do you know who can afford to build a house? You might as well blame it on wheat acreage. We don't know why. It just is. Sunspots, maybe? You can correlate sunspots with stock prices, or Columbia River salmon, or women's skirts, and you are just as much justified in blaming short skirts for sunspots as you are in blaming sunspots for salmon. We don't know, but the curves go on just the same." "But there has to be some reason behind it." "Does there? That's mere assumption. A fact has no why. There it stands, self-demonstrating. Why did you take your clothes off today?" She frowned. "That's not fair." "Maybe not. But I want to show you why I'm worried." He went into the bedroom, came out with a large roll of tracing paper. "We'll spread it on the floor. Here they are, all of them. The 54-year cycle. See the Civil War there? See how it matches in? The 18 1/3-year cycle, the 9+ cycle, the 41-month shorty, the 3 rhythms of sunspots, everything, all combined in one grand chart. Mississippi River floods, fur catches in Canada, stock market prices, marriages, epidemics, freight car loadings, bank clearings, locust plagues, divorces, tree growth, wars, rainfall, earth magnetism, building construction patents applied for, murders, you name it, I've got it there." She stared at the bewildering array of wavy lines. "But, Potty, what does it mean?" "It means that these things all happen in regular rhythm, whether we like it or not. It means that when skirts are due to go up, all the stylists in Paris can't make 'em go down. It means that when prices are going down, all the controls and supports and government planning can't make 'em go up." He pointed to a curve. "Take a look at the grocery ads. Then turn to the financial page and read how the big brains try to double-talk their way out of it. It means that when an epidemic is due, it happens, despite all the public health efforts. It means we're lemmings." She pulled her lip. "I don't like it. I am the master of my fate, and so forth. I've got free will, Potty. I know I have. I can feel it." "I imagine every little neutron in an atom bomb feels the same way. He can go spung, or he can sit still, just as he pleases. But statistical mechanics work out anyhow, and the bomb goes off, which is what I'm leading up to. See anything odd there, Meade?" She studied the chart, trying not to let the curving lines confuse her. "They sort of bunch up over at the right end." "You're darn tootin' they do. See that dotted vertical line? That's right now, and things are bad enough. But take a look at that solid vertical. That's about 6 months from now, and that's when we get it. Look at the cycles, the long ones, the short ones, all of them. Every single last one of them reaches either a trough or a crest exactly on, or almost on, that line." "That's bad? What do you think?" 3 of the big ones troughed in 1929, and the Depression almost ruined us, even with the big 54-year cycle supporting things. Now we've got the big one troughing, and the few crests are not things that help. I mean to say, tent caterpillars and influenza don't do us any good. Meade, if statistics mean anything, this tired old planet hasn't seen a jackpot like this since Eve went into the apple business. I'm scared." She searched his face. "Potty, you're not simply having fun with me. You know I can't check up on you." "I wish to heaven I were. No, Meade, I can't fool about numbers. I wouldn't know how. This is it. The year of the jackpot." She was very silent as he drove her home. As they approached West Los Angeles, she said, "Potty?" "Yes, Meade?" "What do we do about it?" "What do you do about a hurricane? You pull in your ears. What can you do about an atom bomb? You try to outguess it, not be there when it goes off. What else can you do?" "Oh." She was silent for a few moments, then added, "Potty, will you tell me which way to jump?" "Huh? Oh, sure, if I can figure it out." He took her to her door, turned to go. She said, "Potty?" He faced her. "Yes, me?" She grabbed his head, shook it, then kissed him fiercely on the mouth. "There. Is that just a statistic?" No." "It had better not be," she said dangerously. "Potty, I think I'm going to have to change your curve." Part 2. Russians reject UN note. Missouri flood damage exceeds 1951 record. Mississippi Messiah defies court. Nudist convention storms Bailey's Beach. British-Iran talks still deadlocked. Faster-than-light weapon promised. Typhoon doubling back on Manila. Marriage solemnized on floor of Hudson. New York, 13 July. In a specially constructed diving suit built for 2, Meredith Smith, Cafe Society headline girl, and Prince Augie Schleswig of New York and the Riviera were united today by Bishop Dalton in a service televised with the aid of the Navy's ultra-new. As the year of the jackpot progressed, Breen took melancholy pleasure in adding to the data which proved that the curve was sagging as predicted. The undeclared World War continued its bloody, blundering way at 6 spots around a tortured globe. Breen did not chart it. The headlines were there for anyone to read. He concentrated on the odd facts in the other pages of the papers, facts which, taken singly, meant nothing, but taken together showed a disastrous trend. He listed stock market prices, rainfall, wheat futures, but it was the silly season items which fascinated him. To be sure, some humans were always doing silly things. But at what point had prime damn foolishness become commonplace? When, for example, had the zombie-like professional models become accepted ideals of American womanhood? What were the gradations between National Cancer Week and National Athlete's Foot Week? On what day had the American people finally taken leave of horse sense? Take transvestism. Male and female dress customs were arbitrary, but they had seemed to be deeply rooted in the culture. When did the breakdown start? With Marlene Dietrich's tailored suits? By the late 40s, there was no male article of clothing that a woman could not wear in public. But when had men started to slip over the line? Should he count the psychological cripples who had made the word drag a byword in Greenwich Village and Hollywood long before this outbreak? Or were they wild shots not belonging on the curve? Did it start with some unknown, normal man attending a masquerade and there discovering that skirts actually were more comfortable and practical than trousers? Or had it started with the resurgence of Scottish nationalism reflected in the wearing of kilts by many Scottish Americans? Ask a lemming to state his motives. The outcome was in front of him, a news story. Transvestism by draft dodgers had at last resulted in a mass arrest in Chicago, which was to have ended in a giant joint trial, only to have the deputy prosecutor show up in a pinafore and defy the judge to submit to an examination to determine the judge's true sex. The judge suffered a stroke and died, and the trial was postponed forever, in Breen's opinion. He doubted that this particular blue law would ever again be enforced. Or the laws about indecent exposure, for that matter. The attempt to limit the Gypsy Rose syndrome by ignoring it had taken the starch out of enforcement. Now here was a report about the All Souls Community Church of Springfield. The pastor had reinstituted ceremonial nudity. Probably the first time this 1,000 years, Breen thought, aside from some screwball cults in Los Angeles. The reverend gentleman claimed that the ceremony was identical with the dance of the high priestess in the ancient temple of Karnak. Could be, but Breen had private information that the priestess had been working the burlesque and nightclub circuit before her present engagement. In any case, the holy leader was packing them in and had not been arrested. 2 weeks later, 109 churches in 33 states offered equivalent attractions. Breen entered them on his curves. This queasy oddity seemed to him to have no relation to the startling rise in the dissident evangelical cults throughout the country. These churches were sincere, earnest and poor, but growing ever since the war. Now they were multiplying like yeast. It seemed a statistical cinch that the United States was about to become God-struck again. He correlated it with transcendentalism and the trek of the Latter-day Saints. Yes, it fitted. And the curve was pushing toward a crest. Billions in war bonds were now falling due. Wartime marriages were reflected in the swollen peak of the Los Angeles school population. The Colorado River was at a record low, and the towers in Lake Mead stood high out of the water. But the Angelinos committed slow suicide by watering lawns as usual. The Metropolitan Water District commissioners tried to stop it. It fell between the stools of the police powers of 50 sovereign cities. The taps remained open, trickling away the lifeblood of the desert paradise. The 4 regular party conventions, Dixiecrats, regular Republicans, the other regular Republicans, and the Democrats, attracted scant attention, as the Know-Nothings had not yet met. The fact that the American Rally, as the Know-Nothings preferred to be called, claimed not to be a party, but an educational society, did not detract from their strength. But what was their strength? Their beginnings had been so obscure that Breen had had to go back and dig into the December 1951 files. But he had been approached twice this very week to join them right inside his own office, once by his boss, once by the janitor. He hadn't been able to chart the Know-Nothings. They gave him chills in his spine. He kept column inches on them, found that their publicity was shrinking while their numbers were obviously zooming. Krakatoa blew up on July 18th. It provided the first important trans-Pacific TV cast. Its effects on sunsets, on solar constant, on mean temperature, and on rainfall would not be felt until later in the year. The San Andreas Fault, its stresses unrelieved since the Long Beach disaster of 1933, continued to build up imbalance, an unhealed wound running the full length of the West Coast. Pelée and Etna erupted. Mauna Loa was still quiet. Flying saucers seemed to be landing daily in every state. No one had exhibited one on the ground, or had the Department of Defense sat on them. Breen was unsatisfied with the off-the-record reports he had been able to get. The alcoholic content of some of them had been high. But the sea serpent on Ventura Beach was real. He had seen it. The troglodyte in Tennessee he was not in a position to verify. 31 domestic air crashes the last week in July. Was it sabotage? Or was it a sagging curve on a chart? And that neo-polio epidemic that skipped from Seattle to New York. Time for a big epidemic? Breen's chart said it was. But how about BW? Could a chart know that a Slav biochemist would perfect an efficient virus and vector at the right time? Nonsense. But the curves, if they meant anything at all, included free will. They averaged in all the individual wills of a statistical universe and came out as a smooth function. Every morning, 3 million free wills flowed toward the center of the New York megapolis. Every evening they flowed out again, all by free will, and on a smooth and predictable curve. Ask a lemming. Ask all the lemmings, dead and alive. Let them take a vote on it. Breen tossed his notebook aside and called Meade. Is this my favorite statistic? Potty, I was thinking about you. Naturally, this is your night off. Yes, but another reason, too. Potiphar, have you ever taken a look at the Great Pyramid? I haven't even been to Niagara Falls. I'm looking for a rich woman so I can travel. Yes, I'll let you know when I get my first $1 million, but that's the first time you've proposed to me this week. Shut up. Have you ever looked into the prophecies they found inside the pyramid? Huh? Look, Meade, that's in the same class with astrology. Strictly for squirrels. Grow up. Yes, of course, but, Potty, I thought you were interested in anything odd. This is odd. Oh, sorry. If it's silly season stuff, let's see it. All right. Am I cooking for you tonight? It's Wednesday, isn't it? How soon? He glanced at his watch. Pick you up in 11 minutes. He felt his whiskers. No, 12.5. I'll be ready. Mrs. McGeeth says that these regular dates mean that you are going to marry me. Pay no attention to her. She's just a statistic, and I'm a wild datum. Oh, well, I've got $247 toward that $1 million. Bye. Meade's prize was the usual Rosicrucian come-on. Elaborately printed, and including a photograph, retouched, he was sure, of the much-disputed line on the corridor wall which was alleged to prophesy, by its various discontinuities, the entire future. This one had an unusual time scale, but the major events were all marked on it. The fall of Rome, the Norman invasion, the discovery of America, Napoleon, the World Wars. What made it interesting was that it suddenly stopped. Now, what about it, Potty? Oh, I guess the stonecutter got tired, or got fired, or they got a new head priest with new ideas. He tucked it into his desk. Thanks. I'll think about how to list it. But he got it out again, applied dividers and a magnifying glass. It says here, he announced, that the end comes late in August, unless that's a fly speck. Morning or afternoon, I have to know how to dress. Shoes will be worn. All God's children's got shoes. He put it away. She was quiet for a moment, then said, Potty, isn't it about time to jump? Huh? Girl, don't let that thing affect you. That's silly season stuff. Yes, but take a look at your chart. Nevertheless, he took the next afternoon off, spent it in the reference room of the main library, confirmed his opinion of soothsayers. Nostradamus was pretentiously silly. Mother Shippey was worse. In any of them you could find what you looked for. He did find one item in Nostradamus that he liked. The Oriental shall come forth from his seat. He shall pass through the sky, through the waters and the snow, and he shall strike each one with his weapon. That sounded like what the Department of Defense expected the commies to try to do to the Western Allies. But it was also a description of every invasion that had come out of the heartland in the memory of mankind. Nuts! When he got home, he found himself taking down his father's Bible and turning to Revelations. He could not find anything that he could understand, but he got fascinated by the recurring use of precise numbers. Presently he thumbed through the book at random. His eyes lit on. Boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth. He put the book away, feeling humbled but not cheered. The rain started the next morning. The master plumbers elected Miss Star Morning, Miss Sanitary Engineering, on the same day that the morticians designated her as the body I would like best to prepare, and her option was dropped by fragrant features. Congress voted $1.37 to compensate Thomas Jefferson Meeks for losses incurred while an emergency postman for the Christmas rush of 1936, approved the appointment of 5 lieutenant generals and 1 ambassador, and adjourned in 8 minutes. The fire extinguishers in a Midwest orphanage turned out to be filled with air. The chancellor of the leading football institution sponsored a fund to send peace messages and vitamins to the Politburo. The stock market slumped 19 points, and the tickers ran 2 hours late. Wichita, Kansas remained flooded, while Phoenix, Arizona cut off drinking water to areas outside city limits. And Potiphar Breen found that he had left his raincoat at Meade Barstow's rooming house. He phoned her landlady, but Mrs. McGeeth turned him over to Meade. "What are you doing home on a Friday?" he demanded. "The theater manager laid me off. Now you'll have to marry me." "You can't afford me." "Meade, seriously, baby, what happened?" "I was ready to leave the dump anyway. For the last 6 weeks, the popcorn machine has been carrying the place. Today, I sat through I Was a Teenage Beatnik twice. Nothing to do." "I'll be along." 11 minutes? It's raining. 20, with luck. It was more nearly 60. Santa Monica Boulevard was a navigable stream. Sunset Boulevard was a subway jam. When he tried to ford the streams leading to Mrs. McGeeth's house, he found that changing tires with the wheel wedged against a storm drain presented problems. "Potty, you look like a drowned rat." "I'll live." But presently he found himself wrapped in a blanket robe belonging to the late Mr. McGeeth and sipping hot cocoa while Mrs. McGeeth dried his clothing in the kitchen. "Meade, I'm at liberty, too." "Huh? You quit your job?" "Not exactly. Old man Wiley and I have been having differences of opinion about my answers for months. Too much jackpot factor in the figures I give him to turn over to clients. Not that I call it that, but he has felt that I was unduly pessimistic." "But you were right." "Since when has being right endeared a man to his boss? But that wasn't why he fired me. That was just the excuse. He wants a man willing to back up the know-nothing program with scientific double-talk, and I wouldn't join." He went to the window. "It's raining harder." "But they haven't got any program." "I know that." "Potty, you should have joined. It doesn't mean anything. I joined 3 months ago." "The hell you did." She shrugged. "You pay your $1 and you turn up for 2 meetings and they leave you alone. It kept my job for another 3 months. What of it?" Well, I'm sorry you did it, that's all. Forget it." "Meade, the water is over the curbs out there." "You had better stay here overnight." I don't like to leave Entropy parked out in this stuff all night." "Meade?" "Yes, Potty?" "We're both out of jobs. How would you like to duck north into the Mojave and find a dry spot?" "I'd love it. But look, Potty, is this a proposal or just a proposition?" "Don't pull that either-or stuff on me. It's just a suggestion for a vacation. Do you want to take a chaperone?" "No." "Then pack a bag." "Right away." "But look, Potiphar, pack a bag how? Are you trying to tell me it's time to jump?" He faced her, and looked back at the window. "I don't know," he said slowly, "but this rain might go on quite a while. Don't take anything you don't have to have, but don't leave anything behind you can't get along without." He repossessed his clothing from Mrs. McGeeth while Meade was upstairs. She came down dressed in slacks and carrying 2 large bags. Under one arm was a battered and rakish teddy bear. "This is Winnie." "Winnie the Pooh?" "No, Winnie Churchill. When I feel bad, he promises me blood, toil, tears, and sweat. Then I feel better. You said to bring anything I couldn't do without." She looked at him anxiously. "Right." He took the bags. Mrs. McGeeth had seemed satisfied with his explanation that they were going to visit his mythical aunt in Bakersfield before looking for jobs. Nevertheless, she embarrassed him by kissing him goodbye and telling him to take care of my little girl. Santa Monica Boulevard was blocked off from use. While stalled in traffic in Beverly Hills, he fiddled with the car radio, getting squawks and crackling noises. Then finally one station nearby. "In effect," a harsh, high, staccato voice was saying, "the Kremlin has given us till sundown to get out of town. This is your New York reporter who thinks that in days like these every American must personally keep his powder dry. And now for a word from—" Breen switched it off and glanced at her face. "Don't worry," he said. "They've been talking that way for years." "You think they're bluffing?" "I didn't say that. I said, don't worry." But his own packing, with her help, was clearly on a survival kit basis. Canned goods, all his warm clothing, a sporting rifle he had not fired in over 2 years, a first aid kit, and the contents of his medicine chest. He dumped the stuff from his desk into a carton, shoved it into the back seat along with cans and books and coats, and covered the plunder with all the blankets in the house. They went back up the rickety stairs for a last check. "Patty, where's your chart?" "Rolled up on the back seat shelf. I guess that's all." "Hey, wait a minute." He went to a shelf over his desk and began taking down small, sober-looking magazines. "I darn near left behind my file of the Western Astronomer and of the Proceedings of the Variable Star Association." "Why take them?" "Huh? I must be nearly a year behind on both of them. Now, baby, I'll have time to read." Patty, watching you read professional journals is not my notion of a vacation." "Quiet, woman. You took Winnie. I take these." She shut up and helped him. He cast a longing eye at his electric calculator, but decided it was too much like the White Knight's mousetrap. He could get by with his slide rule. As the car splashed out into the street, she said, "Patty, how are you fixed for cash?" "Huh? Okay, I guess." "I mean, leaving while the banks are closed and everything." She held up her purse. "Here's my bank. It isn't much, but we can use it." He smiled and patted her knee. "Stout fellow. I'm sitting on my bank. I started turning everything to cash about the first of the year." "Oh, I closed out my bank account right after we met." "You did? You must have taken my maundering seriously." "I always take you seriously." Mint Canyon was a 5-mile-an-hour nightmare, with visibility limited to the taillights of the truck ahead. When they stopped for coffee at Halfway, they confirmed what seemed evident. Cajon Pass was closed, and long-haul traffic for Route 66 was being detoured through the secondary pass. At long last, they reached the Victorville cutoff and lost some of the traffic. A good thing, as the windshield wiper on his side had quit working, and they were driving by the committee system. Just short of Lancaster, she said suddenly, "Patty, is this buggy equipped with a snorkel?" "Nope." "Then we had better stop. But I see a light off the road." The light was an auto court. Meade settled the matter of economy versus convention by signing the book herself. They were placed in one cabin. He saw that it had twin beds and let the matter ride. Meade went to bed with her teddy bear without even asking to be kissed good night. It was already gray, wet dawn. They got up in the late afternoon and decided to stay over one more night, then push north toward Bakersfield. A high-pressure area was alleged to be moving south, crowding the warm, wet mass that smothered Southern California. They wanted to get into it. Breen had the wiper repaired and bought 2 new tires to replace his ruined spare, adding some camping items to his cargo, and bought for Meade a .32 automatic, a lady's social purposes gun. He gave it to her somewhat sheepishly. "What's this for?" "Well, you're carrying quite a bit of cash." "Oh, I thought maybe I was to use it to fight you off." "Now, Meade, never mind. Thanks, Potty." They had finished supper and were packing the car with their afternoon's purchases when the quake struck. 5 inches of rain in 24 hours, more than 3 billion tons of mass suddenly loaded on a fault already overstrained, all cut loose in one subsonic, stomach-twisting rumble. Meade sat down on the wet ground very suddenly. Breen stayed upright by dancing like a log roller. When the ground quieted down somewhat 30 seconds later, he helped her up. "You all right?" "My slacks are soaked," she added pettishly. "But, Potty, it never quakes in wet weather, never." "It did this time." "But keep quiet, can't you?" He opened the car door and switched on the radio, waiting impatiently for it to warm up. Shortly he was searching the entire dial. "Not a confounded Los Angeles station on the air." "Maybe the shock busted one of your tubes." "Pipe down." He passed a squeal and dialed back to it. "Your Sunshine Station in Riverside, California. Keep tuned to this station for the latest developments. It is, as of now, impossible to tell the size of the disaster. The Colorado River aqueduct is broken. Nothing is known of the extent of the damage, nor how long it will take to repair it. So far as we know, the Owens River Valley aqueduct may be intact, but all persons in the Los Angeles area are advised to conserve water. My personal advice is to stick your washtubs out into this rain. It can't last forever. If we had time, we'd play cool water, just to give you the idea. I now read from the standard disaster instructions. Quote, boil all water. Remain quietly in your homes and do not panic. Stay off the highways. Cooperate with the police and render— Joe, catch that phone. Render aid where necessary. Do not use the telephone except for— Flash. An unconfirmed report from Long Beach states that the Wilmington and San Pedro waterfront is under 5 feet of water. I repeat, this is unconfirmed. Here's a message from the commanding general, March Field. Official, all military personnel will report— Breen switched it off. Get in the car. Where are we going? North. We've paid for the cabin. Should we— Get in! He stopped in the town, managed to buy 6 5-gallon tins and a Jeep tank. He filled them with gasoline and packed them with blankets in the back seat, topping off the mess with a dozen cans of oil. Then they were rolling. What are we doing, Potiphar? I want to get west on the Valley Highway. Any particular place west? I think so. We'll see. You work the radio, but keep an eye on the road, too. That gas back there makes me nervous. Through the town of Mojave and northwest on 466 into the Tehachapi Mountains. Reception was poor in the pass, but what Meade could pick up confirmed the first impression. Worse than the quake of '06. Worse than San Francisco, Managua, and Long Beach taken together. When they got down out of the mountains, it was clearing locally. A few stars appeared. Breen swung left off the highway and ducked south of Bakersfield by the county road, reached the Route 99 superhighway just south of Greenfield. It was, as he had feared, already jammed with refugees. He was forced to go along with the flow for a couple of miles before he could cut west of Greenfield toward Taft. They stopped on the western outskirts of the town and ate at an all-night trucker's joint. They were about to climb back into the car when there was suddenly sunrise, due south. The rosy lights swelled almost instantaneously, filled the sky, and died. Where it had been, a red and purple pillar of cloud was mounting, spreading to a mushroom top. Breen stared at it, glanced at his watch, then said harshly, Get in the car. Potty, that used to be Los Angeles. Get in the car. He simply drove for several minutes. Meade seemed to be in a state of shock, unable to speak. When the sound reached them, he again glanced at his watch. 6 minutes and 19 seconds, that's about right. Potty, we should have brought Mrs. McGeeth. How was I to know? He said angrily. Anyhow, you can't transplant an old tree. If she got it, she never knew it. Oh, I hope so. Forget it. Straighten out and fly right. We're going to have all we can do to take care of ourselves. Take the flashlight and check the map. I want to turn north at Taft and over toward the coast. Yes, Potiphar. And try the radio. She quieted down and did as she was told. The radio gave nothing, not even the Riverside station. The whole broadcast range was covered by a curious static like rain on a window. He slowed down as they approached Taft, let her spot the turn north onto the state road, and turned into it. Almost at once a figure jumped out into the road in front of them, waved his arms violently. Breen tromped on the brake. The man came up on the left side of the car, rapped on the window. Breen ran the glass down. Then he stared stupidly at the gun in the man's left hand. "Out of the car," the stranger said sharply. "I've got to have it." He reached inside with his right hand, groped for the door lever. Meade reached across Breen, stuck her little lady's gun in the man's face, pulled the trigger. Breen could feel the flash on his own face, never noticed the report. The man looked puzzled, with a neat, not yet bloody hole in his upper lip, then slowly sagged away from the car. "Drive on," Meade said in a high voice. Breen caught his breath. "Good girl. Drive on! Get rolling!" They followed the state road through Los Padres National Forest, stopping once to fill the tank from their cans. They turned off onto a dirt road. Meade kept trying the radio. Got San Francisco once, but it was too jammed with static to read. Then she got Salt Lake City, faint but clear. Since there are no reports of anything passing our radar screen, the Kansas City bomb must be assumed to have been planted rather than delivered. This is a tentative theory, but... They passed into a deep cut and lost the rest. When the squawk box again came to life, it was a new voice. "Conelrad," said a crisp voice, "coming to you over the combined networks. The rumor that Los Angeles has been hit by an atom bomb is totally unfounded. It is true that the western metropolis has suffered a severe earthquake shock, but that is all. Government officials and the Red Cross are on the spot to care for the victims. But, and I repeat, there has been no atomic bombing. So relax and stay in your homes. Such wild rumors can damage the United States quite as much as enemies' bombs. Stay off the highways and listen for—" Breen snapped it off. "Somebody," he said bitterly, "has again decided that Mama knows best. They won't tell us any bad news." "Potiphar," Meade said sharply, "that was an atom bomb, wasn't it?" "It was. And now we don't know whether it was just Los Angeles and Kansas City or all the big cities in the country. All we know is that they are lying to us." "Maybe I can get another station?" "The hell with it." He concentrated on driving. The road was very bad. As it began to get light, she said, "Patty, do you know where we're going? Are we just keeping out of cities?" "I think I do, if I'm not lost." He stared around them. "Nope, it's all right. See that hill up forward with the triple gendarmes on its profile?" "Gendarmes?" "Big rock pillars. That's a sure landmark. I'm looking for a private road now. It leads to a hunting lodge belonging to two of my friends. An old ranch house, actually. But as a ranch, it didn't pay." "Oh, they won't mind us using it?" He shrugged. "If they show up, we'll ask them. If they show up. They lived in Los Angeles, Meade." "Oh, yes, I guess so." The private road had once been a poor grade of wagon trail. Now it was almost impassable. But they finally topped a hogback from which they could see almost to the Pacific, then dropped down into a sheltered bowl where the cabin was. "All out, girl. End of the line." Meade sighed. "It looks heavenly." "Think you can rustle breakfast while I unload? There's probably wood in the shed. Or can you manage a wood range?" "Just try me." 2 hours later, Breen was standing on the hogback, smoking a cigarette and staring off down to the west. He wondered if that was a mushroom cloud up San Francisco way. Probably his imagination, he decided, in view of the distance. Certainly there was nothing to be seen to the south. Meade came out of the cabin. "Potty!" "Up here." She joined him, took his hand, and smiled, then snitched his cigarette and took a deep drag. She expelled it and said, "I know it's sinful of me, but I feel more peaceful than I have in months and months." "I know." "Did you see the canned goods in that pantry? We could pull through a hard winter here." "We might have to." "I suppose. I wish we had a cow." "What would you do with a cow?" "I used to milk 4 cows before I caught the school bus every morning. I can butcher a hog, too." "I'll try to find one." "You do, and I'll manage to smoke it." She yawned. "I'm suddenly terribly sleepy." "So am I, and small wonder." "Let's go to bed." Yes. Mead?" "Yes, Potty?" "We may be here quite a while. You know that, don't you?" "Yes, Potty." "In fact, it might be smart to stay put until those curves all start turning up again. They will, you know." "Yes, I had figured that out." He hesitated, then went on. "Mead, will you marry me?" "Yes." She moved up to him. After a time he pushed her gently away and said, "My dear, my very dear, we could drive down and find a minister in some little town." She looked at him steadily. "That wouldn't be very bright, would it? I mean, nobody knows we're here, and that's the way we want it. And besides, your car might not make it back up that road." "No, it wouldn't be very bright. But I want to do the right thing." "It's all right, Potty. It's all right." "Well, then, kneel down here with me. We'll say them together." "Yes, Potiphar." She knelt, and he took her hand. He closed his eyes and prayed wordlessly. When he opened them, he said, "What's the matter?" The gravel hurts my knees." "We'll stand up, then." "No. Look, Potty, why don't we just go in the house and say them there?" "Huh? Hell's bells, woman, we might forget to say them entirely. Now, repeat after me. I, Potiphar, take thee, Mead." "Yes, Potiphar. I, Mead, take thee, Potiphar." Part 3. Official. Stations within range relay twice. Executive Bulletin Number 9. Road laws previously published have been ignored in many instances. Patrols are ordered to shoot without warning, and provost marshals are directed to use death penalty for unauthorized possession of gasoline. BW and radiation quarantine regulations previously issued will be rigidly enforced. Long live the United States! Harley J. Neal, Lieutenant General, Acting Chief of Government. All stations relay twice. This is the Free Radio America Relay Network. Pass this along, boys. Governor Brandley was sworn in today as President by Acting Chief Justice Roberts under the rule of succession. The President named Thomas Dewey as Secretary of State and Paul Douglas as Secretary of Defense. His second official act was to strip the renegade Neal of rank and to direct his arrest by any citizen or official. More later. Pass the word along. Hello, CQ, CQ, CQ. This is W5KMR, Freeport. QRR. QRR. Anybody read me? Anybody? We're dying like flies down here. What's happened? Starts with fever and a burning thirst, but you can't swallow. We need help. Anybody read me? Hello. CQ75, CQ75. This is W5 Kilo Metro Romeo calling QRR and CQ75. 5 for somebody. Anybody. This is the Lord's Time, sponsored by Swan's Elixir, the tonic that makes waiting for the kingdom of God worthwhile. You are about to hear a message of cheer from Judge Broomfield, anointed vicar of the kingdom on earth. But first, a bulletin. Send your contributions to Messiah, Clint, Texas. Don't try to mail them. Send them by a kingdom messenger or by some pilgrim journeying this way. And now the Tabernacle Choir, followed by the voice of the vicar on earth. The first symptom is little red spots in the armpits. They itch. Put 'em to bed at once and keep 'em covered up warm. Then go scrub yourself and wear a mask. We don't know yet how you catch it. Pass it along. Ed. No new landings reported anywhere on this continent. The paratroopers who escaped the original slaughter are thought to be hiding out in the Poconos. Shoot, but be careful. It might be Aunt Tessie. Off and clear until noon tomorrow." The curves were turning up again. There was no longer doubt in Breen's mind about that. It might not even be necessary to stay up here in the Sierra Madres through the winter, though he rather thought they would. He had picked their spot to keep them west of the fallout. It would be silly to be mowed down by the tail of a dying epidemic, or be shot by a nervous vigilante when a few months' wait would take care of everything. Besides, he had chopped all that firewood. He looked at his calloused hands. He had done all that work, and by George, he was going to enjoy the benefits. He was headed out to the hogback to wait for sunset and do an hour's reading. He glanced at his car as he passed it, thinking that he would like to try the radio. He suppressed the yen. 2/3 of his reserve gasoline was gone already, just from keeping the battery charged for the radio. And here it was, only December. He really ought to cut it down to twice a week. But it meant a lot to catch the noon bulletin of Free America, and then twiddle the dial a few minutes to see what else he could pick up. But for the past 3 days, Free America had not been on the air. Solar static, maybe, or perhaps just a power failure. But that rumor that President Brandley had been assassinated, while it hadn't come from the Free Radio, and it hadn't been denied by them either, which was a good sign, still it worried him. And that other story, that lost Atlantis had pushed up during the quake period, and that the Azores were now a little continent. Almost certainly a hangover of the silly season. But it would be nice to hear a follow-up. Rather sheepishly, he let his feet carry him to the car. It wasn't fair to listen when Meade wasn't around. He warmed it up, slowly spun the dial, once around and back. Not a peep, but full gain. Nothing but a terrible amount of static. Served him right. He climbed the hogback, sat down on the bench he had dragged up there, their memorial bench sacred to the memory of the time Meade had hurt her knees on the gravel, sat down and sighed. His lean belly was stuffed with venison and corn fritters. He lacked only tobacco to make him completely happy. The evening cloud colors were spectacularly beautiful, and the weather was extremely balmy for December. Both, he thought, caused by volcanic dust, with perhaps an assist from atom bombs. Surprising how fast things went to pieces when they started to skid. And surprising how quickly they were going back together, judging by the signs. A curve reaches trough and then starts right back up. World War III was the shortest big war on record. 40 cities gone, counting Moscow, and the other slave cities as well as the American ones, and then whoosh! Neither side fit to fight. Of course, the fact that both sides had thrown their ICBMs over the pole through the most freakish Arctic weather since Perry invented the place had a lot to do with it, he supposed. It was amazing that any of the Russian paratroop transports had gotten through at all. He sighed and pulled the November 1951 copy of the Western Astronomer out of his pocket. Where was he? Oh, yes. Some notes on the stability of G-type stars with a special reference to Sol by A. G. M. Deinkowski, Lenin Institute, translated by Heinrich Ley, F.R.A.S. Good boy, Ski. Sound mathematician. Very clever application of harmonic series and tightly reasoned. He started to thumb for his place when he noticed a footnote that he had missed. Deinkowski's own name carried down to it. This monograph was denounced by Pravda as romantic reactionaryism shortly after it was published. Professor Deinkowski has been unreported since and must be presumed to be liquidated. The poor geek. Well, he probably would have been atomized by now anyway, along with the goons who did him in. He wondered if they really had gotten all the Ruski paratroopers. Well, he had killed his quota. If he hadn't gotten that dough within a quarter-mile of the cabin and headed right back, Meade would have had a bad time. He had shot them in the back, the swine, and buried them beyond the woodpile. And then it had seemed a shame to skin and eat an innocent deer while those lice got decent burial. Aside from mathematics, just 2 things worth doing: kill a man and love a woman. He had done both. He was rich. He settled down to some solid pleasure. Deinkowski was a treat. Of course, it was old stuff that a G-type star, such as the Sun, was potentially unstable. A GO star could explode, slide right off the Russell diagram, and end up as a white dwarf. But no one before Dankowski had defined the exact conditions for such a catastrophe, nor had anyone else devised mathematical means of diagnosing the instability and describing its progress. He looked up to rest his eyes from the fine print, and saw that the sun was obscured by a thin, low cloud, one of those unusual conditions where the filtering effect is just right to permit a man to view the sun clearly with the naked eye. Probably volcanic dust in the air, he decided, acting almost like smoked glass. He looked again. Either he had spots before his eyes, or that was one fancy big sunspot. He had heard of being able to see them with the naked eye, but it had never happened to him. He longed for a telescope. He blinked. Yep, it was still there, upper right. A big spot. No wonder the Carr radio sounded like a Hitler speech. He turned back and continued on to the end of the article, being anxious to finish before the light failed. At first his mood was sheerest intellectual pleasure at the man's tight mathematical reasoning. A 3% imbalance in the solar constant. Yes, that was standard stuff. The sun would nova with that much change. But Dankowski went further. By means of a novel mathematical operator, which he had dubbed yokes, he bracketed the period in a star's history when this could happen, and tied it down further with the secondary, tertiary, and quaternary yokes, showing exactly the time of highest probability. Beautiful. Dankowski even assigned dates to the extreme limit of his primary yoke, as a good statistician should. But as he went back and reviewed the equations, his mood changed from intellectual to personal. Dankowski was not talking about just any GO star. In the latter part, he meant old Sol himself, Breen's personal son, the big boy out there with the oversized freckle on his face. That was one hell of a big freckle. It was a hole you could chuck Jupiter into and not make a splash. He could see it very clearly now. Everybody talks about when the stars grow old and the sun grows cold. But it's an impersonal concept, like one's own death. Breen started thinking about it very personally. How long would it take, from the instant the imbalance was triggered, until the expanding wave front engulfed Earth? The mechanics couldn't be solved without a calculator, even though they were implicit in the equations in front of him. Half an hour, for a horseback guess, from incitement until the earth went pht. It hit him with gentle melancholy. No more? Never again? Colorado on a cool morning. The Boston Post Road with autumn wood smoke tanging the air. Bucks County bursting in the spring. The wet smells of the Fulton Fish Market. No, that was gone already. Coffee at the morning call. No more wild strawberries on a hillside in Jersey, hot and sweet as lips. Dawn in the South Pacific, with the light air's cool velvet under your shirt, and never a sound but the chuckling of the water against the sides of the old rust bucket. What was her name? That was a long time ago. The SS Mary Brewster. No more moon if the earth was gone. Stars, but no one to look at them. He looked back at the dates bracketing Dankowski's probability yoke. Thine alabaster cities gleam, undimmed by... He suddenly felt the need for mead and stood up. She was coming out to meet him. "Hello, Potty. Safe to come in now. I've finished the dishes." "I should help." "You do the man's work. I'll do the woman's work. That's fair." She shaded her eyes. "What a sunset! We ought to have volcanoes blowing their tops every year." "Sit down and we'll watch it." She sat beside him and he took her hand. "Notice the sunspot? You can see it with your naked eye." She stared. "Is that a sunspot? It looks as if somebody had taken a bite out of it." He squinted his eyes at it again. "Damned if it didn't look bigger." Meade shivered. "I'm chilly. Put your arm around me." He did so with his free arm, continuing to hold hands with the other. It was bigger. The thing was growing. What good is the race of man? Monkeys, he thought. Monkeys with a spot of poetry in them, cluttering and wasting a second-string planet near a third-string star. But sometimes they finish in style. She snuggled to him. Keep me warm? It will be warmer soon. I'll keep you warm. Dear Potty. She looked up. Potty, something funny is happening to the sunset. No, darling, to the sun. I'm frightened. I'm here, dear. He glanced down at the journal still open beside him. He did not need to add up the two figures and divide by 2 to reach the answer. Instead, he clutched fiercely at her hand, knowing with an unexpected and overpowering burst of sorrow that this was the end. The Man with English by H.L. Gold. Lying in the hospital, Edgar Stone added up his misfortunes as another might count blessings. There were enough to infuriate the most temperate man, which Stone notoriously was not. He smashed his fist down, accidentally hitting the metal side of the bed, and was astonished by the pleasant feeling. It enraged him even more. The really maddening thing was how simply he had goaded himself into the hospital. He'd locked up his dry goods store and driven home for lunch. Nothing unusual about that. He did it every day. With his miserable digestion, he couldn't stand the restaurant food in town. He pulled into the driveway, rode over a collection of metal shapes his son Arnold had left lying around, and punctured a tire. "Rita!" he yelled. "This is going too damn far! Where is that brat?" "In here!" she called truculently from the kitchen. He kicked open the screen door. His foot went through the mesh. "A ripped tire and a torn screen!" he shouted at Arnold, who was sprawled in angular adolescence over a blueprint on the kitchen table. "You'll pay for them, by God! They're coming out of your allowance." "I'm sorry, Pop," the boy said. "Sorry my left foot!" Mrs. Stone shrieked. She whirled on her husband. "You could have watched where you were going. He promised to clean up his things from the driveway right after lunch, and it's about time you stopped kicking open the door every time you're mad." "Mad? Who wouldn't be mad? Me hoping he'd get out of school and come into the store, and he wants to be an engineer. An engineer, and he can't even make change when he, helps me out in the store." "He'll be whatever he wants to be," she screamed in the conversational tone of the Stone household. "Please," said Arnold, "I can't concentrate on this plan." Edgar Stone was never one to restrain an angry impulse. He tore up the blueprint and flung the pieces down on the table. "Ah, Pop," the boy said. "Don't say, 'Aw, Pop,' to me. You're not going to waste a summer vacation on junk like this. You'll eat your lunch and come down to the store, and you'll do it every day for the rest of the summer." "Oh, he will he?" demanded Mrs. Stone. "He'll catch up on his studies. And as for you, you can go back and eat in a restaurant. You know I can't stand that slop. You'll eat it because you're not having lunch here any more. I've got enough to do without making 3 meals a day. But I can't drive back with that tire." He did, though not with the tire. He took a cab. It cost $1 plus tip. Lunch was $1.50 plus tip. By carb at Wright Drug Store a few doors away, and in a great hurry, came to another 15 cents. Only it didn't work. And then Miss Ellis came in for some material. Miss Ellis could round out any miserable day. She was 50, tall, skinny, and had thin, disapproving lips. She had a sliver of cloth clipped very meagerly off a hem that she intended to use as a sample. "The arms of the slipcover on my reading chair wore through," she informed him. "I bought the material here, if you remember." Stone didn't have to look at the fragmentary swatch. "That was about 7 years ago. 6.5, she corrected. "I paid enough for it. You'd expect anything that expensive to last." The style was discontinued. "I have something here that—" "I do not want to make an entire slipcover, Mr. Stone. All I want is enough to make new panels for the arms. 2 yards should do very nicely." Stone smothered a bilious hiccup. 2 yards, Miss Ellis? "At the most." I sold the last of that material years ago." He pulled a bolt off a shelf and partly unrolled it for her. "Why not use a different pattern as a kind of contrast?" "I want this same pattern," she said, her thin lips getting even thinner and more obstinate. "Then I'll have to order it, and hope one of my wholesalers still has some of it in stock." "Not without looking for it first. Right here you won't order it for me. You can't know all these materials you have on these shelves." Stone felt all the familiar symptoms of fury, the sudden pulsing of the temples, the lurch and bump of his heart as adrenaline came surging in like the tide at the Firth of Forth, the quivering of his hands, the angry shout pulsing at his vocal cords from below. "I'll take a look, Miss Ellis," he said. She was president of the Ladies' Cultural Society and dominated it so thoroughly that the members would go clear to the next town for their dry goods rather than deal with him if he offended this sour stick of stubbornness. If Stone's life insurance salesman had been there, he would have tried to keep Stone from climbing the ladder that ran around the 3 walls of the store. He probably wouldn't have been in time. Stone stamped up the ladder to reach the highest shelves, where there were scraps of bolts. One of them might have been the remnant of the material Miss Ellis had bought 6.5 years ago, but Stone never found out. He snatched one, glaring down meanwhile at the top of Miss Ellis's head, and the ladder skidded out from under him. He felt his skull collide with the counter. He didn't feel it hit the floor. "God damn it!" Stone yelled. "You could at least turn on the lights." There, Edgar. Everything's fine, just fine." It was his wife's voice, and the tone was so uncommonly soft and soothing that it scared him into a panic. "What's wrong with me?" he asked piteously. "Am I blind?" "How many fingers am I holding up?" a man wanted to know. Stone was peering into the blackness. All he could see before his eyes was a vague blot against a darker blot. "None," he bleated. "Who are you?" "Dr. Rankin. That was a nasty fall you had, Mr. Stone. Concussion, of course, and a splinter of bone driven into the brain. I had to operate to remove it." "And you cut out a nerve," Stone said. "You did something to my eyes." The doctor's voice sounded puzzled. "There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with them. I'll take a look, though, and see." "You'll be all right, dear," Mrs. Stone said reassuringly, but she didn't sound as if she believed it. "Sure you will, Pop," said Arnold. "Is that young stinker here?" Stone demanded. "He's the cause of all this." "Temper, temper," the doctor said. "Accidents happen." Stone heard him lower the Venetian blinds. As if they had been a switch, lights sprang up and everything in the hospital became brightly visible. "Well," said Stone, "that's more like it. It's night and you're trying to save electricity, eh?" "It's broad daylight." "Edgar, dear," his wife protested, "all Dr. Rankin did was lower the blinds and—" "Please," the doctor said, "if you don't mind, I'd rather take care of any explanations that have to be made." He came at Stone with an ophthalmoscope. When he flashed it into Stone's eyes, everything went black, and Stone let him know it vociferously. "Black?" Dr. Rankin repeated blankly. "Are you positive? Not a sudden glare?" "Black," insisted Stone. "And what's the idea of putting me in a bed filled with breadcrumbs?" "It was freshly made." "Crumbs! You heard me. And the pillow has rocks in it." "What else is bothering you?" asked the doctor worriedly. "It's freezing in here." Stone felt the terror rise in him again. "It was summer when I fell off the ladder. Don't tell me I've been unconscious clear through till winter." "No, Pop," said Arnold. "That was yesterday." "I'll take care of this," Dr. Rankin said firmly. "I'm afraid you and your son will have to leave, Mrs. Stone. I have to do a few tests on your husband." "Will he be all right?" she appealed. Of course," he said inattentively, peering with a frown at the shivering patient. "Shock, you know," he added vaguely. "Gosh, Pop," said Arnold, "I'm sorry this happened. I got the driveway all cleaned up." "And we'll take care of the store till you're better," Mrs. Stone promised. "Don't you dare!" yelled Stone. "You'll put me out of business." The doctor hastily shut the door on them and came back to the bed. Stone was clutching the light summer blanket around himself. He felt colder than he'd ever been in his life. "Can't you get me more blankets?" he begged. "You don't want me to die of pneumonia, do you?" Dr. Rankin opened the blinds and asked, "What's this like?" "Night," chattered Stone. "A new idea to save electricity. Hooking up the blinds to the light switch." The doctor closed the blinds and sat down beside the bed. He was sweating as he reached for the signal button and pressed it. A nurse came in, blinking in their direction. "Why don't you turn on the light?" she asked. "Huh?" said Stone. "They are." "Nurse, I'm Dr. Rankin. Get me a piece of sandpaper, some cotton swabs, an ice cube, and Mr. Stone's lunch." "Is there anything he shouldn't eat?" "That's what I want to find out. Hurry, please." "And some blankets," Stone put in, shaking with the chill. "Blankets, Doctor?" she asked, startled. "Half a dozen will do," he said, "I think." It took her 10 minutes to return with all the items. Stone wanted them to keep adding blankets until all 7 were on him. He still felt cold. "Maybe some hot coffee," he suggested. The doctor nodded, and the nurse poured a cup, added the spoon and a half of sugar he requested, and he took a mouthful. He sprayed it out violently. "Ice cold!" he yelped. "And who put salt in it?" "Salt?" She fumbled around on the tray. "It's so dark here. I'll attend to it," Dr. Rankin said hurriedly. "Thank you." She walked cautiously to the door and went out. "Try this," said the doctor after filling another cup. "Well, that's better," Stone exclaimed. "Damned practical joker. They shouldn't be allowed to work in hospitals." "And now, if you don't mind," said the doctor, "I'd like to try several tests." Stone was still angry at the trick played on him, but he cooperated willingly. Dr. Rankin finally sagged back in the chair. The sweat ran down his face and into his collar, and his expression was so dazed that Stone was alarmed. "What's wrong, Doctor? Am I going to... No, it's not that. No danger. At least I don't believe there is. But I can't even be sure of that any more." "You can't be sure if I'll live or die?" "Look." Dr. Rankin grimly pulled the chair closer. "It's broad daylight, and yet you can't see until I darken the room. The coffee was hot and sweet, but it was cold and salty to you, so I added an ice cube and a spoonful of salt, and it tasted fine, you said. This is one of the hottest days on record, and you're freezing. You told me the sandpaper felt smooth and satiny, then yelled that somebody had put pins in the cotton swabs, when there weren't any, of course. I've tried you with different colors around the room, and you saw violet when you should have seen yellow, green for red, orange for blue, and so on. Now, do you understand?" "No," said Stone frightenedly. "What's wrong?" "All I can do is guess. I had to remove that sliver of bone from your brain. It apparently shorted your sensory nerves." "And what happened?" "Every one of your senses has been reversed. You feel cold for heat, heat for cold, smooth for rough, rough for smooth, sour for sweet, sweet for sour, and so forth, and you see colors backward." Stone sat up. "Murderer! Thief! You've ruined me!" The doctor sprang for a hypodermic and sedative. Just in time he changed his mind and took a bottle of stimulant instead. It worked fine, though injecting it into his screaming, thrashing patient took more strength than he'd known he owned. Stone fell asleep immediately. There were 9 blankets on Stone, and he had a bag of cement for a pillow when he had his lawyer, Manny Lubin, in to hear the charges he wanted brought against Dr. Rankin. The doctor was there to defend himself. Mrs. Stone was present in spite of her husband's objections. "She always takes everybody's side against me," he explained in a roar. "I'll be honest with you, Mr. Lubin," the doctor said, after Stone had finished on a note of shrill frustration. "I've hunted for cases like this in medical history, and this is the first one ever to be reported. Except," he amended quickly, "that I haven't reported it yet. I'm hoping it reverses itself. That sometimes happens, you know." "And what am I supposed to do in the meantime?" raged Stone. "I'll have to go out wearing an overcoat in the summer and shorts in the winter. People will think I'm a maniac." And they'll be sure of it, because I'll have to keep the store closed during the day and open at night. I can't see except in the dark. And matching materials. I can't stand the feel of smooth cloth, and I see colors backward. He glared at the doctor before turning back to Lubin. How would you like to have to put sugar on your food and salt in your coffee? But we'll work it out, Edgar dear, his wife soothed. Arnold and I can take care of the store. You always wanted him to come into the business, so that ought to please you, as long as I'm there to watch him. And Dr. Rankin said maybe things will straighten out. What about that, Doctor? Asked Lubin. What are the chances? Dr. Rankin looked uncomfortable. I don't know. This has never happened before. All we can do is hope. Hope nothing, Stone stormed. I want to sue him. He had no right to go meddling around and turn me upside down. Any jury would give me $250,000. I'm no millionaire, Mr. Stone, said the doctor. But the hospital has money. We'll sue him and the trustees. There was a pause while the attorney thought. I'm afraid we wouldn't have a case, Mr. Stone. He went on more rapidly as Stone sat up, shivering, to argue loudly. It was an emergency operation. Any surgeon would have had to operate. Am I right, Dr. Rankin? The doctor explained what would have happened if he had not removed the pressure on the brain resulting from the concussion, and the danger that the bone splinter, if not extracted, might have gone on traveling and caused possible paralysis or death. That would be better than this, said Stone. But medical ethics couldn't allow him to let you die, Lubin objected. He was doing his duty. That's point one. Mr. Lubin is absolutely right, Edgar, said Mrs. Stone. There, you see, screamed her husband. Everybody's right but me. Will you get her out of here before I have a stroke? Her interests are also involved, Lubin pointed out. Point two is that the emergency came first. The after effects couldn't be known or considered. Dr. Rankin brightened. Any operation involves risk, even the excising of a corn. I had to take those risks. You had to take them, Stone scoffed. All right, what are you leading up to, Lubin? We'd lose, said the attorney. Stone subsided, but only for a moment. So we'll lose, but if we sue, the publicity would ruin him. I want to sue. For what, Edgar dear? His wife persisted. We'll have a hard enough time managing. Why throw good money after bad? Why didn't I marry a woman who'd take my side even when I'm wrong? Moaned Stone. Revenge, that's what. And he won't be able to practice, so he'll have time to find out if there's a cure, and at no charge either. I won't pay him another cent. The doctor stood up eagerly. But I'm willing to see what can be done right now, and it wouldn't cost you anything, naturally. What do you mean? Stone challenged suspiciously. If I were to perform another operation, I'll be able to see which nerves were involved. There's no need to go into the technical side right now, but it is possible to connect nerves. Of course, there are a good many, which complicates matters, especially since the splinter went through several layers. Lubin pointed a lawyer's impaling finger at him. Are you offering to attempt to correct the injury gratis? Certainly. I mean to say I'll do my absolute best. But keep in mind, please, that there is no medical precedent. The attorney, however, was already questioning Stone and his wife. In view of the fact that we have no legal grounds whatever for suit, does this offer of settlement satisfy your claim against him? Oh, yes, Mrs. Stone cried. Her husband hesitated for a while, clearly tempted to take the opposite position out of habit. I guess so, he reluctantly agreed. Well, then, it's in your hands, Doctor, said Lubin. Dr. Rankin buzzed excitedly for the nurse. I'll have him prepared for surgery right away. It better work this time, warned Stone, clutching a handful of ice cubes to warm his fingers. Stone came to foggily. He didn't know it, but he had given the anesthetist a bewildering problem, which finally had been solved by using fumes of aromatic spirits of ammonia. The four blurred figures around the bed seemed to be leaning precariously toward him. Pop, said Arnold. "Look, he's coming out of it. Pop!" "Speak to me, Edgar, dear," Mrs. Stone beseeched. Lubin said, "See how he is, Doctor." "He's fine," the doctor insisted heartily, his usual bedside manner evidently having returned. "He must be. The blinds are open, and he's not complaining that it's dark or that he's cold." He leaned over the bed. "How are we feeling, Mr. Stone?" It took a minute or two for Stone to move his swollen tongue enough to answer. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. "What smells purple?" he demanded. In Hiding by Wilmar H. Shiras. Peter Wells, psychiatrist, eyed the boy thoughtfully. Why had Timothy Paul's teachers sent him for examination? "I don't know myself that there's really anything wrong with Tim," Miss Page had told Dr. Wells. "He seems perfectly normal. He's rather quiet as a rule, doesn't volunteer answers in class or anything of that sort. He gets along well enough with other boys and seems reasonably popular, although he has no special friends. His grades are satisfactory. He gets B faithfully in all his work. But when you've been teaching as long as I have, Peter, you get a feeling about certain ones. There's a tension about him, a look in his eyes sometimes, and he's very absent-minded." "What would your guess be?" Wells had asked. Sometimes these hunches were very valuable. Miss Page had taught school for 30-odd years. She had been Peter's teacher in the past, and he thought highly of her opinion. "I ought not to say," she answered. "There's nothing to go on, yet. But he might be starting something, and if it could be headed off—" "Physicians are often called before the symptoms are sufficiently marked for the doctor to be able to see them," said Wells. "A patient, or the mother of a child, or any practiced observer can often see that something is going to be wrong. But it's hard for the doctor in such cases. Tell me what you think I should look for." "You won't pay too much attention to me. It's just what occurred to me, Peter. I know I'm not a trained psychiatrist, but it could be delusions of grandeur, or it could be a withdrawing from the society of others. I always have to speak to him twice to get his attention in class, and he has no real chums." Wells had agreed to see what he could find, and promised not to be too much influenced by what Miss Page herself called an old woman's notions. Timothy, when he presented himself for examination, seemed like an ordinary boy. He was perhaps a little small for his age. He had big, dark eyes and close-cropped dark curls, thin, sensitive fingers, and, yes, a decided air of tension. But many boys were nervous on their first visit to the psychiatrist. Peter often wished that he was able to concentrate on 1 or 2 schools and spend a day a week or so getting acquainted with all the youngsters. In response to Wells' preliminary questioning, Tim replied in a clear, low voice, politely and without wasting words. He was 13 years old and lived with his grandparents. His mother and father had died when he was a baby, and he did not remember them. He said that he was happy at home and that he liked school pretty well, that he liked to play with other boys. He named several boys when asked who his friends were. "What lessons do you like at school?" Tim hesitated, then said, "English and arithmetic and history and geography," he finished thoughtfully. Then he looked up, and there was something odd in the glance. "What do you like to do for fun?" "Read and play games." "What games?" "Ball games and marbles and things like that. I like to play with other boys," he added after a barely perceptible pause. "Anything they play." "Do they play at your house?" "No, we play on the school grounds. My grandmother doesn't like noise." Was that the reason? When a quiet boy offers explanations, they may not be the right ones. "What do you like to read?" But about his reading, Timothy was vague. He liked, he said, to read boys' books, but could not name any. Wells gave the boy the usual intelligence tests. Tim seemed willing, but his replies were slow in coming. Perhaps, Wells thought, I'm imagining this, but he is too careful, too cautious. Without taking time to figure exactly, Wells knew what Tim's IQ would be, about 120. "What do you do outside of school?" asked the psychiatrist. "I play with the other boys. After supper, I study my lessons." "What did you do yesterday?" "We played ball on the school playground." Wells waited a while to see whether Tim would say anything of his own accord. The seconds stretched into minutes. "Is that all?" said the boy finally. "May I go now?" "No, there's one more test I'd like to give you today. A game, really. How's your imagination?" "I don't know." "Cracks on the ceiling, like those over there. Do they look like anything to you? Faces, animals, or anything?" Tim looked. "Sometimes. And clouds, too. Bob saw a cloud last week that was like a hippo." Again the last sentence sounded like something tacked on at the last moment, a careful addition made for a reason. Wells got out the Rorschach cards, but at the sight of them his patient's tension increased. His wariness became unmistakably evident. The first time they went through the cards, the boy could scarcely be persuaded to say anything but, "I don't know." "You can do better than this," said Wells. "We're going through them again. If you don't see anything in these pictures, I'll have to mark you a failure," he explained. "That won't do. You did all right on the other things, and maybe next time we'll do a game you like better." "I don't feel like playing this game now. Can't we do it again next time?" "May as well get it done now. It's not only a game, you know, Tim. It's a test. Try harder and be a good sport." So Tim, this time, told what he saw in the ink blots. They went through the cards slowly, and the test showed Tim's fear, and that there was something he was hiding. It showed his caution, a lack of trust, and an unnaturally high emotional self-control. Miss Page had been right. The boy needed help. "Now," said Wells cheerfully, "that's all over. We'll just run through them again quickly, and I'll tell you what other people have seen in them." A flash of genuine interest appeared on the boy's face for a moment. Wells went through the cards slowly, seeing that Tim was attentive to every word. When he first said, "And some see what you saw here," the boy's relief was evident. Tim began to relax and even to volunteer some remarks. When they had finished, he ventured to ask a question. "Dr. Wells, could you tell me the name of this test?" "It's sometimes called the Rorschach test, after the man who worked it out." "Would you mind spelling that?" Wells spelled it and added, "Sometimes it's called the ink blot test." Tim gave a start of surprise, and then relaxed again with a visible effort. "What's the matter? You jumped." "Nothing." "Oh, come on, let's have it." And Wells waited. "Only that I thought about the ink pool in the Kipling stories," said Tim after a minute's reflection. "This is different." "Yes, very different," laughed Wells. "I've never tried that. Would you like to?" "Oh, no, sir," cried Tim earnestly. "You're a little jumpy today," said Wells. "We've time for some more talk, if you're not too tired." "No, I'm not very tired," said the boy warily. Wells went to a drawer and chose a hypodermic needle. It wasn't usual, but perhaps— "I'll just give you a little shot to relax your nerves, shall I? Then we'd get on better." When he turned around, the stark terror on the child's face stopped Wells in his tracks. "Oh, no! Don't! Please, please don't!" Wells replaced the needle and shut the drawer before he said a word. "I won't," he said quietly. "I didn't know you didn't like shots. I won't give you any, Tim." The boy, fighting for self-control, gulped and said nothing. "It's all right," said Wells, lighting a cigarette and pretending to watch the smoke rise. Anything rather than appear to be watching the badly shaken small boy shivering in the chair opposite him. "Sorry. You didn't tell me about the things you don't like, the things you're afraid of." The words hung in the silence. "Yes," said Timothy slowly. "I'm afraid of shots. I hate needles. It's just one of those things." He tried to smile. "We'll do without them, then. You've passed all the tests, Tim, and I'd like to walk home with you and tell your grandmother about it. Is that all right with you?" "Yes, sir." "We'll stop for something to eat," Wells went on, opening the door for his patient. "Ice cream or a hot dog." They went out together. Timothy Paul's grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Herbert Davis, lived in a large, old-fashioned house that spelled money and position. The grounds were large, fenced, and bordered with shrubbery. Inside the house there was little that was new. Everything was well kept. Timothy led the psychiatrist to Mr. Davis's library, and then went in search of his grandmother. When Wells saw Mrs. Davis, he thought he had some of the explanation. Some grandmothers are easy-going, jolly, comparatively young. This grandmother was, as it soon became apparent, quite different. "Yes, Timothy is a pretty good boy," she said, smiling on her grandson. "We have always been strict with him, Dr. Wells, but I believe it pays. Even when he was a mere baby, we tried to teach him right ways. For example, when he was barely 3, I read him some little stories, and a few days later he was trying to tell us, if you will believe it, that he could read. Perhaps he was too young to know the nature of a lie, but I felt it my duty to make him understand. When he insisted, I spanked him. The child had a remarkable memory, and perhaps he thought that was all there was to reading. Well, I don't mean to brag of my brutality," said Mrs. Davis with a charming smile. "I assure you, Dr. Wells, it was a painful experience for me. We've had very little occasion for punishments. Timothy is a good boy." Wells murmured that he was sure of it. "Timothy, you may deliver your papers now," said Mrs. Davis. "I am sure Dr. Wells will excuse you." And she settled herself for a good long talk about her grandson. Timothy, it seemed, was the apple of her eye. He was a quiet boy, an obedient boy, and a bright boy. "We have our rules, of course. I have never allowed Timothy to forget that children should be seen and not heard, as the good old-fashioned saying is. When he first learned to turn somersaults, when he was 3 or 4 years old, he kept coming to me and saying, 'Grandmother, see me.' I simply had to be firm with him. 'Timothy,' I said, 'let us have no more of this. It is simply showing off. If it amuses you to turn somersaults, well and good, but it doesn't amuse me to watch you endlessly doing it. Play if you like, but do not demand admiration.'" "Did you never play with him?" "Certainly I played with him, and it was a pleasure to me also. We, Mr. Davis and I, taught him a great many games and many kinds of handicraft. We read stories to him and taught him rhymes and songs. I took a special course in kindergarten craft to amuse the child, and I must admit that it amused me also," added Tim's grandmother, smiling reminiscently. "We made houses of toothpicks, with balls of clay at the corners. His grandfather took him for walks and drives. We no longer have a car, since my husband's sight has begun to fail him slightly, so now the garage is Timothy's workshop. We had windows cut in it, and a door, and nailed the large door shut." It soon became clear that Tim's life was not all strictures by any means. He had a workshop of his own, and upstairs beside his bedroom was his own library and study. "He keeps his books and treasures there," said his grandmother. "His own little radio, and his school books, and his typewriter. When he was only 7 years old, he asked us for a typewriter. But he is a careful child, Dr. Wells, not at all destructive, and I had read that in many schools they make use of typewriters in teaching young children to read and write and to spell. The words look the same as in printed books, you see, and much less muscular effort is involved. So his grandfather got him a very nice, noiseless typewriter, and he loved it dearly. I often hear it purring away as I pass through the hall. Timothy keeps his own rooms in good order, and his shop also. It is his own wish. You know how boys are. They do not wish others to meddle with their belongings. 'Very well, Timothy,' I told him. 'If a glance shows me that you can do it yourself properly, nobody will go into your rooms. But they must be kept neat.' And he has done so for several years. A very neat boy, Timothy." "Timothy didn't mention his paper route," remarked Wells. "He said only that he plays with other boys after school." "Oh, but he does," said Mrs. Davis. "He plays until 5 o'clock, and then he delivers his papers. If he is late, his grandfather walks down and calls him. The school is not very far from here, and Mr. Davis frequently walks down and watches the boys at their play. The paper route is Timothy's way of earning money to feed his cats. Do you care for cats, Dr. Wells?" Yes, I like cats very much, said the psychiatrist. Many boys like dogs better. Timothy had a dog when he was a baby, a collie. Her eyes grew moist. We all loved Ruff dearly, but I am no longer young, and the care and training of a dog is difficult. Timothy is at school or at the Boy Scout camp or something of the sort a great part of the time, and I thought it best that he should not have another dog. But you wanted to know about our cats, Dr. Wells. I raise Siamese cats. Interesting pets, said Wells cordially. My aunt raised them at one time. Timothy is very fond of them, but 3 years ago he asked me if he could have a pair of black Persians. At first I thought not, but we liked to please the child, and he promised to build their cages himself. He had taken a course in carpentry at vacation school, so he was allowed to have a pair of beautiful black Persians. But the very first litter turned out to be short-haired, and Timothy confessed that he had mated his queen to my Siamese Tom to see what would happen. Worse yet, he had mated his Tom to one of my Siamese queens. I really was tempted to punish him. But after all, I could see that he was curious as to the outcome of such cross-breeding. Of course, I said the kittens must be destroyed. The second litter was exactly like the first, all black with short hair. But you know what children are. Timothy begged me to let them live, and they were his first kittens, 3 in one litter, 2 in the other. He might keep them, I said, if he would take full care of them and be responsible for all the expense. He mowed lawns and ran errands and made little footstools and bookcases to sell and did all sorts of things, and probably used his allowance, too. But he kept the kittens and has a whole row of cages in the yard beside his workshop. And their offspring? Inquired Wells, who could not see what all this had to do with the main question, but was willing to listen to anything that might lead to information. Some of the kittens appear to be pure Persian, and others pure Siamese. These he insisted on keeping, although, as I have explained to him, it would be dishonest to sell them since they are not purebred. A good many of the kittens are black short-haired, and these we destroy. But enough of cats, Dr. Wells, and I am afraid I am talking too much about my grandson. I can understand that you are very proud of him, said Wells. I must confess that we are, and he is a bright boy. When he and his grandfather talk together, and with me also, he asks very intelligent questions. We do not encourage him to voice his opinions. I detest the smart-aleck type of small boy, and yet I believe they would be quite good opinions for a child of his age. Has his health always been good? Asked Wells. On the whole, very good. I have taught him the value of exercise, play, wholesome food, and suitable rest. He has had a few of the usual childish ailments, not seriously, and he never has colds. But of course he takes his cold shots twice a year when we do. Does he mind the shots? Asked Wells as casually as he could. Not at all. I always say that he, though so young, sets an example I find hard to follow. I still flinch, and really rather dread the ordeal. Wells looked toward the door at a sudden, slight sound. Timothy stood there, and he had heard. Again fear was stamped on his face, and terror looked out of his eyes. "Timothy," said his grandmother, "don't stare." "Sorry, sir," the boy managed to say. "Are your papers all delivered? I did not realize we had been talking for an hour, Dr. Wells. Would you like to see Timothy's cats?" Mrs. Davis inquired graciously. "Timothy, take Dr. Wells to see your pets. We have had quite a talk about them." Wells got Tim out of the room as fast as he could. The boy led the way around the house and into the side yard where the former garage stood. There the man stopped. "Tim," he said, "you don't have to show me the cats if you don't want to." "Oh, that's all right." "Is that part of what you are hiding? If it is, I don't want to see it until you are ready to show me." Tim looked up at him then. "Thanks," he said. "I don't mind about the cats. Not if you like cats, really." "I really do. But, Tim, this I would like to know. You're not afraid of the needle. Could you tell me why you were afraid? Why you said you were afraid?" Of my shot? The one I promised not to give you after all? Their eyes met. You won't tell? Asked Tim. I won't tell. Because it was pentothal, wasn't it? Wells gave himself a slight pinch. Yes, he was awake. Yes, this was a little boy asking him about pentothal. A boy who, yes, certainly, a boy who knew about it. Yes, it was, said Wells. A very small dose. You know what it is? Yes, sir. I read about it somewhere, in the papers. Never mind that. You have a secret, something you want to hide. That's what you're afraid about, isn't it? The boy nodded dumbly. If it's anything wrong, or that might be wrong, perhaps I could help you. You'll want to know me better first. You'll want to be sure you can trust me. But I'll be glad to help any time you say the word, Tim. Or I might stumble onto things the way I did just now. One thing, though. I never tell secrets. Never? Never. Doctors and priests don't betray secrets. Doctors seldom. Priests never. I guess I am more like a priest because of the kind of doctoring I do. He looked down at the boy's bowed head. Helping fellows who are scared sick, said the psychiatrist very gently. Helping fellows in trouble, getting things straight again, fixing things up, unsnarling tangles. When I can, that's what I do. And I don't tell anything to anybody. It's just between that one fellow and me. But, he added to himself, I'll have to find out. I'll have to find out what ails this child. Miss Page is right. He needs me. They went to see the cats. There were the Siamese in their cages, and the Persians in their cages, and there, in several small cages, the short-haired black cats and their hybrid offspring. We take them into the house or let them into this big cage for exercise, explained Tim. I take mine into my shop sometimes. These are all mine. Grandmother keeps hers on the sun porch. You'd never know these were not all purebred, observed Wells. Which did you say were the full Persians? Any of their kittens here? No, I sold them. I'd like to buy one, but these look just the same and wouldn't make any difference to me. I want a pet and wouldn't use it for breeding stock. Would you sell me one of these? Timothy shook his head. I'm sorry, I never sell any but the purebreds. It was then that Wells began to see what problem he faced. Very dimly he saw it, with joy, relief, hope, and wild enthusiasm. Why not? Urged Wells. I can wait for a purebred if you'd rather, but why not one of these? They look just the same. Perhaps they'd be more interesting. Tim looked at Wells for a long, long minute. I'll show you, he said. Promise to wait here? No, I'll let you come into the workroom. Wait a minute, please. The boy drew a key from under his blouse, where it had hung suspended from a chain, and unlocked the door of his shop. He went inside, closed the door, and Wells could hear him moving about for a few moments. Then he came to the door and beckoned. Don't tell Grandmother, said Tim. I haven't told her yet. If it lives, I'll tell her next week. In the corner of the shop under a table there was a box, and in the box there was a Siamese cat. When she saw a stranger, she tried to hide her kittens, but Tim lifted her gently, and then Wells saw. Two of the kittens looked like little white rats with stringy tails and smudgy paws, ears and noses. But the third, yes, it was going to be a different sight. It was going to be a beautiful cat if it lived. It had long, silky, white hair like the finest Persian, and the Siamese markings were showing up plainly. Wells caught his breath. Congratulations, old man. Haven't you told anyone yet? She's not ready to show. She's not a week old. But you're going to show her. Oh, yes, Grandmother will be thrilled. She'll love her. Maybe there'll be more. You knew this would happen. You made it happen. You planned it all from the start, accused Wells. Yes, admitted the boy. How did you know? The boy turned away. I read it somewhere, said Tim. The cat jumped back into the box and began to nurse her babies. Wells felt as if he could endure no more. Without a glance at anything else in the room, and everything else was hidden under tarpaulins and newspapers, he went to the door. "Thanks for showing me, Tim," he said. "And when you have any to sell, remember me. I'll wait. I want one like that." The boy followed him out and locked the door carefully. "But, Tim," said the psychiatrist, "that's not what you were afraid I'd find out. I wouldn't need a drug to get you to tell me this, would I?" Tim replied carefully, "I didn't want to tell this until I was ready. Grandmother really ought to know first, but you made me tell you." "Tim," said Peter Wells earnestly, "I'll see you again. Whatever you are afraid of, don't be afraid of me. I often guess secrets. I'm on the way to guessing yours already, but nobody else need ever know." He walked rapidly home, whistling to himself from time to time. Perhaps he, Peter Wells, was the luckiest man in the world. He had scarcely begun to talk to Timothy on the boy's next appearance at the office when the phone in the hall rang. On his return, when he opened the door, he saw a book in Tim's hands. The boy made a move as if to hide it, and thought better of it. Wells took the book and looked at it. "Want to know more about Rorschach, eh?" he asked. "I saw it on the shelf. "Oh, that's all right," said Wells, who had purposely left the book near the chair Tim would occupy. "But what's the matter with the library?" "They've got some books about it, but they're on the closed shelves. I couldn't get them." Tim spoke without thinking first, and then caught his breath. But Wells replied calmly, "I'll get it out for you. I'll have it next time you come. Take this one along today when you go. Tim, I mean it. You can trust me." "I can't tell you anything," said the boy. "You found out some things. I don't know what I wish, but I'd rather be let alone. I don't need help. Maybe I never will. If I do, can't I come to you then?" Wells pulled out his chair and sat down slowly. "Perhaps that would be the best way, Tim. But why wait for the axe to fall? I might be able to help you ward it off, what you're afraid of. You can kid people along about the cats. Tell them you were fooling around to see what would happen. But you can't fool all of the people all of the time, they tell me. Maybe with me to help you could. Or with me to back you up, the blow-up would be easier. Easier on your grandparents, too. I haven't done anything wrong." "I'm beginning to be sure of that. But things you try to keep hidden may come to light. The kitten. You could hide it, but you don't want to. You've got to risk something to show it." "I'll tell them I read it somewhere." "That wasn't true, then." "I thought not. You figured it out." There was silence. Then Timothy Paul said, "Yes, I figured it out. But that's my secret." "It's safe with me." But the boy did not trust him yet. Wells soon learned that he had been tested. Tim took the book home and returned it, took the library books which Wells got for him, and in due course returned them also. But he talked little and was still wary. Wells could talk all he liked, but he got little or nothing out of Tim. Tim had told all he was going to tell. He would talk about nothing except what any boy would talk about. After 2 months of this, during which Wells saw Tim officially once a week and unofficially several times, showing up at the school playground to watch games, or meeting Tim on the paper route and treating him to a soda after it was finished, Wells had learned very little more. He tried again. He had probed no more during the 2 months, respected the boy's silence, trying to give him time to get to know and trust him. But one day he asked, "What are you going to do when you grow up, Tim? Breed cats?" Tim laughed a denial. "I don't know what yet. Sometimes I think one thing, sometimes another." This was a typical boy answer. Wells disregarded it. "What would you like to do best of all?" he asked. Tim leaned forward eagerly. "What you do?" he cried. "You've been reading up on it, I suppose," said Wells as casually as he could. "Then you know, perhaps, that before anyone can do what I do, he must go through it himself like a patient. He must also study medicine and be a full-fledged doctor, of course. You can't do that yet, but you can have the works now, like a patient." "Why, for the experience?" "Yes, and for the cure. You'll have to face that fear and lick it. You'll have to straighten out a lot of other things, or at least face them." "My fear will be gone when I'm grown up," said Timothy. "I think it will." I hope it will. Can you be sure? No, admitted the boy. I don't know exactly why I'm afraid. I just know I must hide things. Is that bad, too? Dangerous, perhaps. Timothy thought a while in silence. Wells smoked 3 cigarettes and yearned to pace the floor, but dared not move. What would it be like? Asked Tim finally. You'd tell me about yourself, what you remember, your childhood, the way your grandmother runs on when she talks about you. She sent me out of the room. I'm not supposed to think I'm bright, said Tim with one of his rare grins. And you're not supposed to know how well she reared you? She did fine, said Tim. She taught me all the wisest things I ever knew. Such as what? Such as shutting up, not telling all you know, not showing off. I see what you mean, said Wells. Have you heard the story of St. Thomas Aquinas? No. When he was a student in Paris, he never spoke out in class, and the others thought him stupid. One of them kindly offered to help him, and went over all the work very patiently to make him understand it. And then one day they came to a place where the other student got all mixed up and had to admit he didn't understand. Then Thomas suggested a solution, and it was the right one. He knew more than any of the others all the time, but they called him the dumb ox. Tim nodded gravely. And when he grew up? Asked the boy. He was the greatest thinker of all time, said Wells. A 14th century superbrain. He did more original work than any other 10 great men, and he died young. After that it was easier. How do I begin? Asked Timothy. You'd better begin at the beginning. Tell me all you can remember about your early childhood, before you went to school. Tim gave this his consideration. I'll have to go forward and backward a lot, he said. I couldn't put it all in order. That's all right. Just tell me today all you can remember about that time of your life. By next week you'll have remembered more. As we go on to later periods of your life, you may remember things that belong to an earlier time. Tell them then. We'll make some sort of order out of it. Wells listened to the boy's revelations with growing excitement. He found it difficult to keep outwardly calm. When did you begin to read? Wells asked. I don't know when it was. My grandmother read me some stories, and somehow I got the idea about the words. But when I tried to tell her I could read, she spanked me. She kept saying I couldn't, and I kept saying I could until she spanked me. For a while I had a dreadful time because I didn't know any word she hadn't read to me. I guess I sat beside her and watched, or else I remembered and then went over it by myself right after. I must have learned as soon as I got the idea that each group of letters on the page was a word. The word unit method, Wells commented. Most self-taught readers learned like that. Yes, I've read about it since. And Macaulay could read when he was 3, but only upside down because of standing opposite when his father read the Bible to the family. There are many cases of children who learned to read as you did and surprised their parents. Well, how did you get on? One day I noticed that 2 words looked almost alike and sounded almost alike. They were can and man. I remembered staring at them, and then it was like something beautiful boiling up in me. I began to look carefully at the words, but in a crazy excitement. I was a long while at it, because when I put down the book and tried to stand up, I was stiff all over. But I had the idea, and after that it wasn't hard to figure out almost any words. The really hard words are the common ones that you get all the time in easy books. Other words are pronounced the way they are spelled. And nobody knew you could read? No. Grandmother told me not to say I could, so I didn't. She read to me often, and that helped. We had a great many books, of course. I liked those with pictures. Once or twice they caught me with a book that had no pictures, and then they'd take it away and say, I'll find a book for a little boy. Do you remember what books you liked then? Books about animals, I remember, and geographies. It was funny about animals. Once you got Timothy started, thought Wells, it wasn't hard to get him to go on talking. One day I was at the zoo, said Tim, and by the cages alone. Grandmother was resting on a bench, and she let me walk along by myself. People were talking about the animals, and I began to tell them all I knew. Must have been funny in a way,
because I had read a lot of words I couldn't pronounce correctly, words I had never heard spoken. They listened and asked me questions, and I thought I was just like Grandfather, teaching them the way he sometimes taught me. And then they called another man to come and said, "Listen to this kid, he's a scream." And I saw they were all laughing at me. Timothy's face was redder than usual, but he tried to smile as he added, "I can see now how it must have sounded funny, and unexpected, too. That's a big point in humor. But my little feelings were so dreadfully hurt that I ran back to my grandmother crying, and she couldn't find out why. But it served me right for disobeying her. She always told me not to tell people things. She said a child had nothing to teach its elders." "Not in that way, perhaps at that age." "But honestly, some grown people don't know very much," said Tim. "When we went on the train last year, a woman came up and sat beside me and started to tell me things a little boy should know about California. I told her I'd lived here all my life, but I guess she didn't even know we were taught things in school, and she tried to tell me things, and almost everything was wrong." "Such as what?" asked Wells, who had also suffered from tourists. She said so many things, but I thought this was the funniest. She said all the missions were so old and interesting, and I said yes, and she said, "You know, they were all built long before Columbus discovered America." And I thought she meant it for a joke, so I laughed. She looked very serious and said, "Yes, those people all come up here from Mexico." I suppose she thought they were Aztec temples. Wells, shaking with laughter, could not but agree that many adults were sadly lacking in the rudiments of knowledge. "After that zoo experience and a few others like it, I began to get wise to myself," continued Tim. "People who knew things didn't want to hear me repeating them, and people who didn't know wouldn't be taught by a 4-year-old baby. I guess I was 4 when I began to write." "How?" "Oh, I just thought if I couldn't say anything to anybody at any time, I'd burst. So I began to put it down in printing like in books. Then I found out about writing, and we had some old-fashioned school books that taught how to write. I'm left-handed. When I went to school, I had to use my right hand, but by then I had learned how to pretend that I didn't know things. I watched the others and did as they did. My grandmother told me to do that." "I wonder why she said that," marveled Wells. "She knew I wasn't used to other children," she said, "and it was the first time she had left me to anyone else's care. So she told me to do what the others did and what my teacher said," explained Tim simply. "And I followed her advice literally. I pretended I didn't know anything until the others began to know it, too. Lucky I was so shy. But there were things to learn, all right. Do you know, when I was first sent to school, I was disappointed because the teacher dressed like other women. The only picture of teachers I had noticed were those in an old Mother Goose book, and I thought that all teachers wore hoop skirts. But as soon as I saw her, after the little shock of surprise, I knew it was silly, and I never told." The psychiatrist and the boy laughed together. "We played games. I had to learn to play with children and not be surprised when they slapped or pushed me. I just couldn't figure out why they do that, or what good it did them. But if it was to surprise me, I'd say boo, and surprise them sometime later. And if they were mad because I had taken a ball or something they wanted, I'd play with them." "Anybody ever try to beat you up?" "Oh, yes. But I had a book about boxing, with pictures. You can't learn much from pictures, but I got some practice, too, and that helped. I didn't want to win, anyway. That's what I like about games of strength or skill. I'm fairly matched, and I don't have to be always watching in case I might show off or try to boss somebody around." "You must have tried bossing sometimes." "In books, they all cluster around the boy who can teach new games and think up new things to play. But I found out that doesn't work. They just want to do the same thing all the time. Like hide and seek. It's no fun if the first one to be caught is it next time. The rest just walk in any old way and don't try to hide or even to run because it doesn't matter whether they're caught. But you can't get the boys to see that and play right, so the last one caught is it." Timothy looked at his watch. "Time to go," he said. "I've enjoyed talking to you, Dr. Wells. I hope I haven't bored you too much." Wells recognized the echo and smiled appreciatively at the small boy. You didn't tell me about the writing. Did you start to keep a diary? No, it was a newspaper. 1 page a day, no more and no less. I still keep it, confided Tim. But I get more on the page now. I type it. And you write with either hand now? My left hand is my own secret writing. For school and things like that, I use my right hand. When Timothy had left, Wells congratulated himself. But for the next month he got no more. Tim would not reveal a single significant fact. He talked about ball-playing. He described his grandmother's astonished delight over the beautiful kitten. He told of its growth and the tricks it played. He gravely related such enthralling facts as that he liked to ride on trains, that his favorite wild animal was the lion, and that he greatly desired to see snow falling, but not a word of what Wells wanted to hear. The psychiatrist, knowing that he was again being tested, waited patiently. Then one afternoon, when Wells, fortunately unoccupied with the patient, was smoking a pipe on his front porch, Timothy Paul strode into the yard. Yesterday, Miss Page asked me if I was seeing you, and I said yes. She said she hoped my grandparents didn't find it too expensive, because you had told her I was all right and didn't need to have her worrying about me. And then I said to Grandma, was it expensive for you to talk to me? And she said, oh, no, dear, the school pays for that. It was your teacher's idea that you have a few talks with Dr. Wells. I'm glad you came to me, Tim, and I'm sure you didn't give me away to either of them. Nobody's paying me. The school pays for my services if a child is in a bad way and his parents are poor. It's a new service since 1956. Many maladjusted children can be helped, much more cheaply to the state than the cost of having them go crazy or become criminals or something. You understand all that. But sit down, Tim. I can't charge the state for you, and I can't charge your grandparents. You're adjusted marvelously well in every way as far as I can see. And when I see the rest, I'll be even more sure of it. Well, gosh, I wouldn't have come. Tim was stammering in confusion. You ought to be paid. I take up so much of your time. Maybe I better not come any more. I think you'd better. Don't you? Why are you doing it for nothing, Dr. Wells? I think you know why. The boy sat down in the glider and pushed himself meditatively back and forth. The glider squeaked. You're interested. You're curious, he said. That's not all, Tim. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. I know, said Timothy. I believe it. Look, is it all right if I call you Peter, since we're friends? At their next meeting, Timothy went into details about his newspaper. He had kept all the copies from the first smudged, awkwardly printed pencil issues to the very latest, neatly typed ones. But he would not show Wells any of them. I just put down every day the things I most wanted to say, the news or information or opinion I had to swallow unsaid, so it's a wild medley. The earlier copies are awfully funny. Sometimes I guess what they were all about, what made me write them. Sometimes I remember. I put down the books I read, too, and mark them like school grades on 2 points, how I liked the book and whether it was good, and whether I had read it before, too. How many books do you read? What's your reading speed? It proved that Timothy's reading speed on new books of adult level varied from 800 to 950 words a minute. The average murder mystery, he loved them, took him a little less than an hour. A year's homework in history Tim performed easily by reading his textbook through 3 or 4 times during the year. He apologized for that, but explained that he had to know what was in the book so as not to reveal in examinations too much that he had learned from other sources. Evenings, when his grandparents believed him to be doing homework, he spent his time reading other books or writing his newspaper, or something. As Wells had already guessed, Tim had read everything in his grandfather's library, everything of interest in the public library that was not on the closed shelves, and everything he could order from the state library. What do the librarians say? They think the books are for my grandfather. I tell them that if they ask what a little boy wants with such a big book. Peter, telling so many lies is what gets me down. I have to do it, don't I? As far as I can see, you do, agreed Wells. But here's material for a while in my library. There'll have to be a closed shelf here, too, though, Tim. Could you tell me why? I know about the library books. Some of them might scare people, and some of my books might scare you, too, Tim. I'll tell you a little about abnormal psychology, if you like, one of these days, and then I think you'll see that until you're actually trained to deal with such cases, you'd be better off not knowing too much about them. I don't want to be morbid, agreed Tim. All right, I'll read only what you give me, and from now on I'll tell you things. There was more than the newspaper, you know. I thought as much. Do you want to go on with your tale? It started when I first wrote a letter to a newspaper, of course under a pen name. They printed it. For a while I had a high old time of it, a letter almost every day, using all sorts of pen names. Then I branched out to magazines, letters to the editor again, and stories. I tried stories. He looked a little doubtfully at Wells, who said only, "How old were you when you sold the first story?" 8, said Timothy. And when the check came with my name on it, T. Paul, I didn't know what in the world to do. That's a thought. What did you do? There was a sign in the window of the bank. I always read signs, and that one came back to my mind. Banking by mail. You can see I was pretty desperate. So I got the name of a bank across the bay, and I wrote them on my typewriter, and said I wanted to start an account, and here was a check to start it with. Oh, I was scared stiff, and had to keep saying to myself that, after all, nobody could do much to me. It was my own money. But you don't know what it's like to be only a small boy. They sent the check back to me, and I died 10 deaths when I saw it. But the letter explained. I hadn't endorsed it. They sent me a blank to fill out about myself. I didn't know how many lies I dared to tell. But it was my money, and I had to get it. If I could get it into the bank, then someday I could get it out. I gave my business as author, and I gave my age as 24. I thought that was awfully old. I'd like to see the story. Do you have a copy of the magazine around? Yes, said Tim, but nobody noticed it. I mean, T. Paul could be anybody. And when I saw magazines for writers on the newsstands and bought them, I got on to the way to use a pen name on the story and my own name and address up in the corner. Before that, I used a pen name and sometimes never got the things back or heard about them. Sometimes I did, though. What then? Oh, then I'd endorse the check payable to me and sign the pen name and then sign my own name under it. Was I scared to do that? But it was my money. Only stories? Articles, too. And things. That's enough of that for today. Only, I just wanted to say, a while ago, T. Paul told the bank he wanted to switch some of the money over to a checking account, to buy books by mail and such. So, I could pay you, Dr. Wells, with sudden formality. No, Tim, said Peter Wells firmly. The pleasure is all mine. What I want is to see the story that was published when you were 8. And some of the other things that made T. Paul rich enough to keep a consulting psychiatrist on the payroll. And for the love of Pete, will you tell me how all this goes on without your grandparents knowing a thing about it? Grandmother thinks I send in box tops and fill out coupons, said Tim. She doesn't bring in the mail. She says her little boy gets such a big bang out of that little chore. Anyway, that's what she said when I was 8. I played mailman. And there were box tops. I showed them to her until she said about the 3rd time that really she wasn't greatly interested in such matters. By now she has the habit of waiting for me to bring in the mail. Peter Wells thought that was quite a day of revelation. He spent a quiet evening at home, holding his head and groaning, trying to take it all in. And that IQ 120. Nonsense. The boy had been holding out on him. Tim's reading had obviously included enough about IQ tests, enough puzzles and oddments in magazines and such, to enable him to stall successfully. What could he do if he would cooperate? Wells made up his mind to find out. He didn't find out. Timothy Paul went swiftly through the whole range of superior adult tests without a failure of any sort. There were no tests yet devised that could measure his intelligence. While he was still writing his age with one figure, Timothy Paul had faced alone, and solved alone, problems that would have baffled the average adult. He had adjusted to the hardest task of all, that of appearing to be a fairly normal, be-average, small boy. and it must be that there was more to find out about him. What did he write? And what did he do besides read and write, learn carpentry, and breed cats, and magnificently fool his whole world? When Peter Wells had read some of Tim's writings, he was surprised to find that the stories the boy had written were vividly human, the product of close observation of human nature. The articles, on the other hand, were closely reasoned and showed thorough study and research. Apparently, Tim read every word of several newspapers and a score or more of periodicals. "Oh, sure," said Tim when questioned. "I read everything. I go back once in a while and review old ones, too." "If you can write like this," demanded Wells, indicating a magazine in which a staid and scholarly article had appeared, "and this." This was a man-to-man political article, giving the arguments for and against a change in the whole congressional system. "Then why do you always talk to me in the language of an ordinary, stupid schoolboy?" "Because I'm only a boy," replied Timothy. "What would happen if I went around talking like that?" "You might risk it with me. You've showed me these things." "I'd never dare to risk talking like that. I might forget and do it again before others. Besides, I can't pronounce half the words." "What?" "I never look up a pronunciation," explained Timothy. "In case I do slip and use a word beyond the average, I can anyway hope I didn't say it right." Wells shouted with laughter, but was sober again as he realized the implications back of that thoughtfulness. "You're just like an explorer living among savages," said the psychiatrist. "You have studied the savages carefully and tried to imitate them so they won't know there are differences." "Something like that," acknowledged Tim. "That's why your stories are so human," said Wells. "That one about the awful little girl." They both chuckled. "Yes, that was my first story," said Tim. "I was almost 8, and there was a boy in my class who had a brother, and the boy next door was the other one, the one who was picked on." "How much of the story was true?" "The first part. I used to see when I went over there how that girl picked on Bill's brother's friend, Steve. She wanted to play with Steve all the time herself, and whenever he had boys over, she'd do something awful. And Steve's folks were like I said. They wouldn't let Steve do anything to a girl. When she threw all the watermelon rinds over the fence into his yard, he just had to pick them all up and say nothing back, and she'd laugh at him over the fence. She got him blamed for things he never did. And when he had work to do in the yard, she'd hang out of her window and scream at him and make fun. I thought first, what made her act like that? And then I made up a way for him to get even with her, and wrote it out the way it might have happened." "Didn't you pass the idea on to Steve and let him try it?" "Gosh, no! I was only a little boy. Kids 7 don't give ideas to kids 10. That's the first thing I had to learn, to be always the one that kept quiet, especially if there was any older boy or girl around, even only a year or 2 older. I had to learn to look blank and let my mouth hang open and say, 'I don't get it,' to almost everything." "And Miss Page thought it was odd that you had no close friends of your own age," said Wells. "You must be the loneliest boy that ever walked this earth, Tim. You've lived in hiding like a criminal. But tell me, what are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid of being found out, of course. The only way I can live in this world is in disguise, until I'm grown up, at any rate. At first it was just my grandparents scolding me and telling me not to show off, and the way people laughed if I tried to talk to them. Then I saw how people hate anyone who is better or brighter or luckier. Some people sort of trade off. If you're bad at one thing, you're good at another, but they'll forgive you for being good at some things if you're not good at others, so they can balance it off. They can beat you at something. You have to strike a balance. A child has no chance at all. No grown-up can stand it to have a child know anything he doesn't." "Oh, a little thing, if it amuses them, but not much of anything. There's an old story about a man who found himself in a country where everyone else was blind. I'm like that. But they shan't put out my eyes. I'll never let them know I can see anything." "Do you see things that no grown person can see?" Tim waved his hands toward the magazines. "Only like that, I meant. I hear people talking in streetcars and stores, and while they work and around, I read about the way they act in the news. I'm like them, just like them, only I seem about 100 years older, more matured.
Do you mean that none of them have much sense?
I don't mean that exactly. I mean that so few of them have any, or show it if they do have. They don't even seem to want to. They're good people in their way, but what could they make of me? Even when I was 7, I could understand their motives, but they couldn't understand their own motives. And they're so lazy. They don't seem to want to know or to understand. When I first went to the library for books, the books I learned from were seldom touched by any of the grown people. But they were meant for ordinary grown people. But the grown people didn't want to know things. They only wanted to fool around. I felt about most people the way my grandmother feels about babies and puppies. Only she doesn't have to pretend to be a puppy all the time, Tim added with a little bitterness.
You have a friend now, in me.
Yes, Peter, said Tim, brightening up. And I have pen friends, too. People like what I write, because they can't see I'm only a little boy. When I grow up— Tim did not finish that sentence. Wells understood, now, some of the fears that Tim had not dared to put into words at all. When he grew up, would he be as far beyond all other grown-ups as he had all his life been above his contemporaries? The adult friends, whom he now met on fairly equal terms, would they then, too, seem like babies or puppies? Peter did not dare to voice the thought either. Still less did he venture to hint at another thought. Tim, so far, had no great interest in girls. They existed for him as part of the human race. But there would come a time when Tim would be a grown man and would wish to marry. And where among the puppies could he find a mate?
When you're grown up, we'll still be friends, said Peter.
And who are the others? Turned out that Tim had pen friends all over the world. He played chess by correspondence, a game he never dared to play in person, except when he forced himself to move the pieces about idly and let his opponent win at least half the time. He had also many friends who had read something he had written and had written to him about it, thus starting a correspondence friendship. After the first 2 or 3 of these, he had started some on his own account, always with people who lived at a great distance. To most of these he gave a name which, although not false, looked it. That was Paul T. Lawrence. Lawrence was his middle name, and with a comma after the Paul, it was actually his own name. He had a post-office box under that name, for which T. Paul of the large bank account was his reference.
Pen friends abroad? Do you know languages?
Yes, Tim did. He had studied by correspondence also. Many universities gave extension courses in that manner and lent the student records to play so that he could learn the correct pronunciation. Tim had taken several such courses and learned other languages from books. He kept all these languages in practice by means of the letters to other lands and the replies which came to him. I'd buy a dictionary, and then I'd write to the mayor of some town or to a foreign newspaper and ask them to advertise for some pen friends to help me learn the language. We'd exchange souvenirs and things. Nor was Wells in the least surprised to find that Timothy had also taken other courses by correspondence. He had completed, within 3 years, more than half the subjects offered by 4 separate universities, and several other courses, the most recent being architecture. The boy, not yet 14, had completed a full course in that subject, and had he been able to disguise himself as a full-grown man, could have gone out at once and built almost anything you'd like to name, for he also knew much of the trades involved. It always said how long an average student took, and I'd take that long, said Tim. So, of course, I had to be working several schools at the same time.
And carpentry at the playground summer school?
Oh, yes. But there I couldn't do too much because people could see me. But I learned how, and it made a good cover-up, so I could make cages for the cats and all that sort of thing. And many boys are good with their hands. I like to work with my hands. I built my own radio, too. It gets all the foreign stations, and that helps me with my languages.
How did you figure it out about the cats? Said Wells.
Oh, there had to be recessives, that's all. The Siamese coloring was a recessive, and it had to be mated with another recessive. Black was one possibility, and white was another. But I started with black because I liked it better. I might try white, too, but I have so much else on my mind. He broke off suddenly and would say no more. Their next meeting was by prearrangement at Tim's workshop. Wells met the boy after school, and they walked to Tim's home together. There the boy unlocked his door and snapped on the lights. Wells looked around with interest. There was a bench, a tool chest, cabinets padlocked, a radio clearly not store-purchased, a file cabinet locked, something on a table covered with a cloth, a box in the corner. No, 2 boxes in 2 corners. In each of them was a mother cat with kittens. Both mothers were black Persians. "This one must be all black Persian," Tim explained. "Her 3rd litter and never a Siamese marking. But this one carries both recessives in her. Last time she had a Siamese short-haired kitten. This morning I had to go to school. Let's see." They bent over the box where the newborn kittens lay. One kitten was like the mother. The other 2 were Siamese Persian, a male and a female. "You've done it again, Tim!" shouted Wells. "Congratulations!" They shook hands in jubilation. "I'll write it in the record," said the boy blissfully. In a nickel book marked Compositions, Tim's left hand added the entries. He had used the correct symbols: F1, F2, F3, capital S, small s, capital B, small l. "The dominants in capitals," he explained. "Capital B for black, and capital S for short hair. The recessives in small letters. Small s for Siamese, small l for long hair." "Wonderful to write small double L or small double S again, Peter. Twice more, and the other kitten is carrying the Siamese marking as a recessive." He closed the book in triumph. "Now," and he marched to the covered thing on the table, "my latest big secret." Tim lifted the cloth carefully and displayed a beautifully built dollhouse. "No, a model house," Wells corrected himself swiftly. "A beautiful model, and, yes, built to scale. The roof comes off. See, it has a big storage room and a room for a playroom or a maid or something. Then I lift off the attic." "Good heavens!" cried Peter Wells. "Any little girl would give her soul for this." "I used fancy wrapping papers for the wallpapers. I wove the rugs on a little hand loom," gloated Timothy. "The furniture's just like real, isn't it? Some I bought, that's plastic. Some I made of construction paper and things. The curtains were the hardest, but I couldn't ask Grandmother to sew them." "Why not?" the amazed doctor managed to ask. "She might recognize this afterwards," said Tim, and he lifted off the upstairs floor. "Recognize it? You haven't showed it to her? Then when would she see it?" "She might not," admitted Tim, "but I don't like to take some risks." "That's a very livable floor plan you've used," said Wells, bending closer to examine the house in detail. "Yes, I thought so. It's awful how many house plans leave no clear wall space for books or pictures. Some of them have doors placed so you have to detour around the dining room table every time you go from the living room to the kitchen, or so that a whole corner of a room is good for nothing, with doors at all angles. Now, I designed this house to—" "You designed it, Tim?" "Why, sure." "Oh, I see. You thought I built it from blueprints I'd bought." "My first model home I did, but the architecture courses gave me so many ideas that I wanted to see how they would look. Now, the cellar and the game room—" Wells came to himself an hour later and gasped when he looked at his watch. "It's too late. My patient has gone home again by this time. I may as well stay. How about the paper route?" "I gave that up. Grandmother offered to feed the cats as soon as I gave her the kitten, and I wanted the time for this. Here are the pictures of the house." The color prints were very good. "I'm sending them in an article to the magazines," said Tim. "This time I'm T.L. Paul. Sometimes I used to pretend all the different people I am were talking together, but now I talk to you instead, Peter." "Will it bother the cats if I smoke?" "Thanks. Nothing I'm likely to set on fire, I hope. Put the house together and let me sit here and look at it. I want to look in through the windows. Put its lights on. There." The young architect beamed and snapped on the little lights. "Nobody can see in here. I got Venetian blinds, and when I work in here, I even shut them sometimes." "If I'm to know all about you, I'll have to go through the alphabet from A to Z," said Peter Wells. "This is architecture. What else in the A's?" "Astronomy. I showed you those articles. My calculations proved correct. Astrophysics, I got A in the course, but I haven't done anything original so far. Art, no. I can't paint or draw very well, except mechanical drawing. I've done all the merit badge work in scouting all through the alphabet.
Darned if I can see you as a Boy Scout, protested Wells.
I'm a very good scout. I have almost as many badges as any other boy my age in the troop, and at camp I do as well as most city boys.
Do you do a good turn every day?
Yes, said Timothy. Started that when I first read about scouting. I was a scout at heart before I was old enough to be a cub. You know, Peter, when you're very young, you take all that seriously about the good deed every day and the good habits and ideals and all that. And then you get older, and it begins to seem funny and childish and posed and artificial, and you smile in a superior way and make jokes. But there's a third step, too, when you take it all seriously again. People who make fun of the scout law are doing the boys a lot of harm, but those who believe in things like that don't know how to say so without sounding priggish and platitudinous. I'm going to do an article on it before long.
Is the scout law your religion, if I may put it that way?
No, said Timothy, but a scout is reverent. Once I tried to study the churches and find out what was the truth. I wrote letters to pastors of all denominations, all those in the phone book and the newspaper. When I was on vacation in the East, I got the names and then wrote after I got back. I couldn't write to people here in the city. I said I wanted to know which church was true and expected them to write to me and tell me about theirs and argue with me, you know. I could read library books, and all they had to do was recommend some, I told them, and then correspond with me a little about them.
Did they?
Some of them answered, said Tim, but nearly all of them told me to go to somebody near me. Several said they were very busy men. Some gave me the name of a few books, but none of them told me to write again, and I was only a little boy, 9 years old, so I couldn't talk to anybody. When I thought it over, I knew that I couldn't very well join any church so young unless it was my grandparents' church. I keep on going there. It is a good church, and it teaches a great deal of truth, I'm sure. I'm reading all I can find, so when I'm old enough, I'll know what I must do. How old would you say I should be, Peter?
College age, replied Wells. You are going to college. By then, any of the pastors would talk to you, except those that are too busy.
It's a moral problem, really. Have I the right to wait? But I have to wait. It's like telling lies. I have to tell some lies, but I hate to. If I have a moral obligation to join the church as soon as I find it, well, what then? I can't until I'm 18 or 20?
If you can't, you can't. I should think that settles it. You are legally a minor, under the control of your grandparents, and while you might claim the right to go where your conscience leads you, it would be impossible to justify and explain your choice without giving yourself away entirely. Just as you are obliged to go to school until you are at least 18, even though you know more than most Ph.D.s. It's all part of the game, and He who made you must understand that.
I'll never tell you any lies, said Tim. I was getting so desperately lonely. My pen pals didn't know anything about me, really. I told them only what was right for them to know. Little kids are satisfied to be with other people, but when you get a little older, you have to make friends, really.
Yes, that's a part of growing up. You have to reach out to others and share thoughts with them. You've kept to yourself too long as it is.
It wasn't that I wanted to, but without a real friend it was only pretense, and I never could let my playmates know anything about me. I studied them and wrote stories about them, and it was all of them, but it was only a tiny part of me.
I'm proud to be your friend, Tim. Every man needs a friend. I'm proud that you trust me.
Tim patted the cat a moment in silence, and then looked up with a grin. "How would you like to hear my favorite joke?" he asked.
"Very much," said the psychiatrist, bracing himself for almost any major shock.
"It's records. I recorded this from a radio program."
Wells listened. He knew little of music, but the symphony which he heard pleased him. The announcer praised it highly in little speeches before and after each movement. Timothy giggled.
"Like it?"
"Very much. I don't see the joke."
"I wrote it."
"Tim, you're beyond me. But I still don't get the joke."
The joke is that I did it by mathematics. I calculated what ought to sound like joy, grief, hope, triumph, and all the rest, and it was just after I had studied harmony. You know how mathematical that is." Speechless, Wells nodded. "I worked out the rhythms from different metabolisms, the way you function when under the influences of these emotions, the way your metabolic rate varies, your heartbeats and respiration and things. I sent it to the director of that orchestra, and he didn't get the idea that it was a joke. Of course I didn't explain. He produced the music. I get nice royalties from it, too." "You'll be the death of me yet," said Wells in deep sincerity. "Don't tell me anything more today. I couldn't take it. I'm going home. Maybe by tomorrow I'll see the joke and come back to laugh. Tim, did you ever fail at anything?" "There are 2 cabinets full of articles and stories that didn't sell. Some of them I feel bad about. There was the chess story. You know, in Through the Looking Glass, it wasn't a very good game, and you couldn't see the relation of the moves to the story very well." "I never could see it at all." "I thought it would be fun to take a championship game and write a fantasy about it, as if it were a war between 2 little old countries, with knights and foot soldiers and fortified walls in charge of captains, and the bishops couldn't fight like warriors, and, of course, the queens were women. People don't kill them, not in hand-to-hand fighting, and, well, you see, I wanted to make up the attacks and captures and keep the people alive, a fairy-tale war, you see, and make the strategy of the game and the strategy of the war coincide and have everything fit. It took me ever so long to work it out and write it. To understand the game as a chess game, and then to translate it into human actions and motives and put speeches to it to fit different kinds of people. I'll show it to you. I loved it, but nobody would print it. Chess players don't like fantasy, and nobody else likes chess. You have to have a very special kind of mind to like both. But it was a disappointment. I hoped it would be published because the few people who like that sort of thing would like it very much." "I'm sure I'll like it." "Well, if you do like that sort of thing, it's what you've been waiting all your life in vain for. Nobody else has done it." Tim stopped and blushed as red as a beet. "I see what Grandmother means. Once you get started bragging, there's no end to it. I'm sorry, Peter." "Give me the story." "I don't mind, Tim. Brag all you like to me. I understand. You might blow up if you never expressed any of your legitimate pride and pleasure in such achievements. What I don't understand is how you have kept it all under for so long." "I had to," said Tim. The story was all its young author had claimed. Wells chuckled as he read it that evening. He read it again and checked all the moves and the strategy of them. It was really a fine piece of work. Then he thought of the symphony, and this time he was able to laugh. He sat up until after midnight thinking about the boy. Then he took a sleeping pill and went to bed. The next day he went to see Tim's grandmother. Mrs. Davis received him graciously. "Your grandson is a very interesting boy," said Peter Wells carefully. "I am asking a favor of you. I am making a study of various boys and girls in this district, their abilities and backgrounds and environment and character traits and things like that. No names will ever be mentioned, of course, but a statistical report will be kept for 10 years or longer, and some case histories might later be published. Could Timothy be included?" "Timothy is such a good, normal little boy, I fail to see what would be the purpose of including him in such a survey." "That is just the point. We are not interested in maladjusted persons in this study. We eliminate all psychotic boys and girls. We are interested in boys and girls who succeed in facing their youthful problems and making satisfactory adjustments to life. If we could study a selected group of such children and follow their progress for the next 10 years at least, and then publish a summary of the findings with no names used—" "In that case, I see no objection," said Mrs. Davis. "If you'd tell me, then, something about Timothy's parents, their history?" Mrs. Davis settled herself for a good long talk. "Timothy's mother, my only daughter Emily," she began, "was a lovely girl, so talented. She played the violin charmingly. Timothy is like her in the face, but has his father's dark hair and eyes. Edwin had very fine eyes." "Edwin was Timothy's father?" "Yes. The young people met while Emily was at college in the East. Edwin was studying atomics there.
Your daughter was studying music?
No, Emily was taking the regular liberal arts course. I can tell you little about Edwin's work, but after their marriage he returned to it, and you understand it is painful for me to recall this, but their deaths were such a blow to me. They were so young. Wells held his pencil ready to write. Timothy has never been told. After all, he must grow up in this world. And how dreadfully the world has changed in the past 30 years, Dr. Wells. But you would not remember the day before 1945. You have heard, no doubt, of the terrible explosion in the atomic plant when they were trying to make a new type of bomb. At that time, none of the workers seemed to be injured. They believed the protection was adequate. But 2 years later, they were all dead or dying. Mrs. Davis shook her head sadly. Wells held his breath, bent his head, scribbled. Tim was born just 14 months after the explosion, 14 months to the day. Everyone still thought that no harm had been done. But the radiation had some effect which was very slow. I do not understand such things. Edwin died, and then Emily came home to us with the boy. In a few months she, too, was gone. Oh, but we do not sorrow as those who have no hope. It is hard to have lost her, Dr. Wells, but Mr. Davis and I have reached the time of life when we can look forward to seeing her again. Our hope is to live until Timothy is old enough to fend for himself. We were so anxious about him, but you see he is perfectly normal in every way.
Yes.
The specialists made all sorts of tests, but nothing is wrong with Timothy. The psychiatrist stayed a little longer, took a few more notes, and made his escape as soon as he could. Going straight to the school, he had a few words with Miss Page, and then took Tim to his office, where he told him what he had learned. You mean I'm a mutation?
A mutant? Yes, very likely you are.
I don't know, but I had to tell you at once. Must be a dominant, too, said Tim. Coming out this way in the first generation. You mean there may be more? I'm not the only one? He added in great excitement. Oh, Peter, even if I grow up past you, I won't have to be lonely.
There. He had said it. It could be, Tim. There's nothing else in your family that could account for you.
But I have never found anyone at all like me. I would have known. Another boy or girl my age, like me. I would have known.
You came west with your mother. Where did the others go, if they existed? The parents must have scattered everywhere, back to their homes all over the country, all over the world. We can trace them, though.
And, Tim, haven't you thought it's just a little bit strange that with all your pen names and various contacts, people don't insist more on meeting you? Everything gets done by mail. It's almost as if the editors are used to people who hide. It's almost as if people are used to architects and astronomers and composers whom nobody ever sees, who are only names in care of other names at post-office boxes. There's a chance, just a chance, mind you, that there are others. If there are, we'll find them. I'll work out a code they will understand, said Tim, his face screwed up in concentration. In articles. I'll do it. Several magazines, and in letters I can enclose copies. Some of my pen friends may be the ones. I'll hunt up the records. They must be on file somewhere. Psychologists and psychiatrists know all kinds of tricks. We can make some excuse to trace them all. The birth records. Both of them were talking at once. But all the while Peter Wells was thinking sadly. Perhaps he had lost Tim now. If they did find those others, those to whom Tim rightfully belonged, where would poor Peter be? Outside, among the puppies. Timothy Paul looked up and saw Peter Wells' eyes on him. He smiled. You were my first friend, Peter, and you shall be forever, said Tim. No matter what, no matter who. But we must look for the others, said Peter. I'll never forget who helped me, said Tim. An ordinary boy of 13 may say such a thing sincerely, and a week later have forgotten all about it. But Peter Wells was content. Tim would never forget. Tim would be his friend always, even when Timothy Paul and those like him should unite in a maturity undreamed of, to control the world if they chose. Peter Wells would be Tim's friend. Not a puppy, but a beloved friend, as a loyal dog loved by a good master is never cast out. Not with a Bang, by Damon Knight. 10 months after the last plane passed over, Rolfe Smith knew beyond doubt that only one other human being had survived. Her name was Louise Oliver, and he was sitting opposite her in a department store cafe in Salt Lake City. They were eating canned Vienna sausages and drinking coffee. Sunlight struck through a broken pane like a judgment. Inside and outside there was no sound, only a stifling rumor of absence. The clatter of dishware in the kitchen, the heavy rumble of streetcars. Never again. There was sunlight and silence, and the watery, astonished eyes of Louise Oliver. He leaned forward, trying to capture the attention of those fish-like eyes for a second. "Darling," he said, "I respect your views, naturally, but I've got to make you see that they're impractical." She looked at him with faint surprise, then away again. Her head shook slightly. "No, no, Rolfe, I will not live with you in sin." Smith thought of the women of France, of Russia, of Mexico, of the South Seas. He had spent 3 months in the ruined studios of a radio station in Rochester, listening to the voices until they stopped. There had been a large colony in Sweden, including an English cabinet minister. They reported that Europe was gone, simply gone. There was not an acre that had not been swept clean by radioactive dust. They had 2 planes and enough fuel to take them anywhere on the continent, but there was nowhere to go. 3 of them had the plague, then 11, then all. There was a bomber pilot who had fallen near a government radio station in Palestine. He did not last long because he had broken some bones in the crash, but he had seen the vacant waters where the Pacific Islands should have been. It was his guess that the Arctic ice fields had been bombed. There were no reports from Washington, from New York, from London, Paris, Moscow, Chungking, Sydney. You could not tell who had been destroyed by disease, who by the dust, who by bombs. Smith himself had been a laboratory assistant in a team that was trying to find an antibiotic for the plague. His superiors had found one that worked sometimes, but it was a little too late. When he left, Smith took along with him all there was of it. 40 ampules, enough to last him for years. Louise had been a nurse in a genteel hospital near Denver. According to her, something rather odd had happened to the hospital as she was approaching it the morning of the attack. She was quite calm when she said this, but a vague look came into her eyes, and her shattered expression seemed to slip a little more. Smith did not press her for an explanation. Like himself, she had found a radio station which still functioned, and when Smith discovered that she had not contracted the plague, he agreed to meet her. She was apparently naturally immune. There must have been others, a few at least, but the bombs and the dust had not spared them. It seemed very awkward to Louise that not one Protestant minister was left alive. The trouble was, she really meant it. It had taken Smith a long time to believe it, but it was true. She would not sleep in the same hotel with him, either. She expected and received the utmost courtesy and decorum. Smith had learned his lesson. He walked on the outside of the rubble-heaped sidewalks. He opened doors for her, when there were still doors. He held her chair. He refrained from swearing. He courted her. Louise was 40 or thereabouts, at least 5 years older than Smith. He often wondered how old she thought she was. The shock of seeing whatever it was that had happened to the hospital, the patients she had cared for, had sent her mind scuttling back to her childhood. She tacitly admitted that everyone else in the world was dead, but she seemed to regard it as something one did not mention. 100 times in the last 3 weeks, Smith had felt an almost irresistible impulse to break her thin neck and go his own way. but there was no help for it. She was the only woman in the world, and he needed her. If she died or left him, he died. Old bitch, he thought to himself furiously, and carefully kept the thought from showing on his face. Louise, honey, he told her gently, I want to spare your feelings as much as I can. You know that. Yes, Rolf, she said, staring at him with the face of a hypnotized chicken. Smith forced himself to go on. We've got to face the facts, unpleasant as they may be. Honey, we're the only man and the only woman there are. We're like Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Louise's face took on a slightly disgusted expression. She was obviously thinking of fig leaves. Think of the generations unborn, Smith told her with a tremor in his voice. Think about me for once. Maybe you're good for another 10 years, maybe not. Shuddering, he thought of the second stage of the disease, the helpless rigidity, striking without warning. He'd had one such attack already, and Louise had helped him out of it. Without her, he would have stayed like that till he died, the hypodermic that would save him within inches of his rigid hand. He thought desperately, if I'm lucky, I'll get at least 2 kids out of you before you croak. Then I'll be safe. He went on. God didn't mean for the human race to end like this. He spared us, you and me, to... He paused. How could he say it without offending her? Parents wouldn't do. Too suggestive. To carry on the torch of life, he ended. There, that was sticky enough. Louise was staring vaguely over his shoulder. Her eyelids blinked irregularly, and her mouth made little rabbit-like motions in the same rhythm. Smith looked down at his wasted thighs under the tabletop. I'm not strong enough to force her, he thought. Christ, if I were strong enough! He felt the futile rage again and stifled it. He had to keep his head, because this might be his last chance. Louise had been talking lately, in the cloudy language she used about everything, of going up in the mountains to pray for guidance. She had not said alone, but it was easy enough to see that she pictured it that way. He had to argue her around before her resolve stiffened. He concentrated furiously and tried once more. The pattern of words went by like a distant rumbling. Louise heard a phrase here and there, each of them fathered chains of thought, binding her reverie tighter. Our duty to humanity. Mama had often said, that was in the old house on Waterbury Street, of course, before Mama had taken sick. She had said, Child, your duty is to be clean, polite, and God-fearing. Pretty doesn't matter. There's plenty of plain women that have got themselves good Christian husbands. Husbands. To have and to hold. Orange blossoms and the bridesmaids, the organ music. Through the haze, she saw Rolf's lean, wolfish face. Of course, he was the only one she'd ever get. She knew that well enough. Gracious, when a girl was past 25, she had to take what she could get. But I sometimes wonder if he's really a nice man, she thought. In the eyes of God. She remembered the stained-glass windows in the old First Episcopalian church, and how she always thought God was looking down at her through that brilliant transparency. Perhaps he was still looking at her, though it seemed sometimes that he had forgotten. Well, of course she realized that marriage customs changed, and if you couldn't have a regular minister... But it was really a shame, an outrage almost, that if she were actually going to marry this man, she couldn't have all those nice things. There wouldn't even be any wedding presents. Not even that. But of course Rolf would give her anything she wanted. She saw his face again, noticed the narrow black eyes staring at her with ferocious purpose, the thin mouth that jerked in a slow, regular tick, the hairy lobes of the ears below the tangle of black hair. He oughtn't to let his hair grow so long, she thought. It isn't quite decent. Well, she could change all that. If she did marry him, she'd certainly make him change his ways. It was no more than her duty. He was talking now about a farm he'd seen outside town, a good big house and a barn. There was no stock, he said, but they could get some later, and they'd plant things and have their own food to eat, not go to restaurants all the time. She felt a touch on her hand, lying pale before her on the table. Rolf's brown, stubby fingers, black-haired above and below the knuckles, were touching hers. He had stopped talking for a moment, but now he was speaking again, still more urgently. She drew her hand away. He was saying, "And you'll have the finest wedding dress you ever saw, with a bouquet. Everything you want, Louise. Everything." A wedding dress? And flowers, even if there couldn't be any minister. Well, why hadn't the fool said so before? Rolf stopped halfway through a sentence, aware that Louise had said quite clearly, "Yes, Rolf, I will marry you if you wish." Stunned, he wanted her to repeat it, but dared not ask, "What did you say?" for fear of getting some fantastic answer or none at all. He breathed deeply. He said, "Today, Louise?" She said, "Well, today? I don't know, quite. Of course, if you think you can make all the arrangements in time, but it does seem—" Triumph surged through Smith's body. He had the advantage now, and he'd ride it. "Say you will, dear," he urged her. "Say yes, and make me the happiest man." Even then his tongue balked at the rest of it, but it didn't matter. She nodded submissively. "Whatever you think best, Rolf." He rose, and she allowed him to kiss her pale, sapless cheek. "We'll leave right away," he said, "if you'll excuse me for just a minute, dear." He waited for her, of course, and then left, making footprints in the furred carpet of dust down toward the end of the room. Just a few more hours he'd have to speak to her like that, and then, in her eyes, she'd be committed to him forever. Afterward, he could do with her as he liked, beat her when he pleased, submit her to any proof of his scorn and revulsion, use her. Then it would not be too bad being the last man on earth. Not bad at all. She might even have a daughter. He found the washroom door and entered. He took a step inside and froze, balanced by a trick of motion, upright but helpless. Panic struck at his throat as he tried to turn his head and failed, tried to scream and failed. Behind him he was aware of a tiny click as the door, cushioned by the hydraulic check, shut forever. It was not locked, but its other side bore the warning, "Men." Love Called This Thing, by Avram Davidson with Laura Goforth. Nan Peter Baker 4, this is Nan Peter Baker. How do you receive me? Over. And now a word from our sponsor. Interviewed in his office, the commissioner said, "But Ruth, I can explain everything." "There is nothing to explain, David. It's all too obvious. I'm Bert Peel, officer, and this is my brother Harry. A cold front coming down from Canada, and we've got to get word to the fort. Colon congestion is absolutely unnecessary in men and women over 40, at any one of the 91 offices of the Clinton National Bank and Trust. Embarras de richesse, the French count had said when he looked at all the pretty girls on the high school swim team and explained what it meant in English. Penny wasn't really in love with him. She only thought she was, after pretending she was, to make David jealous, which she certainly did. But after the Count gently explained to her, she and David made up just in time for the spring prom, which made the distant observer very happy. At least he thought it did. What is happy? He often asked himself. Maybe just pretend. You never really loved me, Rick. It was just a pretense, wasn't it? Like the distant observer thinking of himself as him, when really he knew now, had known long. He was only an it. It's about time we faced up to reality, Allison. Yes, it was about time. We can't go on like this. No, certainly not. It was time. In the beginning there was no time. There was sight, here dark, there bright. He did not know then, of course. And how long had then lasted? Memory did not tell that the bright was stars. And there was sound, whispering, crackling, shrilling. What do you mean, Professor, when you say that outer space is not a place of silence? And then, he knew now that this then was about 50 years ago. There had begun a new kind of sound, not steady, but interrupted, and interrupted according to patterns. Awareness had stirred, gradually, and wonder. He knew later that this was wireless. CQ, 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 SOS, SOS, SOS. And then the other kinds of sounds. Oh, very different. These were voices. This was radio. And music. It was too different. The distant observer knew distress without even knowing that it was distress. But he grew used to it. That is, distress ceased, but not wonder. Urgency came with the voices. What? What? He groped for meaning, not even knowing what meaning was. Presently there was another kind of sight, not just the dark and the stars any longer, but pictures, flickering, fading, dancing, clear, pictures upon pictures. Gradually he learned selectivity, how to concentrate upon one, how to not see, not hear the others. Still later, how to see and hear all without confusion, how to match sound and sight, that things had names, what people were, who made the voices and the music, what meaning was. About himself he learned nothing directly. For a while he had tried to speak to them, but it was apparent that nothing of him reached Earth. He had learned Earth, yes, and knew what this place was, where he was. An asteroid. How had he come to be there? This was in space. There were spaceships. He saw the scenes on television. Meteors were dangerous to spaceships. He knew meteors. Sometimes spaceships crashed. He scanned all his little world, but there was no spaceship, crashed or otherwise. You've got to help me. I don't know who I am. But that was more easy. Oh, so much more so. That one was a man, and there were many men. The sponsors, in this case moles, the creamy, smooth deodorant, were men too. Everybody was very kind to this man. He had amnesia. What was odor? This the observer could not understand. But to have no memory, this he understood very well. This he shared with men. Gradually he had come to share many things with men. They spoke different languages, but the one which came with the first pictures was English, English from America. Later on there was English from England. There was French, Russian, Spanish, Japanese. But American was first and best, so much more interesting than the Red Army and the hydroelectric dams, these stories of real life, of love and sadness and of happiness. Kid, there ain't no problem in all this world you can't lick if you really try. Very well, the observer would try. You never know what you can do till you try. His first attempt at taking shape wasn't good. It didn't look much like a man. So he tried again and again. Each time he grew better at it. It was true what the people said. It was all true, every word and picture of it. There ain't no problem. And so when it came time for his favorite Wednesday evening program, the distant observer was ready. Summoning all his effort, husbanding all his energy, he passed along the wavelength as a man walks down a street. There was a slight jar, a click. He realized that he could never undo what had just been done. There was a new body now, a new metabolism. The past is dead, David. We have to live for the future. And what is your name? My, you got up here but quick, burbled Keith Kane, the MC of Cash or Credit. I've never known a volunteer from our happy studio audience to manage it quite so suddenly. This is just the warm-up, sir, so you needn't be nervous. Not that you need the reassurance. Cool as a cucumber, isn't he, folks? Say, did you folks ever hear the story about the little Sunday school boy who said that King Solomon had 300 wives and 600 cucumbers? Wow, I'm really naughty. You other folks who volunteer, just take seats right there. The first lady volunteer was old and pretty. Well, maybe not so old, but maybe like Mary Clay, who realized that she was too old for young David Webster, and after she cried, she accepted the fact and sent him back to Madge Barkley, whom he really loved all the while, only they had this silly quarrel. The lady smiled at him. He smiled back. "I feel great." So that's the way the rules work. And now, folks, in just 5 seconds, we'll be on the air. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening, all you lovely people out there in TV land. This is Keith Kane bringing you the greatest quiz program ever. Cash or credit? Now he felt his heart beating very fast. So that was what it was like. And now he knew what was odor. But the lovely lady volunteer next to him smelled. Yes, that was sweet. But if it was Moll's or Van Art No. 3, this he would learn later. Just rinse and dry, folks, that's all there is to it. Clearo, the all-purpose vegetable detergent. And now, whom have we here? What is your name, sir? Here it was, and how terrible if he should break down and press his hands to his head and sob, I don't know. But he did know. He had it all ready. David. My name is David Taylor. All the ones named David were good. Oh, they had their troubles, but in the end everyone loved them. And see, nice Keith Kane beaming. The lady, too. Well, David, what'll it be? Cash or credit? You know the rules. If you pick cash, we spin this little wheel. If it comes up with a number, you go on to answer. If you can, ha ha. A question worth however many $1,000 follow that number. If it comes up blank, you're out. Whereas if you pick credit, you take your place among the volunteers, and if any contestant makes a boo-boo, why, you step into his shoes and he is out. So, take the cash and let the credit go, said David. Grinning from lobe to lobe, Keith Kane asked the same questions of the lady, whose name was Mrs. Konar, Mrs. Ethel May Konar, a widow, and received the same answer. The audience applauded, the wheel was spun, and it came up 10. $10,000! Screamed Keith Kane. That's what your first question is worth, and here it is. What former president of the United States is associated with this tune, and what is the name of the tune, which refers to his state? Remember, you have 30 seconds to think it over. David and Mrs. Konar won $285,000 in cash before the program was over, as well as a year's supply of Clearo, and 50 shares of stock in a mink ranch, and the band played the Stars and Stripes Forever as Keith Kane counted out the money. Mrs. Konar had kissed him and kissed David, and was now clasping his hands and sobbing that she didn't really believe it. "Oh, it's true," David assured her. "It's all true. That's the funny part of it." David McKay said that, in Matinee, when he admitted his wife was an alcoholic. Sight and sound and touch. Kissing was pleasant. No wonder it was so much done. And smell and what was the other? Taste. Keith Kane bawled at him the question of what he was going to do with all his money. David deliberated. What was it that Clem Cluton on Saddle Gald had said the time he broke the Faro Bank in Dogie City? Taste. Yes. I'm going out and buy myself a cup of Java. The audience went wild. Java tasted. Taste was as exciting as the other 4 sensations. And sitting next to him on the counter stool was Mrs. Ethel May Konar, gazing at his distinguished profile. It was clean cut. He gazed down at her. He was tall, of course. He searched for the right words. It turned out to be singular. "Happy?" he asked. She sighed, nodded, then, "You're a rather strange young man," she said. "Do you know that?" Certainly he knew it. He leaned closer. "This is bigger than both of us," he said huskily. "Let me take you away from all this." "I certainly will," she said briskly. "Right over to my place in the Surrey Regis on Park Avenue."
That meant she was unhappy despite her money. "Where we can have a decent cup of coffee." The counterman scowled at the bill David offered him. "What's this? Play money? A $500 bill? What are you, a wise guy?" David arose slowly, buttoning his jacket, and leaned over. "If you're looking for trouble, buddy," he said. But the guy chickened out. Anyway, Ethel May had some change in her purse. "Taxi!" David called happily. He helped her in, sank back in the seat, and when the driver asked where to, David said crisply, "Follow that cab." The driver, Herman Bogans, the license read, half turned, half growled. Ethel May laughed. "Oh, if you aren't—" "Never mind, driver. The Surrey Regis, on Park, near—" But H. Bogans muttered that he knew where the place was. David gazed out the window excitedly. Everywhere men and lights and women and automobiles. "Little old New York," he murmured. Suddenly she yelped, dug her fingers into his arm. "Darling," he exclaimed, "are you all right? Is anything wrong?" "No," she said. "Oh, no." "Something must be wrong," he insisted. "You can tell me, dear. I trust you, no matter what you've done." "What I've done!" she screamed. "I've just won a half share in $285,000 is what—" He seized her, turned her facing him. "Are you out of your mind?" he gritted. And then, memory returning, he released her. "Yeah. Gee, that's right. Yeah, how about that? Do you know what this means? Ethel May, we're rich. We're rich." The driver twisted his chin slightly to the right. "Do you mind, mister? Not so loud with the decibels. I got an ear condition." David said, shocked, "If there's anything I can do, anything at all, if you need money, we'll get the best surgeon there is." Herman Bogans shrugged. "My cousin Sidney is the best surgeon there is, and he says an operation wouldn't help." "Then," said David, "there's nothing more that any of us can do, except wait and pray and wash it out 3 times a day with a boric acid solution," said Herman Bogans. David didn't quite understand why Mrs. Konar made him apply for a room at the Surrey Regis by himself, while she went up to her room through the side entrance. In fact, he didn't understand at all. The clerk looked at him rather oddly when he explained this to him, and asked for a room near hers. He looked even odder when he saw the $500 bill. Once again, David buttoned his jacket. It had been necessary to unbutton it first, and leaned over. "I hope," he said, "that I'm not going to have any trouble with you." "Oh, dear me, no," said the clerk. "Not at all. My goodness, Mr. Taylor, but you really are tall, aren't you? Suite 516. Mrs. Konar's is Suite 521. That's the best I can do right just this very minute, and—" Another gentleman materialized at David's elbow. "Good evening, sir," he said suavely. "I am Mr. Phelps, the manager. Is everything all right?" "The boy's not to blame," David said, gesturing toward the clerk. "Society is to blame. We're all to blame. It's these crazy, mixed-up times we live in." Behind David's back, the clerk spread open the $500 bill for Mr. Phelps's inspection. "How right you are, sir," said Mr. Phelps. "About the gentleman's, Mr. Taylor's change, Mr. Phelps?" David turned, put his hand on the clerk's shoulder. The man flushed, sucked in his lower lip. "That's for you, sonny. There is no such thing as a bad boy. I never met a man I didn't like." "Front!" said the clerk, his voice tremulous. Mr. Phelps handed the keys to 516 to the bellboy himself, urged Mr. Taylor to make his wants known immediately. As David walked toward the elevator, the manager turned to his subordinate. "The rich," he said simply. The clerk nodded solemnly. "We know their ways," said Mr. Phelps. "Eh? Well, that's very generous of you, Robert. But no, 60-40 is good enough. He seems to have taken a liking to you. Send up flowers, the morning papers, a split of champagne, and include my card, Robert." As soon as the bellboy had gone, rather like a satisfied customer on his way out of a high-class opium den with a $500 bill clutched in his hot hand, David went down the corridor and knocked on the door of Suite 521. "Ethel May?" he asked, his face close to the door. "Dearest, this is David. Please open. I can explain everything." And sure enough, her words as she opened the door and fell into his arms were, "There's nothing to explain." Then she said, "It's just that you're so sweet and naive, but that nasty little Nance down at the desk wouldn't understand." Since David didn't understand either, he made no comment, but covered her face with kisses. "Darling, I love you," he said. "Please believe me." And she said, "But she did. She did. Do you know what it's like to be alone, always alone, never to know love? Do you? Do you? No, of course you don't." Her answer was exactly correct. "Hush, darling," she said. "Everything's going to be all right." He sighed, kissed her again, then, "Ethel May? Ethel May? Mrs. Konar? Why are you—" But she didn't seem to hear him. Nothing he had ever heard on radio or seen on television prepared him for what was happening now. But he decided after a moment or so, what was happening now was, though strange, not unpleasant. "This is wrong," he groaned happily. "It's all wrong. But I don't care. Do you hear? I don't care." It was 2 a.m. before he stumbled back to his own room and bed. At 2:30 he was awakened by the bellboy's father and mother, smuggled up on the service elevator, who had come all the way from Mulberry Street to kiss his hands. At 3 he was half awakened by a scratching noise at his door. After a few minutes he got up, and, after approaching it as cautiously as the sheriff of Hangtown on the program of the same name, threw it suddenly open. A pretty girl with her red hair in a ponytail uttered a little scream. Pencil and notebook fell to the floor. "Why, you're only a child," he said in a hushed voice. "Mr. Taylor," she began very nervously, "I saw you at the studio, and I followed you," she gulped, "over here. But it took till now for me to get up nerve." "Why, you're frightened," he said, looking down at her. "Don't be frightened. You don't ever have to be frightened of me. Come in," he urged. "Please, come in." She picked up her notebook and followed him in obediently. Then, taking the seat he gestured to, she said, "And I'm not such a child, either. I'm a senior at Barnard, journalism major. And I want a story from you, Mr. Taylor, before all the other reporters get here. Please, Mr. Taylor, please." He looked at her admiringly. "That took guts," he said. "Where I come from, the men get separated from the boys mighty young. But don't call me Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor has gray hair at the temples. Call me David." She called him David, and she told him that her name was Pamela Novak, and he said that Pamela was a lovely name. She told him that she'd hated it as a child, but that lately, in fact, just this very minute, she'd gotten to like it a whole lot more. And they laughed a whole lot. Before they knew it, it was getting light. "Oh, golly," Pamela sighed. "Oh, gee, have I got a story! In a way, it's so sad. And you having such an unhappy childhood, I mean. Your mother dying from the brain tumor and your father being an alcoholic." He said that was all in the past. He said they had to start looking toward the future. She nodded soberly. Then she stretched and said she was hungry. "Hey, how about that?" David laughed, catching sight of his face in the mirror. It was a nice face. He had done well in making it. It looked like all the Davids he had ever seen. "You know something? I'm hungry, too. I haven't had a bite to eat since that cup of coffee after the show. Would you like to have some breakfast?" "You would? Hot diggity! Hello, I want room service, please." The narcoleptic tones of the operator said, "Not till 6:30, and then suddenly were clear and alert and saying, "Oh, Mr. Taylor? Pardon me. Of course, Mr. Taylor. What would you like?" "Scrambled eggs and coffee and toast and gallons of orange juice. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor." Then suddenly the smile was gone from David's face. Anxiously, Pamela asked what the matter was. Scowling, he mimicked. "Yes, Mr. Taylor, certainly, Mr. Taylor. It isn't me they like. Nobody likes me. It's the money. Once you've been in reform school, nobody has any use for you. The cops are always watching you. The nice girls don't want to have anything to do with you." Pamela was troubled. "Oh, you mustn't say that. Well, I think I'm a nice girl." She blushed suddenly, looked down. "And I like you, David." He got up and walked back and forth, rubbing his left arm with his right hand. He swung around and faced her. "You!" he jeered. "What do you know? You're just a fresh young kid." "I am not," she snapped. "A senior at Barnard. What do you know about life? You—" He stopped. He had been enjoying the experience of emoting so much that the significance of the scene had escaped him. They were quarreling. That meant they were in love. Of course, David's always quarreled with the girls they were really in love with. He dropped down on one knee beside her and looked into her flushed, pretty face. "Darling," he said brokenly, taking her hands, "trust me. I can't explain now, but just trust me." There was a sound from the door. They looked up. Ethel May Konar stood there, holding her throat with both hands. After a moment, she said, "I must have hurt you very much, David, for you to have done this to me, to have forgotten so quickly." Exquisitely miserable, he shouted, "Leave me alone! Can't you leave me alone? Can't you understand that it's all over between us?" And then his voice dropping, "Oh, Ethel May, forgive me. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean it. I can explain." Letting her hands drop resignedly, she said, "There's nothing to explain, David. I understand. It could never have worked out. I'm just too old for you, David." She walked over, lifted his head. He had hung it, of course, placed her palms on his cheeks and kissed him gently on the forehead. Then she turned to Pamela and said softly, "Be good to him, my dear, and give him lots of love." She went out, her head high, a wistful smile on her lips, and the awareness that she had half of the $285,000, the year's supply of Clearo, the vegetable detergent, and the 50 shares of stock in a mink ranch. There was a moment's silence. Then, "Gosh," said Pamela. "Golly," she said. David turned to her. "Darling, don't cry any more," he begged. "Everything's going to be all right from now on." "I'm not crying," she said. Her eyes were shining. "The hell with the story and the journalism course, and the hell with Barnard, too." "With all your money," she said, falling into his welcoming arms, "we can get married and start a family right away. Kiss me," she said. "Hold me tight. Don't ever leave me." Mr. and Mrs. David Taylor live in a 15-room house in Westport with 2 picture windows, 3 boxers, and 3 cars. They have 2 children, and a third is on the way. They are as happy as any couple in Westport has a right to be in these crazy mixed-up days. David is a highly successful writer of television scripts, with an unerring nose for what the public wants. It is perhaps unfortunate that his work brings him into contact with so many clever and attractive women. He is, of course, unfaithful to his wife with one of them at least twice a year, or at least once a year with 2 of them. There used to be a time when a David would never do a thing like this to his wife. He would almost do it, and then at the last moment, not. But TV is maturing. The Davids do it all the time, all the damn time. "But how could you?" Pam Taylor weeps. "David, how could you?" And young David Taylor, his face twisted with anguish, cries, "Don't you understand? Won't you even try to understand? I'm sick. I need help." Well, naturally, Pam is very sad that her husband is sick. But after all, it's the thing to be, isn't it? And so she's happy she can help him, and happily she drives the 2 of them down to Dr. Naumburg. David is very sad that he's made his lovely wife unhappy, but he's happy that he's fulfilling his destiny as a David. Dr. Naumburg always insists on both husbands and wives going into therapy at the same time. Pamela's case is a common enough one, merely a routine phallic envy. Naumburg gets them every day. But in all the years since Vienna, Dr. N has never had another patient whose womb fantasy takes the form of being a thing on an asteroid. And so, while all three of them are very happy, Dr. Naumburg is perhaps the happiest of all. The Weapon by Fredric Brown. The room was quiet in the dimness of early evening. Dr. James Graham, key scientist of a very important project, sat in his favorite chair, thinking. It was so still that he could hear the turning of pages in the next room as his son leafed through a picture book. Often Graham did his best work, his most creative thinking under these circumstances, sitting alone in an unlighted room in his own apartment after the day's regular work. But tonight his mind would not work constructively. Mostly he thought about his mentally arrested son, his only son, in the next room. The thoughts were loving thoughts, not the bitter anguish he had felt years ago when he had first learned of the boy's condition. The boy was happy. Wasn't that the main thing? And to how many men is given a child who will always be a child, who will not grow up to leave him? Certainly that was rationalization. But what is wrong with rationalization when... The doorbell rang. Graham rose and turned on lights in the almost dark room before he went through the hallway to the door. He was not annoyed. Tonight, at this moment, almost any interruption to his thoughts was welcome. He opened the door. A stranger stood there. He said, "Dr. Graham, my name is Niemand. I'd like to talk to you. May I come in a moment?" Graham looked at him. He was a small man, nondescript, obviously harmless, possibly a reporter or an insurance agent. But it didn't matter what he was. Graham found himself saying, "Of course. Come in, Mr. Niemand." A few minutes of conversation, he justified himself by thinking, might divert his thoughts and clear his mind. "Sit down," he said in the living room. "Care for a drink?" Niemand said, "No, thank you." He sat in the chair. Graham sat on the sofa. The small man interlocked his fingers. He leaned forward. He said, "Dr. Graham, you are the man whose scientific work is more likely than that of any other man to end the human race's chance for survival." A crackpot, Graham thought. Too late now, he realized that he should have asked the man's business before admitting him. It would be an embarrassing interview. He disliked being rude, yet only rudeness was effective. "Dr. Graham, the weapon on which you are working." The visitor stopped and turned his head as the door that led to a bedroom opened and a boy of 15 came in. The boy didn't notice Niemand. He ran to Graham. "Daddy, will you read to me now?" The boy of 15 laughed the sweet laughter of a child of 4. Graham put an arm around the boy. He looked at his visitor, wondering whether he had known about the boy. From the lack of surprise on Niemand's face, Graham felt sure he had known. "Harry," Graham's voice was warm with affection, "Daddy's busy. Just for a little while. Go back to your room. I'll come and read to you soon." "Chicken Little? You'll read me Chicken Little?" "If you wish. Now run along. Wait. Harry, this is Mr. Niemand." The boy smiled bashfully at the visitor. Niemand said, "Hi, Harry," and smiled back at him, holding out his hand. Graham, watching, was sure now that Niemand had known. The smile and the gesture were for the boy's mental age, not his physical one. The boy took Niemand's hand. For a moment it seemed that he was going to climb into Niemand's lap, and Graham pulled him back gently. He said, "Go to your room now, Harry." The boy skipped back into his bedroom, not closing the door. Niemand's eyes met Graham's, and he said, "I like him," with obvious sincerity. He added, "I hope that what you're going to read to him will always be true." Graham didn't understand. Niemand said, Chicken Little, I mean. It's a fine story. But may Chicken Little always be wrong about the sky falling down. Graham suddenly had liked Niemand when Niemand had shown liking for the boy. Now he remembered that he must close the interview quickly. He rose in dismissal. He said, "I fear you are wasting your time and mine, Mr. Niemand. I know all the arguments. Everything you can say I've heard 1,000 times. Possibly there is truth in what you believe, but it does not concern me. I am a scientist and only a scientist. Yes, it is public knowledge that I am working on a weapon, a rather ultimate one. But for me personally, that is only a byproduct of the fact that I am advancing science. I have thought it through, and I have found that that is my only concern." "But, Dr. Graham, is humanity ready for an ultimate weapon?" Graham frowned. "I have told you my point of view, Mr. Niemand." Niemand rose slowly from the chair. He said, "Very well, if you do not choose to discuss it, I'll say no more." He passed a hand across his forehead. "I'll leave, Dr. Graham. I wonder, though, may I change my mind about the drink you offered me?" Graham's irritation faded. He said, "Certainly. Will whiskey and water do?" "Admirably." Graham excused himself and went into the kitchen. He got the decanter of whiskey, another of water, ice cubes, glasses. When he returned to the living room, Niemand was just leaving the boy's bedroom. He heard Niemand's, "Good night, Harry," and Harry's happy, "Night, Mr. Niemand." Graham made drinks. A little later, Niemand declined a second one and started to leave. Niemand said, "I took the liberty of bringing a small gift to your son, Doctor. I gave it to him while you were getting the drinks for us. I hope you'll forgive me." "Of course. Thank you. Good night." Graham closed the door. He walked through the living room into Harry's room. He said, "All right, Harry. Now I'll read to—" There was sudden sweat on his forehead, but he forced his face and his voice to be calm as he stepped to the side of the bed. "May I see that, Harry?" When he had it safely, his hand shook as he examined it. He thought, "Only a madman would give a loaded revolver to an idiot." What's It Like Out There? By Edmond Hamilton. I hadn't wanted to wear my uniform when I left the hospital, but I didn't have any other clothes there, and I was too glad to get out to argue about it. But as soon as I got on the local plane I was taking to Los Angeles, I was sorry I had it on. People gawked at me and began to whisper. The stewardess gave me a special big smile. She must have spoken to the pilot, for he came back and shook hands and said, "Well, I guess a trip like this is sort of a come-down for you." A little man came in, looked around for a seat, and took the one beside me. He was a fussy, spectacled guy of 50 or 60, and he took a few minutes to get settled. Then he looked at me and stared at my uniform and at the little brass button on it that said 2. "Why," he said, "you're one of those Expedition 2 men." And then, as though he'd only just figured it out, "Why, you've been to Mars." "Yeah," I said. "I was there." He beamed at me in a kind of wonder. I didn't like it, but his curiosity was so friendly that I couldn't quite resent it. "Tell me," he said, "what's it like out there?" The plane was lifting, and I looked out at the Arizona desert sliding by close underneath. "Different," I said. "It's different." The answer seemed to satisfy him completely. "I'll just bet it is," he said. "Are you going home, Mr. Haddon? Sergeant Frank Haddon." "You going home, Sergeant?" "My home's back in Ohio," I told him. "I'm going into L.A. to look up some people before I go home." "Well, that's fine. I hope you have a good time, Sergeant. You deserve it. You boys did a great job out there. Why, I read in the newspapers that after the UN sends out a couple more expeditions, we'll have cities out there and regular passenger lines and all that." "Look," I said, "that stuff is for the birds. You might as well build cities down there in Mojave and have them a lot closer. There's only one reason for going to Mars now, and that's uranium." I could see he didn't quite believe me. "Oh, sure," he said. "I know that's important, too. the uranium we're all using now for our power stations. But that isn't all, is it? It'll be all for a long, long time, I said. But look, Sergeant, this newspaper article said... I didn't say anything more. By the time he'd finished telling about the newspaper article, we were coming down into L.A. He pumped my hand when we got out of the plane. Have yourself a time, Sergeant. You sure rate it. I hear a lot of chaps on 2 didn't come back. Yeah, I said. I heard that. I was feeling shaky again by the time I got to downtown L.A. I went in a bar and had a double bourbon, and it made me feel a little better. I went out and found a cabbie and asked him to drive me out to San Gabriel. He was a fat man with a broad, red face. Hop right in, buddy, he said. Say, you're one of those Mars guys, aren't you? I said, that's right. Well, he said, tell me, how was it out there? It was a pretty dull grind, in a way, I told him. I'll bet it was, he said as we started through traffic. Me, I was in the Army in World War II, 20 years ago. That's just what it was, a dull grind 9/10 of the time. I guess it hasn't changed any. This wasn't any Army expedition, I explained. It was a United Nations one, not an Army one. But we had officers and rules of discipline like the Army. Sure, it's the same thing, said the cabbie. You don't need to tell me what it's like, buddy. Why, back there in 42, or was it 43? Anyway, back there, I remember that... I leaned back and watched Huntington Boulevard slide past. The sun poured in on me and seemed very hot, and the air seemed very thick and soupy. It hadn't been so bad up on the Arizona Plateau, but it was a little hard to breathe down here. The cabbie wanted to know what address in San Gabriel. I got the little packet of letters out of my pocket and found the one that had Martin Valinez and a street address on the back. I told the cabbie and put the letters back into my pocket. I wished now that I'd never answered them. But how could I keep from answering when Joe Valinez's parents wrote to me at the hospital? And it was the same with Jim's girl and Walter's family. I'd had to write back, and the first thing I knew I'd promised to come and see them. And now if I went back to Ohio without doing it, I'd feel like a heel. Right now, I wished I'd decided to be a heel. The address was on the south side of San Gabriel, in a section that still had a faintly Mexican tinge to it. There was a little frame grocery store with a small house beside it, and a picket fence around the yard of the house. Very neat, but a queerly homely place after all the slick California stucco. I went into the little grocery, and a tall, dark man with quiet eyes took a look at me and called a woman's name in a low voice, then came around the counter and took my hand. "You're Sergeant Haddon," he said. "Yes, of course. We've been hoping you'd come." His wife came in a hurry from the back. She looked a little too old to be Joe's mother, for Joe had been just a kid. But then she didn't look so old either, but just sort of worn. She said to Valinez, "Please, a chair. Can't you see he's tired? And just from the hospital." I sat down and looked between them at a case of canned peppers, and they asked me how I felt, and wouldn't I be glad to get home, and they hoped all my family were well. They were gentle folk. They hadn't said a word about Joe, just waited for me to say something, and I felt in a spot, for I hadn't known Joe well, not really. He'd been moved into our squad only a couple of weeks before takeoff, and since he'd been our first casualty, I'd never got to know him much. I finally had to get it over with, and all I could think to say was, "They wrote you in detail about Joe, didn't they?" Valinez nodded gravely. "Yes, that he died from shock within 24 hours after takeoff. The letter was very nice." His wife nodded, too. "Very nice," she murmured. She looked at me, and I guess she saw that I didn't know quite what to say, for she said, "You can tell us more about it. Yet you must not if it pains you." I could tell them more. Oh, yes, I could tell them a lot more if I wanted to. It was all clear in my mind, like a movie film you run over and over till you know it by heart. I could tell them all about the takeoff that had killed their son. The long lines of us, uniformed backs going up into Rocket 4, and all the other 19 rockets. The lights flaring up there on the plateau, the grind of machinery and blast of whistles, and the inside of the big rocket as we climbed up the ladders of its center well. The movie was running again in my mind, clear as crystal, and I was back in cell 14 of Rocket 4, with the minutes ticking away and the walls quivering every time one of the other rockets blasted off, and us 10 men in our hammocks, prisoned inside that odd-shaped windowless metal room, waiting till that big, giant hand came and smacked us down deep into our recoil springs, crushing the breath out of us, so that you fought to breathe, and the blood roared into your head and your stomach heaved in spite of all the pills they'd given you, and you heard the giant laughing, "Broom, broom, broom." Smash, smash, again and again, hitting us in the guts and cutting our breath, and someone being sick and someone else sobbing, and the broom, broom, laughing as it killed us. And then the giant quit laughing and quit slapping us down, and you could feel your sore and shaky body and wonder if it was still all there. Walter Millis cursing a blue streak in the hammock underneath me, and Breck Jurgen, our sergeant then, clambering painfully out of his straps to look us over, and then through the voices a thin, ragged voice saying uncertainly, "Breck, I think I'm hurt." Sure, that was their boy Joe, and there was blood on his lips, and he'd had it. We knew when we first looked at him that he'd had it. A handsome kid, turned waxy now as he held his hand on his middle and looked up at us. Expedition 1 had proved that takeoff would hit a certain percentage with internal injuries every time, and in our squad, in our little windowless cell, it was Joe that had been hit. If only he'd died right off. But he couldn't die right off. He had to lie in the hammock all those hours and hours. The medics came and put a straitjacket around his body and doped him up, and that was that. And the hours went by. And we were so shaken and deathly sick ourselves that we didn't have the sympathy for him we should have had. Not till he started moaning and begging us to take the jacket off. Finally, Walter Millis wanted to do it, and Breck wouldn't allow it, and they were arguing, and we were listening when the moaning stopped, and there was no need to do anything about Joe Valinez any more. Nothing but to call the medics, who came into our little iron prison and took him away. Sure, I could tell the Valinezes all about how their Joe died, couldn't I? "Please," whispered Mrs. Valinez, and her husband looked at me and nodded silently. So I told them. I said, "You know Joe died in space. He'd been knocked out by the shock of takeoff, and he was unconscious, not feeling a thing. And then he woke up before he died. He didn't seem to be feeling any pain, not a bit. He lay there looking out the window at the stars. They're beautiful, stars out there in space, like angels. He looked, and then he whispered something, and lay back and was gone." Mrs. Valinez began to cry softly. "To die out there, looking at stars like angels." I got up to go, and she didn't look up. I went out the door of the little grocery store, and Valinez came with me. He shook my hand. "Thank you, Sergeant Haddon. Thank you very much." "Sure," I said. I got into the cab. I took out my letters and tore that one into bits. I wished to God I'd never got it. I wished I didn't have any of the other letters I still had. Part 2. I took the early plane for Omaha. Before we got there, I fell asleep in my seat, and then I began to dream, and that wasn't good. A voice said, "We're coming down." And we were coming down. Rocket 4 was coming down, and there we were in our squad cell, all of us strapped into our hammocks, waiting and scared, wishing there was a window so we could see out, hoping our rocket wouldn't be the one to crack up, hoping none of the rockets cracked up, but if one does, don't let it be ours. We're coming down. Coming down, with the blast starting to boom again underneath us, hitting us hard, not steady like at takeoff, but blast, blast, blast. And then again, blast, blast. Breck's voice calling to us from across the cell, but I couldn't hear for the roaring that was in my ears between blasts. No, it was not in my ears. That roaring came from the wall beside me. We had hit atmosphere. We were coming in. The blasts in lightning succession without stopping. Crash, 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 crash. Mountains fell on me, and this was it, and don't let it be ours. Please, God, don't let it be ours. Then the bump, and the blackness, and finally somebody yelling hoarsely in my ears, and Breck Jurgen, his face deathly white, leaning over me. Unstrap and get out, Frank. All men out of hammocks, all men out. We'd landed, and we hadn't cracked up, but we were half dead, and they wanted us to turn out right this minute, and we couldn't. Breck yelling to us, breathing masks on! Masks on! We've got to go out! My God, we've just landed. We're torn to bits. We can't. We've got to. Some of the other rockets cracked up in landing, and we've got to save whoever's still living in them. Masks on! Hurry! We couldn't, but we did. They hadn't given us all those months of discipline for nothing. Jim Clymer was already on his feet. Walter was trying to unstrap underneath me. Whistles were blowing like mad somewhere, and voices shouted hoarsely. My knees wobbled under me as I hit the floor. Young Lassen beside me tried to say something and then crumpled up. Jim bent over him, but Breck was at the door yelling, "Let him go! Come on!" The whistles screeching at us all the way down the ladders of the well, and the mask clip hurting my nose, and down at the bottom a disheveled officer yelling at us to get out and join Squad 5, and the gangway reeling under us. Cold, freezing cold, and a wan sunshine from the shrunken little sun up there in the brassy sky, and a rolling plain of ochreous red sand stretching around us, sand that slid away under our feet as our squads followed Captain Wall toward the distant metal bulk that lay oddly canted and broken in a little shallow valley. Come on, men. Hurry! Hurry! Sure. All of it a dream. The dream-like way we walked with our lead-soled shoes, dragging our feet back after each step, and the voices coming through the mask resonators muffled and distant. Only not a dream, but a nightmare, when we got up to the canted metal bulk and saw what had happened to Rocket 7. The metal hull ripped like paper, and a few men crawling out of the wreck with blood on them, and a gurgling sound where shattered tanks were emptying, and voices whimpering, "First aid! First aid!" Only it hadn't happened. It hadn't happened yet at all, for we were still back in Rocket 4 coming in. We hadn't landed yet at all, but we were going to any minute. "We're coming down." I couldn't go through it all again. I yelled and fought my hammock straps and woke up. And I was in my plane seat, and a scared hostess was a foot away from me, saying, "This is Omaha, Sergeant. We're coming down." They were all looking at me, all the other passengers, and I guessed I'd been talking in the dream. I still had the sweat down my back like all those nights in the hospital when I'd keep waking up. I sat up, and they all looked away from me quick and pretended they hadn't been staring. We came down to the airport. It was midday, and the hot Nebraska sun felt good on my back when I got out. I was lucky, for when I asked at the bus depot about going to Cuffington, there was a bus all ready to roll. A farmer sat down beside me, a big young fellow who offered me cigarettes and told me it was only a few hours' ride to Cuffington. "You're home there?" he asked. "No, my home's back in Ohio," I said. "A friend of mine came from there, name of Clymer." He didn't know him, but he remembered that one of the town boys had gone on that second expedition to Mars. "Yeah," I said, "that was Jim." He couldn't keep it in any longer. "What's it like out there, anyway?" I said, "Dry. Terrible dry." "I bet it is," he said. "To tell the truth, it's too dry here, this year, for good wheat weather. Last year it was fine. Last year—" Cuffington, Nebraska was a wide street of stores, and other streets with trees and old houses, and yellow wheat fields all around as far as you could see. It was pretty hot, and I was glad to sit down in the bus depot while I went through the thin little phone book. There were 3 Graham families in the book, but the first one I called was the right one, Miss Isla Graham. She talked fast and excited, and said she'd come right over, and I said I'd wait in front of the bus depot. I stood underneath the awning, looking down the quiet street, and thinking that it sort of explained why Jim Clymer had always been such a quiet, slow-moving sort of guy. The place was sort of relaxed, like he'd been. A coupe pulled up, and Miss Graham opened the door. She was a brown-haired girl, not especially good-looking, but the kind you think of as a nice girl. A very nice girl. She said, "You look so tired that I feel guilty now about asking you to stop." "I'm all right," I said. "And it's no trouble stopping over a couple of places on my way back to Ohio." As we drove across the little town, I asked her if Jim hadn't had any family of his own here. "His parents were killed in a car crash years ago," Miss Graham said. "He lived with an uncle on a farm outside Grandview, but they didn't get along, and Jim came into town and got a job at the power station." She added as we turned a corner, "My mother rented him a room. That's how we got to know each other. That's how we got engaged." "Yeah, sure," I said. It was a big square house with a deep front porch and some trees around it. I sat down in a wicker chair, and Miss Graham brought her mother out. Her mother talked a little about Jim, how they missed him, and how she'd declared he'd been just like a son. When her mother went back in, Miss Graham showed me a little bunch of blue envelopes. "These were the letters I got from Jim. There weren't very many of them, and they weren't very long." "We were only allowed to send one 30-word message every 2 weeks, I told her. "There were a couple of thousand of us out there, and they couldn't let us jam up the message transmitter all the time." "It was wonderful how much Jim could put into just a few words," she said, and handed me some of them. I read a couple. One said, "I have to pinch myself to realize that I'm one of the first Earthmen to stand on an alien world. At night, in the cold, I look up at the green star that's Earth and can't quite realize I've helped an age-old dream come true." Another one said, "This world's grim and lonely and mysterious. We don't know much about it yet. So far, nobody's seen anything living but the lichens that Expedition 1 reported. But there might be anything here." Miss Graham asked me, "Was that all there was? Just lichens?" "That and 2 or 3 kinds of queer cactus things," I said. "And rock and sand. That's all." As I read more of those little blue letters, I found that now that Jim was gone, I knew him better than I ever had. There was something about him I'd never suspected. He was romantic inside. We hadn't suspected it. He was always so quiet and slow. But now I saw that all the time he was more romantic about the thing we were doing than any of us. He hadn't let on. We'd have kidded him if he had. Our name for Mars, after we got sick of it, was the Hole. We always talked about it as the Hole. I could see now that Jim had been too shy of our kidding to ever let us know that he glamorized the thing in his mind. "This was the last one I got from him before his sickness," Miss Graham said. That one said, "I'm starting north tomorrow with one of the mapping expeditions. We'll travel over country no human has ever seen before." I nodded. I was on that party myself. Jim and I were on the same half-track. "He was thrilled by it, wasn't he, Sergeant?" I wondered. I remembered that trip, and it was hell. Our job was simply to run a preliminary topographical survey, checking with Geigers for possible uranium deposits. It wouldn't have been so bad if the sand hadn't started to blow. It wasn't sand like Earth's sand. It was ground to dust by billions of years of blowing around that dry world. It got inside your breathing mask and your goggles and the engines of the half-tracks and your food and water and clothes. There was nothing for 3 days but cold and wind and sand. Thrilled? I'd have laughed at that before. But now I didn't know. Maybe Jim had been at that. He had lots of patience, a lot more than I ever had. Maybe he glamorized that hellish trip into wonderful adventure on a foreign world. "Sure he was thrilled," I said. "We all were. Anybody would be." Miss Graham took the letters back and then said, "You had Martian sickness too, didn't you?" I said yes, I had, just a touch, and that was why I'd had to spend a stretch in reconditioning hospital when I got back. She waited for me to go on, and I knew I had to. "They don't know yet if it's some sort of virus or just the effect of Martian conditions on Earthmen's bodies. It hit 40% of us. It wasn't really so bad, fever and dopiness mostly. When Jim got it, Was he well cared for?" she asked. Her lips were quivering a little. "Sure he was well cared for. He got the best care there was," I lied. "The best care there was?" That was a laugh. "The first cases got decent care, maybe, but they'd never figured on so many coming down. There wasn't any room in our little hospital. They just had to stay in their bunks in the aluminum quonsets when it hit them. All our doctors but one were down, and 2 of them died. We'd been on Mars 6 months when it hit us, and the loneliness had already got us down. All but 4 of our rockets had gone back to Earth, and we were alone on a dead world, our little town of quonsets huddled together under that hateful brassy sky, and beyond it the sand and rocks that went on forever. You go up to the North Pole and camp there and find out how lonely that is. It was worse out there, a lot worse. The first excitement was gone long ago, and we were tired and homesick in a way nobody was ever homesick before. We wanted to see green grass and real sunshine and women's faces and hear running water, and we wouldn't until Expedition 3 came to relieve us. No wonder guys blew their tops out there, and then came Martian sickness on top of it. We did everything for him that we could," I said. "Sure we had. I could still remember Walter and me tramping through the cold night to the hospital to try to get a medic, while Breck stayed with him, and how we couldn't get one. I remember how Walter had looked up at the blazing sky as we tramped back and shaken his fist at the big green star of Earth. People up there are going to dances tonight, watching shows, sitting around in warm rooms, laughing. Why should good men have to die out here to get them uranium for cheap power?" "Can it?" I told him tiredly. "Jim's not going to die. A lot of guys got over it." "The best care there was? That was real funny. All we could do was wash his face and give him the pills the medic left and watch him get weaker every day till he died. Nobody could have done more for him than was done," I told Miss Graham. "I'm glad," she said. "I guess it's just one of those things." When I got up to go, she asked me if I didn't want to see Jim's room. "They'd kept it for him just the same," she said. I didn't want to, but how are you going to say so? I went up with her and looked and said it was nice. She opened a big cupboard. It was full of neat rows of old magazines. "They're all the old science fiction magazines he read when he was a boy," she said. "He always saved them." I took one out. It had a bright cover with a spaceship on it, not like our rockets, but a streamlined thing, and the rings of Saturn in the background. When I laid it down, Miss Graham took it up and put it back carefully into its place in the row, as though somebody was coming back who wouldn't like to find things out of order. She insisted on driving me back to Omaha and out to the airport. She seemed sorry to let me go, and I suppose it was because I was the last real tie to Jim, and when I was gone it was all over then for good. I wondered if she'd get over it in time, and I guessed she would. People do get over things. I supposed she'd marry some other nice guy, and I wondered what they'd do with Jim's things, with all those old magazines nobody was ever coming back to read. Part 3. I would never have stopped at Chicago at all if I could have got out of it, for the last person I wanted to talk to anybody about was Walter Millis. It would be too easy for me to make a slip and let out stuff nobody was supposed to know. But Walter's father had called me at the hospital a couple of times. The last time he called, he said he was having Breck's parents come down from Wisconsin so they could see me, too. So what could I do then but say yes, I'd stop? But I didn't like it at all, and I knew I'd have to be careful. Mr. Millis was waiting at the airport and shook hands with me and said what a big favor I was doing them all, and how he appreciated my stopping when I must be anxious to get back to my own home and parents. "That's all right," I said. "My dad and mother came out to the hospital to see me when I first got back." He was a big, fine-looking, important sort of man, with a little bit of the stuffed shirt about him, I thought. He seemed friendly enough, but I got the feeling he was looking at me and wondering why I'd come back and his son Walter hadn't. Well, I couldn't blame him for that. His car was waiting, a big car with a driver, and we started north through the city. Mr. Millis pointed out a few things to me to make conversation, especially a big atomic power station we passed. "It's only one of thousands strung all over the world," he said. "They're going to transform our whole economy. This Martian uranium will be a big thing, Sergeant." I said, yes, I guessed it would. I was sweating blood, waiting for him to start asking about Walter, and I didn't know yet just what I could tell him. I could get myself in Dutch plenty if I opened my big mouth too wide, for that one thing that had happened to Expedition 2 was supposed to be strictly secret, and we'd all been briefed on why we had to keep our mouths shut. But he let it go for the time being and just talked other stuff. I gathered that his wife wasn't too well and that Walter had been their only child. I also gathered that he was a very big shot in business and dough-heavy. I didn't like him. Walter I'd liked plenty, but his old man seemed a pretty pompous person with his heavy business talk. He wanted to know how soon I thought Martian uranium would come through in quantity, and I said I didn't think it'd be very soon. Expedition 1 only located the deposits, I said, and 2 just did mapping and setting up a preliminary base. Of course, the thing keeps expanding, and I hear 4 will have 100 rockets. But Mars is a tough setup. Mr. Millis said decisively that I was wrong, that the world was power-hungry, that it would be pushed a lot faster than I expected. He suddenly quit talking business and looked at me and asked, "Who was Walter's best friend out there?" He asked it sort of apologetically. He was a stuffed shirt, but all my dislike of him went away then. "Breck Jurgen," I told him. "Breck was our sergeant. He sort of held our squad together, and he and Walter cottoned to each other from the first." Mr. Millis nodded, but didn't say anything more about it. He pointed out the window at the distant lake and said we were almost to his home. It wasn't a home, it was a big mansion. We went in, and he introduced me to Mrs. Millis. She was a limp, pale-looking woman who said she was glad to meet one of Walter's friends. Somehow I got the feeling that even though he was a stuffed shirt, he felt it about Walter a lot more than she did. He took me up to a bedroom and said that Breck's parents would arrive before dinner and that I could get a little rest before then. I sat looking around the room. It was the plushiest one I'd ever been in, and seeing this house and the way these people lived, I began to understand why Walter had blown his top more than the rest of us. He'd been a good guy, Walter, but high-tempered, and I could see now he'd been a little spoiled. The discipline at training base had been tougher on him than on most of us, and this was why. I sat and dreaded this dinner that was coming up, and looked out the window at a swimming pool and tennis court, and wondered if anybody ever used them now that Walter was gone. It seemed a queer thing for a fellow with a setup like this to go out to Mars and get himself killed. I took the satin cover off the bed so my shoes wouldn't dirty it, and lay down and closed my eyes and wondered what I was going to tell them. The trouble was, I didn't know what story the officials had given them. "The commanding officer regrets to inform you that your son was shot down like a dog." They'd never got any telegram like that. But just what line had been handed them? I wish I'd had a chance to check on that. Damn it, why didn't all these people let me alone? I started it all going through my mind again, and the psychos had told me I ought to forget it for a while, but how could I? It might be better just to tell them the truth. After all, Walter wasn't the only one who'd blown his top out there. In that grim last couple of months, plenty of guys had gone around sounding off. Expedition 3 isn't coming. We're stuck, and they don't care enough about us to send help. That was the line of talk. You heard it plenty in those days. You couldn't blame the guys for it, either. A fourth of us down with Martian sickness, the little grave markers clotting up the valley beyond the ridge, rations getting thin, medicine running low, everything running low. All of us watching the sky for rockets that never came. There had been a little hitch back on Earth, Colonel Nichols explained. He was our CO now that General Rayan had died. There was a little delay, but the rockets would be on their way soon. We'd get relief. We just had to hold on. Holding on, that's what we were doing. Nights we'd sit in the Quonset and listen to Lassen coughing in his bunk, and it seemed like wind giants, cold giants, were bawling and laughing around our little huddle of shelters. "Damn it, if they're not coming, why don't we go home?" Walter said. "We've still got the 4 rockets. They could take us all back." Breck's serious face got graver. "Look, Walter, there's too much of that stuff being talked around. Lay off." "Can you blame the men for talking it? We're not storybook heroes. If they've forgotten about us back on Earth, why do we just sit and take it? We have to. Breck said. 3 will come. I've always thought that it wouldn't have happened, what did happen, if we hadn't had that false alarm, the one that set the whole camp wild that night, with guys shouting, 3's here! The rockets landed over west of Rock Ridge. Only when they charged out there, they found they hadn't seen rockets landing at all, but a little shower of tiny meteors burning themselves up as they fell. It was a disappointment that did it, I think. I can't say for sure, because that same day was the day I conked out with Martian sickness, and the floor came up and hit me, and I woke up in the bunk, with somebody giving me a hypo and my head big as a balloon. I wasn't clear out. It was only a touch of it, but it was enough to make everything foggy, and I didn't know about the mutiny that was boiling up until I woke up once with Breck leaning over me, and saw he wore a gun and an MP brassard now. When I asked him how come, he said there'd been so much wild talk about grabbing the 4 rockets and going home that the MP force had been doubled, and Nichols had issued stern warnings. "Walter?" I said, and Breck nodded. "He's a leader, and he'll get hit with a court-martial when this is over, the blasted idiot." "I don't get it." "He's got plenty of guts, you know that," I said. "Yes, but he can't take discipline. He never did take it very well, and now that the squeeze is on, he's blowing up. Well, see you later, Frank." I saw him later, but not the way I expected, for that was the day we heard the faint echo of shots, and then the alarm sirens screaming, and men running, and half-tracks starting up in a hurry. And when I managed to get out of my bunk and out of the hut, they were all going toward the big rockets, and a corporal yelled to me from a jeep, "That's blown it! The damn fools swiped guns and tried to take over the rockets and make the crews fly 'em home." I could still remember the sickening slidings and bouncings of the jeep as it took us out there, the milling little crowd under the looming rockets, milling around and hiding something on the ground, and Major Weiler yelling himself hoarse, giving orders. When I got to see what was on the ground, it was 7 or 8 men, and most of them dead. Walter had been shot right through the heart. They told me later it was because he'd been the leader out in front that he got it first of the mutineers. 1 MP was dead, and 1 was sitting with red all over the middle of his uniform, and that one was Breck, and they were bringing a stretcher for him now. The corporal said, "Hey, that's Jurgen, your squad leader." And I said, "Yes, that's him." Funny how you can't talk when something hits you, how you just say words like, "Yes, that's him." Breck died that night without ever regaining consciousness. And there I was, still half sick myself, and with Lassen dying in his bunk, and 5 of us were all that was left of Squad 14, and that was that. How could HQ let a thing like that get known? A fine advertisement it would be for recruiting more Mars expeditions if they told how guys on 2 cracked up and did a crazy thing like that. I didn't blame them for telling us to keep it top secret. Anyway, it wasn't something we'd want to talk about. But it sure left me in a fine spot now, a sweet spot. I was going down to talk to Breck's parents and Walter's parents, and they'd want to know how their sons died, and I could tell them, "Your sons probably killed each other out there." Sure, I could tell them that, couldn't I? But what was I going to tell them? I knew HQ had reported those casualties as accidental deaths. But what kind of accident? Well, it got late, and I had to go down, and when I did, Breck's parents were there. Mr. Jurgen was a carpenter, a tall, bony man with level blue eyes like Breck's. He didn't say much, but his wife was a little woman who talked enough for both of them. She told me I looked just like I did in the pictures of us Breck had sent home from training base. She said she had 3 daughters, too, 2 of them married, and one of the married ones living in Milwaukee and one out on the coast. She said that she'd named Breck after a character in a book by Robert Louis Stevenson, and I said I'd read the book in high school. "It's a nice name," I said. She looked at me with bright eyes and said, "Yes, it was a nice name." That was a fine dinner. They'd got everything they thought I might like, and all the best, and a maid served it, and I couldn't taste a thing I ate. Then afterward, in the big living room, they all just sort of sat and waited, and I knew it was up to me. I asked them if they'd had any details about the accident, and Mr. Millis said no, just accidental death was all they'd been told. Well, that made it easier. I sat there with all 4 of them watching my face, and dreamed it up. I said, "It was one of those 1 in a million things. You see, more little meteorites hit the ground on Mars than here because the air is so much thinner it doesn't burn them up so fast. And one hit the edge of the fuel dump, and a bunch of little tanks started to blow. I was down with the sickness, so I didn't see it, but I heard all about it. You could hear everybody breathing. It was so quiet as I went on with my yarn. A couple of guys were knocked out by the concussion and would have been burned up if a few fellows hadn't got in there fast with fomite extinguishers. They kept it away from the big tanks, but another little tank let go, and Breck and Walter were two of the fellows who'd gone in, and they were killed instantly. When I'd got it told, it sounded corny to me, and I was afraid they'd never believe it. But nobody said anything, until Mr. Millis let out a sigh and said, "So that was it. Well, if it had to be, it was mercifully quick, wasn't it?" I said, "Yes, it was quick. Only I can't see why they couldn't have let us know. It doesn't seem fair." I had an answer for that. "It's hush-hush because they don't want people to know about the meteor danger. That's why." Mrs. Millis got up and said she wasn't feeling so well and would I excuse her and she'd see me in the morning. The rest of us didn't seem to have much to say to each other, and nobody objected when I went up to my bedroom a little later. I was getting ready to turn in when there was a knock on the door. It was Breck's father, and he came in and looked at me steadily. "It was just a story, wasn't it?" he said. I said, "Yes, it was just a story." His eyes bored into me, and he said, "I guess you've got your reasons. Just tell me one thing. Whatever it was, did Breck behave right?" "He behaved like a man all the way," I said. "He was the best man of us, first to last." He looked at me, and I guess something made him believe me. He shook hands and said, "All right, son, we'll let it go." I'd had enough. I wasn't going to face them again in the morning. I wrote a note thanking them all and making excuses, and then went down and slipped quietly out of the house. It was late, but a truck coming along picked me up, and the driver said he was going near the airport. He asked me what it was like on Mars, and I told him it was lonesome. I slept in a chair at the airport, and I felt better, for next day I'd be home, and it would be over. That's what I thought. Part 4. It was getting toward evening when we reached the village, for my father and mother hadn't known I was coming on an earlier plane, and I'd had to wait for them up at Cleveland Airport. When we drove into Market Street, I saw there was a big painted banner stretching across. "Harmonville welcomes home its spaceman." Spaceman, that was me. The newspapers had started calling us that, I guess, because it was a short word good for headlines. Everybody called us that now. We'd sat cooped up in a prison cell that flew. That was all. But now we were spacemen. There were bright uniforms clustered under the banner, and I saw that it was the high school band. I didn't say anything, but my father saw my face. "Now, Frank, I know you're tired, but these people are your friends, and they want to show you a real welcome." That was fine, only it was all gone again, the relaxed feeling I'd been beginning to get as we drove down from Cleveland. This was my home country, this old Ohio country with its neat little white villages and fat rolling farms. It looked good in June. It looked very good, and I'd been feeling better all the time. And now I didn't feel so good, for I saw that I was going to have to talk some more about Mars. Dad stopped the car under the banner, and the high school band started to play, and Mr. Robinson, who was the Chevrolet dealer and also the mayor of Harmonville, got into the car with us. He shook hands with me and said, "Welcome home, Frank. What was it like out on Mars?" I said, "It was cold, Mr. Robinson, awful cold." "You should have been here last February," he said. 18 below, nearly a record." He leaned out and gave a signal, and Dad started driving again, with the band marching along in front of us and playing. We didn't have far to go, just down Market Street under the big old maples, past the churches and the old white houses to the square white Grange Hall. There was a little crowd in front of it, and they made a sound like a cheer. Not a real loud one. You know how people can be self-conscious about really cheering. When we drove up, I got out and shook hands with people I didn't really see, and then Mr. Robinson took my elbow and took me on inside. The seats were all filled, and people standing up, and over the little stage at the far end they'd fixed up a big floral decoration, There was a globe all of red roses with a sign above it that said Mars, and beside it a globe all of white roses that said Earth, and a little rocket ship made out of flowers was hung between them. "The Garden Club fixed it up," said Mr. Robinson. "Nearly everybody in Harmonville contributed flowers." "It sure is pretty," I said. Mr. Robinson took me by the arm up onto the little stage, and everyone clapped. They were all people I knew, people from the farms near ours, my high school teachers and all that. I sat down in a chair, and Mr. Robinson made a little speech about how Harmonville boys had always gone out when anything big was doing, how they'd gone to the War of 1812 and the Civil War and the 2 World Wars, and how now one of them had gone to Mars. He said, "Folks have always wondered what it's like out there on Mars, and now here's one of our own Harmonville boys come back to tell us all about it." And he motioned me to get up, and I did, and they clapped some more, and I stood wondering what I could tell them. And all of a sudden, as I stood there wondering, I got the answer to something that had always puzzled us out there. We'd never been able to understand why the fellows who had come back from Expedition 1 hadn't tipped us off how tough it was going to be. And now I knew why. They hadn't, because it would have sounded as if they were whining about all they'd been through. And now I couldn't, for the same reason. I looked down at the bright, interested faces, the faces I'd known almost all my life, and I knew that what I could tell them was no good anyway. For they'd all read those newspaper stories about the exotic red planet and heroic spacemen, and if anyone tried to give them a different picture now, it would just upset them. I said, "It was a long way out there, but flying space is a wonderful thing, flying right off the Earth into the stars. There's nothing quite like it." Flying space, I called it. Sounded good and thrilling. How could they know that flying space meant lying strapped in that blind stokehold listening to Joe Valinez dying and praying that it wouldn't be our rocket that cracked up? And it's a wonderful thrill to come out of a rocket and step on a brand new world, to look up at a different-looking sun, to look around at a whole new horizon. Yes, it was wonderful, especially for the guys in Rockets 7 and 9 who got squashed like flies and lay around there on the sand moaning first aid. Sure, it was a big thrill for them and for us who had to try to help them. There were hardships out there, but we all knew that a big job had to be done. Well, that's a nice word, too, hardships. It's not coarse and ugly like fellows coughing their hearts out from too much dust. It's not like having your best friend die of Martian sickness right in the room you sleep in. It's a nice, cheerful word, hardships. And the only way we could get the job done, away out there so far from Earth, was by teamwork. Well, that was true enough in its way, and what was the use of spoiling it by telling them how Walter and Breck had died? The job's going on, and Expedition 3 is building a bigger base out there right now, and 4 will start soon, and it'll mean plenty of uranium, plenty of cheap atomic power for all Earth. That's what I said, and I stopped there. But I wanted to go on and add, and it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth all those guys, all the hell we went through just to get cheap atomic power so you people can run more electric washers and television sets and toasters. But how are you going to stand up and say things like that to people you know? People who like you? And who was I to decide? Maybe I was wrong anyway. Maybe lots of things I'd had and never thought about had been squeezed out of other good guys back in the past. I wouldn't know. Anyway, that was all I could tell them, and I sat down, and there was a big lot of applause, and I realized then that I'd done right. I told them just what they wanted to hear, and everyone was all happy about it. Then things broke up, and people came up to me, and I shook a lot more hands. And finally, when I got outside, it was dark. Soft, summery dark, the way I hadn't seen it for a long time. And my father said we ought to be getting on home so I could rest. I told him, "You folks drive on ahead and I'll walk. I'll take the shortcut. I'd sort of like to walk through town." Our farm was only a couple of miles out of the village, and the shortcut across Heller's farm I'd always taken when I was a kid was only a mile. Dad didn't think maybe I ought to walk so far, but I guess he saw I wanted to, so they went on ahead. I walked on down Market Street and around the little square, and the maples and elms were dark over my head, and the flowers on the lawns smelled the way they used to. But it wasn't the same either. I'd thought it would be, but it wasn't. When I cut off past the Oddfellows' Hall, beyond it I met Hobe Evans, the garage hand at the Ford place, who was humming along half-tight, the same as always on a Saturday night. "Hello, Frank. Heard you were back," he said. I waited for him to ask the question they all asked, but he didn't. He said, "Boy, you don't look so good. Want a drink?" He brought out a bottle, and I had one out of it, and he had one, and he said he'd see me around, and went humming on his way. He was feeling too good to care much where I'd been. I went on, in the dark, across Heller's pasture, and then along the creek under the big old willows. I stopped there, like I'd always stopped when I was a kid, to hear the frog noises. And there they were, and all the June noises, the night noises, and the night smells. I did something I hadn't done for a long time. I looked up at the starry sky, and there it was, the same little red dot I'd peered at when I was a kid and read those old stories. The same red dot that Breck and Jim and Walter and I had stared away at on nights at training base, wondering if we'd ever really get there. Well, they'd got there, weren't ever going to leave it now, and there'd be others to stay with them, more and more of them as time went by. But it was the ones I knew that made the difference. As I looked up at the red dot, I wished I could explain to them somehow why I hadn't told the truth, not the whole truth. I tried, sort of, to explain. I didn't want to lie, I said, but I had to. At least it seemed like I had to. I quit it. It was crazy, talking to guys who were dead and 40 million miles away. They were dead, and it was over, and that was that. I quit looking up at the red dot in the sky and started on home again. But I felt as though something was over for me, too. It was being young. I didn't feel old, but I didn't feel young either, and I didn't think I ever would. Not ever again. End of the book. Science Fiction for People Who Hate Science Fiction. Edited by Terry Carr. Read by Phyllis Dorflinger. Monitored by Helen Trigg and Sue Postal. For Taping for the Blind, Houston, Texas.
Re-recorded by Halverson Associates for the Library of Congress, June 1979.
End of book.